The Jurak archetype, or as they're referred to in the OCG as Juraku, is an archetype of fire dinosaur monsters released as dual terminal promos in Dual Terminal, Demon Roar, God Revival, and in Hidden Arsenal 2. The invasion of the worms has barely affected the Jurats. However, after having watched battles desolate the ground below, Fable Valkyrius descends to the nearby realm of the Juraks. When the wicked gods suddenly strike, the Jurats fought back with the flames that covered their bodies. The Juraks, victims of the most intense attacks of the Fable's conquest scheme, transformed their bodies into meteors and completely razed the land where the Fable dwelt. From the ashes, a new fire was born, the Neo-Flamvel. The wishes of those who lost their bodies by dropping the meteor awoke the god of the ancient plains. The tribe of fire becomes one with the ancient deity, sweeping away the Fable that remained in their realm. Visually, most Jurak monsters are brightly coloured, usually with bright red and yellow extremities and blue bodies. These resemble the various colours of flames. Jurak is derived from the word Jurassic. Each Jurassic monster is based on and named after a genus of dinosaur, with the exceptions of Jurak Dino, which resembles a Ceratosaurus, but is named after Deinonychus, Jurak Meteor, which is named after the meteor that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs, and Jurak Terra, which is named after Pteranodon, a flying reptile called a pterosaur that isn't actually a dinosaur. In terms of playing style, a Jurak deck focuses on destroying monsters by battle to trigger advantage building effects. With a combination of Jurak Velo, Jurak Guaiba, and Fossil Dig, they have lots of search power. Jurak effects tend to deal with destroying monsters by battle and gaining attack by attributing other dinosaurs. Jurak Giganoto, one of the 3 Jurak Synchro monsters, has the ability to grant additional attack points to Jurak monsters on the field for each Jurak in the player's graveyard. Notably, many of the Jurak monsters search Juraks with 1700 attack or less, as opposed to the customary 1500 or less, often search such as with the effects of Giant Rat, UFO Turtle, and Masked Dragon. In terms of the key monsters, these include Jurak Guaiba. It's a level 4 one with 1700 attack. If it destroys a monster with battle, you can special summon a Jurak with 1700 or less attack from your deck. It can't attack this turn. It's good for generating advantage and making synchros or Xyz or even link monsters. Jurak Velo, a level 4 with 1700 attack. If it's in attack position and is destroyed by battle, you get to special summon a Jurak with 1700 or less attack from your deck. It's good for toolboxing a Jurak Alo or Jurak Dino, a level 3 1700 attack monster and a tuner. If it destroys a monster by battle, you can tribute a Jurak during the end phase to draw 2 cards. It's good for gaining advantage and for synchro summons, and Jurak Alo, which is a level 1 tuner. Tribute it to special summon a level 4 or lower Jurak from your graveyard. It pairs well with the spell card Rekindling. In terms of the finishers, you have the Jurak Giganoto. It's a level 7 synchro monster. It's easily summoned by using a Jurak Guaiba to special summon that Jurak Monolith, which raises the attack of all of your Juraks by 200 for each Jurak in your graveyard, and summoning at the synchro usually means that your monsters will have a minimum boost of 400. Using Guaiba, you can easily get 2 of them out, giving a combined 1600 attack boost. This is great for ending games quickly. Jurak Meteor. It's a level 10 synchro monster. It requires a Jurak tuner as well as 2 or more dinosaur non-tuners. This may seem difficult, but it's eased by Jurak Guaiba, destroying a monster, get Jurak Golem, which is the level 2 tuner, and normal summon a level 4 monster. When you summon Meteor, his effect is similar to Black Rose Dragon. All cards on the field are destroyed. Unlike Black Rose Dragon, the effect is mandatory. However, he also special summons a tuner from your graveyard. The best choice would be Jurak Dino with 1700 attack, or Jurak Alo, which can tribute itself to revive any level 4 or lower Jurak. Jurak Titano is a 2 tribute monster with 3000 attack points. Its effect easily boosts it to 4000 attack, and it avoids targeting by traps and monster effects, blocking things such as Magic Cylinder and Bionic Dragon of the Iceberg. It can't be special summoned, but is easily tribute summoned using a big evolution pill, or with the tokens generated by Jurak Storiko. And Jurak Spinos, a 2 tribute Jurak like Titano, but with a very different effect. When Spinus destroys your opponent's monster by battle, it special summons a small attack position token to your opponent's field. This allows an easy kill for your weaker Jurak monsters, activating their effects and cracking at your opponent's life points. And it also stops Gauls, the Emissary of Darkness, and Battle Fader from being used. In terms of the deck's strengths, they have a strong search and draw power. Fossil Dig, Jurak Guaiba, and Jurak Velo can recruit any of the low-level monsters. One could even use Miracle Jurassic Egg and Baby Ceratosaurus in a deck abusing Limit Reverse with Jurak Alo as well as Super Ancient Dino Beast. The effect of Jurak Dino is a +1 and is easily triggered. High attacks. Juraks whose effects trigger in battle have plenty of opportunity to do so. The low-level Juraks generally have 1700 attack, which is decent, but they have no equivalent to Honest or Kalut, which are surprise attack boosters. Instead, a Jurak player should use Jurak Giga Noto and a Shrink or Half Counter. Solidarity is also a fairly good choice, boosting a 1700 attack monster to the point where it can take down a Monarch in battle. Burden of the Mighty can be used, as can single-use tricks like Forbidden Lance. Attack boosting is fairly essential to a Jurak deck. Synchro, Exceeds, and Link capability. Again, Jurak Guaiba is a star here, with the ability to quickly recruit level 1, 2, or 3 tuners. The deck easily produces level 5, 6, or 7 Synchro monsters. In addition, you can use any 2 level 4 Juraks for the Exceed summon of Evolza Lagia, who negates spells, traps, and summons, or Evolza Adulk, who negates monster effects. Furthermore, Jurak Alo can be used with Rekindling to gain advantage and modulate levels for any situation. While the deck has trouble reaching a level 8 on its own, you can add 1 Flameball Firedog and Flameball Magician for use with Rekindling. Not to mention, Guaiba can also work with certain appropriate link monsters, including Geolittle Chimera. With the weaknesses, there are tough monsters like Gladiator Beast decks. To a Jurak deck that cannot defeat the opponent's monster is crippled. If the opponent prevents you from special summoning, you will have to depend on null and tribute summons. If the opponent prevents you from battling, for example with the effect of Ally of Justice Catastil, or eliminates the cards used to boost attack, few other monsters will do anything for you. For this reason, it's a good idea to run Dimensional Prison and a similar cheap removal. Graveyard Recursion. Besides Jurak Alo and the difficult Jurak Beator, Juraks do not have many ways to special summon monsters from the graveyard. Jurak have itself, but its effects should not trigger often in normal play. However, Kinkabio and Rekindling can be used to recycle Jurak Alo in a deck centered on it, allowing for big plays from the graveyard. Fossil Excavation can also be used to dump and revive a Jurak monster, but it's very vulnerable to Mystical Space Typhoon and negates the revive monster's effect. Macro Dependence. Due to high draw power combined with a lack of continuous or quick effects, Juraks rely on spell and trap support to convert their physical strength into advantage. They can't do much against mass removal and OTKs. For this reason, Effect Veiler and Starlight Road are sometimes teched for use against decks with explosive finishers for plants and night swarms. Water Dragon can leave any Jurak monster completely vulnerable in battle, since the effect Water Dragon reduces the attack of all fire and pyro monsters to 0, and all members of the archetype are fire attributes. Common support cards include Fossil Dig, which searches every monster in the Jurak archetype except Spinus, Tyrannus, and Titano, as well as some outside it. In Evolza Lagia, you can exceed summon this card just by destroying a monster with Jurak Guaiba and summoning a level 4 Jurak like Jurak Venom. This card gives Juraks more control options, making them more of an aggro control type deck. Evolza Dolka has the same materials as Lagia, but negates monsters' effects. This card rounds out protection provided by Lagia and is an easy way to answer to Ally of Justice Casta. Hydrogeddon. Easy Swarming works well with dinosaur attack boosters. The newly summoned Hydrogeddon can attack too, so in some cases it's better than Guaiba, searchable via Fossil Dig. Super Ancient Dino Beast. If you choose to summon many monsters from the graveyard, such as with Jurak Hera and Jurak Alo, you can get some free cards out of it. Fairly easy to summon with 1 tribute, use with Limit Reverse or Rekindling for massive gain. Flamberg applied searches Jurak Alo and Jurak Ganon and works well with Rekindling. Miracle Jurassic Egg has good defense and can easily search Jurak Alo, allowing you to special summon Jurak from the graveyard. It works nicely alongside Super Ancient Dino Beast. Hyper Hammerhead, a good tech card for dinosaurs. Unlike Jurak Terra, it works when attacking or when attacked. It's searchable through Kinkabio. This card can be useful for reviving Jurak Alo and using its effect. When used in conjunction with Super Ancient Dino Beast, you can get a +3 each turn, since Kinkabio is a spirit and returns to the hand during the end phase. Creature Swap. This card works great when combined with Jurak Fellow, allowing you to take an opponent's threatening monster and use it to destroy a fellow, awarding you another monster to attack with from the deck. A good target here is Jurak Guaiba. Destroyosaurus. If you choose to run Jurassic World, this card is pretty useful. It is a fairly powerful dinosaur itself and can be searched with Fossil Dig to make searching Jurassic World even easier. Effect Veiler. Stores your opponent's monsters and leaves cards like Debris Dragon defenseless. Useful if drawn with a Jurak Dino. Big Evolution Pill. Tribute one dinosaur and you can summon any dinosaur without tribute, but it only remains face up on the field for 3 of your opponent's turns, which means you won't usually get more than 2 summons. However, when combined with Ultimate Offering, you can summon many times during main phase or the opponent's battle phase. Ensure an easy OTK by summoning 2 level 4 Jiracs and exceed summoning Evolve Lagia or Dolph before you drop your big dinos. Instant Fusion. This card can be used to bring out Practical to use with the Jirac Tuner for the Synchro summon of a level 6, 7 or 8 Synchro monster, including the Jirac Synchros. Since Practical is a dinosaur, you can then also use him with Big Evolution Pill. 1 for 1. It allows an easy search of Jirac Ano and quickly revival of any level 4 or lower Jirac in the graveyard, including the one you discarded. Royal Decree. Since this is an attack-based deck, a card such as Royal Decree could make threats from all trap cards vanish. Useful in Jirac Beatdown as well as a deck centered around Kidling. And the Circle of the Fire Kings. A substitute for Aolo, and it can also target high-level Jirac monsters like Giganoto while maintaining Jirac numbers in the graveyard to get the most out of its attack boost. To battle Jirac World, Molten Destruction, Solidarity, Burden of the Mighty, and Lost World, each has its own advantage and disadvantages. Jirac World confers a small boost but is eminently searchable and supported by Destroyosaurus. Molten Destruction yields a large boost and is useful in a Jirac Farmville build, but may help your opponent and doesn't work on all dinosaurs. Solidarity gives the largest boost, but it cannot be searched. It requires the use of only dinosaurs in the main deck, and can be easily messed up if a dinosaur synchro monster is destroyed. Burden of the Mighty lowers the attack of the opponent's monsters, and it works with any and all monsters you choose to run, but the drop is small and doesn't help against Xyz monsters, or for that matter, Ling monsters. Lost World decreases the attack and defense of all dinosaur monsters, places a token monster on your opponent's field when you normal or special summon a dinosaur, which can allow Jiracs to easily destroy by battle, and as long as your opponent has the token, it prevents non-token monsters from being targeted by opposing card effects. However, unlike Jurassic World, it cannot be searched by Destroyosaurus. Combining 2 of these boosts, however, will usually put your monsters on top. Forbidden Lance. This card is basically a multi-purpose pseudo-shrink. It reduces any monster's attack by 800, but it also protects it from spells and traps. Used on your monsters, it deflects cheap removal cards such as Dark Hole and Dimensional Prison. Used on your opponent's monsters, it creates surprise openings as well as stifling the effects of equipped cards. Note that if you use it in the damage step, your opponent cannot respond with compulsory evacuation device or enemy control or cards to that effect. Forbidden Chalice. It protects your Jiracs from monsters like Raikou Lightsworn Hunter and Stone Eater, and allows Jirac Venom to trade blows with monsters with 2100 attack. Its effect will still activate since it resolves in the graveyard. Since Evolve Lagia does not stop monster effects, this card is useful for maintaining easy and early control of the field. United We Stand / Mage Power. These give some powerful advantages when used, but are even better when combined with Twin Swords of Flashing Light twice with 2 attacks. Jirac Wyber can destroy and search twice. Shrink and Half Counter. Surprise your opponent when they attack your monster, allowing yours to remain while theirs does not. Also, if the monster that was attacked was Jirac Wyber or Jirac Dino, you will get its effect. This card is vital against monsters with high attack and controlling effects, such as Shooting Star Dragon and Archlord Christia, Survival Instinct, and Terra Infinity. You can use this combo to easily gain life points back and make a massively high attack monster. This is also helpful for adjusting the graveyard to summon Pyrorex. Big Bang Shot. It can be used to give one of your high attack monsters piercing and works well with Tyranno Infinity. Tail Swipe. Even if you can't bring out the 2 tribute Jiracs, you can summon Jirac Hera fairly easily with its own effect. Then you can return annoying monsters that your opponent controls from the field, effective against low-level extra monsters like Ally of Justice Castastar and a Gladiator Beast Ezidari. Defender's Intersect. It forces monsters from defense position to attack position, negating their effects and forcing them to attack. This diffuses popular cards such as Raikou Lightsworn Hunter or Gravekeeper's Spy. That can be troublesome, and since they have no attack, it's a good chance to deal a blow to your opponent. Gozen Match. Since all Jiracs and Evoltar Xyz monsters are fire, this card doesn't hinder them, so you can side it against decks that have monsters with different attributes. Rivalry of Warlords. If you're only going to be using dinosaurs, this card works well to mess with your opponent's strategies. It's a good side deck card against decks like Quick Draw Points. Debug counters Sangan, Reborn Tengu, and TG monsters, among others. It disarms cards like Honest and Necro Guard that would interrupt your attacks. Also, it stops Effect Painter, which can be changed to the effect of Evolza Lagia to negate it. Spiritual Fire Art Kunai. All Jurak monsters are fire attributes, making this card a good finisher if your opponent still has life points remaining after a big attack. Pyrex the Elemental Lord, a fire attribute dinosaur that's right at home with the Juraks. It's painfully easy to get 5 Jurak monsters into the grave to meet this monster's special summoning requirement. And when it hits the field, it can play your opponent's field of a troublesome monster to either allow your Juraks to attack directly or end the match if your opponent's monster had particularly high attack. Jurak Impact, a good card if you're playing Giganoto, Pyrex, or another big dinosaur, though Meteor provides a tuner unlike this card. Kickfire, a great finisher if used successfully after Spiritual Fire Art Kurenai, potentially a 1-move KO. Survival of the Fittest, helps swarm and keep your monsters for synchro later. A nice card since you don't know when you will get hit with a Mirror Force, so plussing as early as possible is key. Jurak Alo is a fire attribute dinosaur type tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 with 200 attack and 200 defense. You contribute this card to select one level 4 or lower Jurak monster in your graveyard, except Jurak Alo, special summon that monster from the graveyard. By tributing this card, you're able to replace it with a level 4 or lower Jurak monster, so that's quite decent. It is a tuner monster, can be used for part of the synchro play, but it's extremely weak and there are better options. Jurak Brachis is a fire attribute dinosaur type tuner effect monster, level 3 with 1000 attack effects. While another face-up Jurak monster is on the field, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. This provides itself with a level of protection from being destroyed by battle, which is quite decent so long as you have another Jurak monster on the field. It being a tuner monster, keeping it alive to be able to go into synchro play is quite important. Jurak Dino is a fire attribute dinosaur type tuner effect monster. It's a level 3 with 1700 attack and 800 defense. Once during each player's end phase, if this card destroyed an opponent's monster by battle, this turn you can attribute one Jurak monster to draw 2 cards. It's a tuner monster, therefore it's key for actually going into some of your synchro plays, but during each player's phase, provided this card destroyed an opponent's monster by battle, you contribute one of your Juraks, including itself, to draw 2 cards. This is a way of adding card advantage without having to run generic draw cards. Jurak Galem is a fire attribute dinosaur type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 1200 attack and 0 defense. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, your opponent can discard 1 card to negate this card's effect, otherwise destroy the monster that destroyed this card. This has the option to prevent your opponent from using the monster that attacked into this card, otherwise they have to discard a card, so there is a way of preventing your opponent from gaining too much advantage. It is a tuner, so it's useful for synchro plays, and it being a level 2 makes it quite easy to go into some of the higher level monsters. Jurak Giganoto is a fire attribute dinosaur type synchro effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2100 attack and 1800 defense. It needs a tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner dinosaur type monsters. All face-up Jurak monsters you control gain a 200 attack for each Jurak monster in your graveyard. The sum condition on this card isn't too difficult, as it can be generic within dinosaur type decks, although it only incentivizes a boosting effect if you've got Jurak monsters in your graveyard. So it's pretty much telling you to run it within a Jurak deck. If you're considering summoning this card, say you use 2-3 monsters, you're guaranteeing at least a boost for each of your Jurak monsters of between 400 to 600 attack points. That's just in the summoning of this card. If it's been a longer duel, more than likely you're going to get those cards up to over 1000 additional attack points, and it doesn't restrict or limit based on the names of the different Juraks. It doesn't say it has to be one of each Jurak, then that boosts your attack points. So you can have multiple copies of a particular one in the graveyard and they all still count. Jurak Guaiba is a fire attribute dinosaur type effect monster, level 4 with 1700 attack and 400 defense. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special summon one Jurak monster with 1700 or less attack from your deck, but it cannot declare an attack this turn. This is able to kind of bring out other Jurak monsters pretty easily, so long as it's destroyed another monster in battle. Those are not too limiting, as most of the monsters that are weaker are 1700 or less attack anyway. It only restricts them from declaring an attack in the turn, but they're still free to use their effects. Jurak Hera is a fire attribute dinosaur type level 6 with 2300 attack and 1500 defense. The effect is when a defense position Jurak monster you control, except Jurak Hera, is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. It's quite decent as it can be activated from either the hand or the graveyard, provided a defense position Jurak is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, it can instantly bring itself out without the need for the tribute. Jurak Iguanon is a fire attribute dinosaur type effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1700 attack and 700 defense. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can target one set card your opponent controls and return that target to the hand. It's a decent enough effect as it just gets to return a set card, but it doesn't negate the activation of that set card. So if you use this effect, your opponent can still trigger off those abilities. It's a way of clearing your opponent's board, but it's quite slow and is dependent on the battle phase. Jurak Meteor is a fire attribute dinosaur type synchro effect monster, level 10 with 2800 attack and 2000 defense. It requires a Jurak tuner plus 2 or more non-tuner dinosaur type monsters. When this card is synchro summoned, destroy all cards on the field. Then you can special summon one tuner monster from your graveyard. This is the boss monster for the archetype. It is one of the strongest monsters they have and definitely the strongest synchro monster. It does require quite a few costs to bring it out in terms of resources, as it needs the specific Jurak tuner and 2 more non-tuner dinosaur monsters. As soon as this card is synchro summoned, it instantly destroys all cards on the field, so that's yours and your opponent's. It doesn't matter if they're monsters, spell or traps, just everything goes, including itself. It is able to replace itself with a tuner monster as some form of, recovery, but that is most likely going to be the Jurak tuner that's been used to bring this card out in the first place. Jurak Monolith is a fire attribute dinosaur type tuner effect monster, level 3 with 1500 attack and 1200 defense. This card can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each. It's a decent effect as it allows you to just attack everything, but you'd have to boost this card up to make it a considerable enough threat. It very much has the same type of effect as an ultimate Tyranno, but that's got double the attack points of this card. It also being a tuner means it can be easily out to support going into synchro plays. Jurak Protops is a fire attribute dinosaur effect monster, level 4 with 1700 attack and 1200 defense. It gains 100 attack for each monster your opponent controls. The more your opponent monsters have on the field, the more powerful this card becomes. Realistically, if they have 2-3 cards, this can become a 2000 attack monster, roughly around their maximum. If they've got entirely their field covered, that becomes a 2300 attack monster. For the level 4s, it currently sits as the strongest in just pure attack points. Jurak Terra is a fire attribute dinosaur effect monster, level 3 with 800 attack and 1500 defense. If this card is attacked, return the attacking monster to the hand. After damage calculation, and this card gains defense equal to the return monster's level times 100. The design of this card is that it's able to return an attacking monster to the hand after damage calculation. This is useful if your opponent just blindly goes into attack, maybe with their weakest monster. They are unable to get over this card. That card then goes back to the hand, and then this is able to boost its defense points by the level of that monster. Saying that, if it is a weak lower level monster, then this is boosting by say 300-400 points, and it's going to be quite obvious unless you force attacks onto this card with your opponent's weaker monsters. There isn't a chance for this to keep accumulating its defense points. Jurak Spinos is a fire attribute dinosaur type vet monster, level 7 with 2600 attack and 1700 defense. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, special summon one Spinos token. It's a dinosaur fire level 1 with 300 attack and 0 defense in attack position to your opponent's field. You may be wondering, why is this card generating more token advantage for your opponent's field presence? There are a couple of reasons for it. Firstly, your other Jurak monsters have to often defeat another monster that your opponent controls in order to trigger off their effects. By having a 300 attack token on the opponent's field, it's very easy for those other monsters to attack over those cards and trigger those effects. The other thing is, it's only 300 attack points. It's really not presenting or preserving your opponent's life points, and cards that would typically activate through direct attacks from the hand, such as Battle Fader, can no longer work as those tokens are on the field, and therefore you don't have an empty field to direct attack into. This is one of the boss monsters effectively as a non-synchro play. Jurak Storiko is a fire attribute dinosaur effect monster, level 2 with 500 attack and 400 defense. If this card is destroyed by battle, special summon 2 Jurak tokens, dinosaur fire level 1 with 0 attack defense in defense position. They cannot be attributed for a tribute summon unless it is for a Jurak monster. This is probably one of the smaller monsters in the arsenal for this archetype. It has to be destroyed by battle, and you can either do that yourself by crashing this card into your opponents, or you can set this card and your opponent attack into your monster. Either way, it still triggers off the tokens. The tokens themselves have 0 attack and defense, and they are in defense position, so unless your opponent has piercing battle damage on any of their monsters, it's not going to harm you. They cannot also be used for a tribute summon unless it's specific to Jurak monsters, but the good thing is there are a couple of monsters out there that would sit well with this card. Jurak Titano is a fire attribute dinosaur level 9 with 3000 attack and 2800 defense. It cannot be special summoned, and it cannot be targeted by trap or monster effects. Once per turn, you can banish one Jurak monster with 1700 or less attack from your graveyard. This card gains 1000 attack until the end phase. This is the nearest they have to a boss monster that's not happened to be a synchro monster. It is a level 9, so it's not so easy to bring out. It does require 2 tributes, as the Storiko generates tokens that can possibly be an option for you to bring this out without too much cost. It has protection from being targeted by trap or monster effects, but if they're just mass effects that are non-targeting, then this card is just as susceptible. It would have been better if it had said something like, this card is immune to all trap and monster effects. That way it would have full protection, and then you could only get rid of it by spell cards or by strengthening a particular monster to above this 3000 attack points. You're able to banish a Jurak monster with 1700 or less attack from the graveyard. This is a once per turn effect, and it becomes a 1000 attack boosted monster to a total of 4000 attack. Not bad for a level 9, but it's not enough for this day and age. I'm hoping when we get the new Jurak support that we either get a retrain of this card, or we get similar type of support that we got for Volcanic Doomfire. When that card came out, when they helped the additional support for Axel Brody from the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Season 3, he ended up getting a brand new Volcanic Emperor, which is a boss monster that is slightly more powerful than the previous, but it has a recursion effect. It's one which can be summoned either from the hand or back from the graveyard by just getting rid of several cards. We need an equivalent for this. Jurak Tyrannus is a fire attribute dinosaur type level 7 with 2500 attack and 1400 defense. You can tribute one dinosaur monster. This card gains 500 attack. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, this card gains 300 attack. It's easy enough to bring this card out as it requires only a tribute of 1 dinosaur monster. Actually, scratch that. It does need the 2 tributes to bring it out, but if you do tribute a dinosaur monster, this card gains an additional 500 attack points. And since this can be used pretty much every turn, it's not a once per turn effect. The more you can use that, the more powerful this card becomes. But the issue then is, do you want to be that resource heavy into this, investing into this card, as it doesn't have any inbuilt protection? And when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, so it has to be specifically sent to the graveyard, it gains an additional 300 points. So the more you can kind of bulk it up at the start, the more it can be its own self-starting engine. Pair this with some of the other boosting attack point cards, and you've got a clear line of victory. But again, it's very resource intensive. Jurak Fellow is a fire attribute dinosaur type effect monster, level 4 with 1700 attack and 1000 defense. When this face-up attack position card attacks or is attacked, and it is destroyed by battle and set to the graveyard, you can special summon one Jurak monster with 1700 or less attack from your deck. It's a clear way of bringing out another Jurak monster to the field, but you are having to get rid of this card to trigger that effect. Jurak Velpito is a fire attribute dinosaur type synchro effect monster, level 5 with question mark attack and defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner dinosaur-type monsters, and this card attack and defense are equal to the total original attack of the synchro material monsters used for its synchro summon. If this card attacks a face-down defense position monster, you can destroy the monster immediately with this card's effect without flipping it face up or applying a damage calculation. In other words, the more cards you use to bring this card out and the more powerful those monsters are, the stronger this card comes. Realistically, you can get this card to maybe a couple of thousand attack points with the ability to use its effect like Drill Void. It gets rid of a defense position monster that has to be face down with no questions asked. That's good against certain decks that may have trigger effects based on, being flipped face up or for other effects that activate. But it's not necessarily that great in terms of it is a level 5. How many monsters are you going to necessarily use to bring out a level 5? Maybe as little as 2 cards. If I'm being generous, maybe 3. But saying that, they'll probably reach a similar kind of attack level status, making it not worth too much investment into. Jurak Impact is a normal trap card. The effect is if you control a dinosaur-type monster with 2,500 or more attack, destroy all cards on the field. It's a decent way of wiping out both yours and your opponent's cards, and the interesting thing about this card is it's pretty much the only card in the Jurak archetype that is a non-monster. Everything else is just a monster. They rely so heavily on the generic dinosaur support, which has been around for years, and even some of the modern ones are still not that effective when applied to this deck. It needs more dedicated support, and I'm hoping with the latest round of support that they're hoping to get, which has been actually confirmed alongside the Fabled archetype, we will start seeing spell and traps as well as new synchro monsters that actually do something, a better boss monster overall within the main deck, and some decent tuner and level 4 monsters to just make the deck more consistent and bring it up to speed in some semblance. The Aroma archetype is an archetype largely consisting of plant monsters, with one rock monster that were introduced in Clash of Rebellions. The archetype's monsters all derive their names from tools and various species of flowers, all of which are used to produce and utilize medicinal and culinary herbs. In terms of the design, the aroma monsters all get their names from the various herbs, flowers and spices that are essential to aromatherapy. This is where the archetype's gimmick originates, as the effects that revolve around gaining life points are symbolic of the health benefits of aromatics in medicinal and culinary use, which provide relaxing, invigorating or delicious scents and flavours and can help reduce stress. The archetype is female-centric, with only 3 males in the set: Aromage Bergamot, Aromage Kananga, and Aromage. At this time, Aromatherapy Angelica can only combine with the females of the archetype: Aromage Jasmine, Aromage Rosemary, and Aromage Marjoram, causing the male presence to languish. The Aromatherapy counterparts are light attribute compared to their main deck forms, suggesting that they become angels once they combine with Aromatherapy Angelica. Aromajar is the sole rock-type monster, otherwise plant-oriented archetype, and is the only inanimate object among the rest of the human-like monsters. All of the main deck Aromage monsters are typed with each of the elemental attributes based on the plant they're inspired by. Their names and artwork suggest that they are all mages that specialize in magic involving scents derived from plants. In terms of the playing style, all plant-type aroma monsters share 2 common types of effects: a continuous effect that applies while their controller has more life points than their opponents, and a trigger effect that activates when their controller gains life points. The continuous effect supports plant-type monsters and encourages the controller to engage in battle by granting them advantages in that area against the opponent, while the trigger effect focuses upon increasing utility, partly through field disruption. So we have the examples of the Aromage Bergamot. The controller's plant monsters inflict piercing damage, that's a continuous effect. Its trigger effect is it gains 1,000 attack and defense until the end of the opponent's next turn. The Aromage Kananga, its continuous effect is to reduce the attack and defense of the opponent's monsters by 500, and its trigger effect is to target and return a spell or trap card the opponent controls to the hand. For Aromage Jasmine, the continuous effect is to allow 1 additional normal summon set for a plant monster, and the trigger effect, the controller draws a card. For Aromage Laurel, its continuous effect is to special summon itself from your hand, with the trigger effect being it to target 1 plant monster on the field and treat it as a tuner for this turn. For Aromage Marjoram, the continuous effect is to take no battle damage from battles involving your plant monsters, and the trigger effect is to target cards in your opponent's graveyard up to the number of aroma monsters you control and banish them. For Aromage Rosemary, the continuous effect is the opponent cannot activate monster effects when the controller's plant monster attacks until the end of the damage step, and its trigger effect to target and change face monster's battle position. For Aromatherapy Angelica, its continuous effect is to discard itself and target another aroma monster in the graveyard to increase life points by the target's attack. Its trigger effect is to special summon from the graveyard if you control another aroma monster, but is banished when it leaves the field. For Aromatherapy Jasmine, its continuous effect is this card and plant monsters this card points to cannot be destroyed by battle. Its trigger effect is to add one plant monster from your deck to the hand. For Aromatherapy Rosemary, its continuous effect is all plant monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense, and its trigger effect is to target face-up cards, has its effects negated for the turn. And Aromatherapy Sweet Marjoram, its continuous effect is to have the opponent not being able to target plant monsters you control card effects, and the trigger effect is to target one card your opponent controls and destroy it. The battling aspect that is encouraged by the archetype is also pronounced by its support cards, Aroma Jar, Aroma Garden, and Aroma Gardening. Aroma Jar is a flip monster whose flip effect bestows 500 life points upon the controller during either player's end phase, while it remains face up. Additionally, its other effect has interactivity with its flip effect, as it also defends itself from destruction by battle if it was flip face up. The archetype's field spell card, the Aroma Garden, grants the controller 500 life points during their turn when they control an aroma monster, while additionally bolstering the attack and defense of all their monsters by 500 until the end of the opponent's next turn. The downside of battling is also covered by the card, which increases the controller's life points by 1000 when an aroma monster they control is destroyed and sent to the graveyard. Aroma Gardening therefore provides summoning support by bestowing 1000 life points when an aroma monster is summoned except during the damage step, as well as allowing an emergency summon if you've taken damage and your life points have dropped over the opponents when they attempt to attack. The deck also contains 3 continuous trap cards, which further assist the controller by turning the life points they gained into a utilizable asset. Dried Winds serves as a means to put pressure on the opponent by having the controller target and destroy a monster the opponent controls each time they gain life points. The card further takes advantage of its controller's tendency to amass large amounts of life points by allowing them to pay life points equal to the difference between their life points and their opponents to destroy monsters with equal or less attack than the amount of life points paid, provided the controller has at least 3000 more life points than the opponent. Human Winds provides the deck with much needed speed, allowing the controller to search out aroma monsters from their deck at the cost of 1000 life points, a small sum to pay for the controller if the controller should find themselves disadvantaged in life points count compared to their opponent. The card further helps them make up the deficit, providing a steady stream of 500 life points per turn until the deficit is bridged. Blessed Wings provides graveyard support by not only allowing them to manipulate what goes into and comes out of the graveyard with a 500 life point boost to boot, but also providing a revival of aroma monsters back to the field at the paltry price of 1000 life points. All of these trap cards are best protected by Imperial Custom. The archetype's efficacy can be enhanced with the use of cards that increase the life points of the controller. Such cards should preferably do so either by a significant margin or with control over when they activate by the player, such as with Poison of the Elman and Aegis of Gaia, to keep the continuous effects of the aroma monsters active, as several of the aroma monsters, except Aromage Behemoth, have low attack and defense, and still emphasize battling cards such as Yugioh and Nutrient Z to keep your life safe while fulfilling the archetype's mandate of increasing your life points and maintaining a high life point count. Alternatively, you can use Wabuku to protect your life points and your monsters. The aroma archetype also performs well with disabling and preventative cards such as Anti-Spell Fragrance to complement the spell and trap bouncing effect of Aromage Kananga, Lose One Turn, and Cactus Bouncer to complement the extra normal summon effect of Aromage Jasmine and Magic Planter and Booby Trap E to make use of the many continuous trap cards that the deck utilizes, such as Humid Winds, Dried Winds, and the aforementioned Lose One Turn and Anti-Spell Fragrance. In terms of the weaknesses, given that the archetype focuses on gaining life points, it is extremely vulnerable to cards such as Earthbound Greater, Linewalker, Bad Reaction to Smoochie, and Dark Lord Nurse Reticule, which attempt to subvert life point gaining effects and instead damage you for the same amount. Asleep at the Switch presents the archetype with another weakness, as it can be used to destroy aroma monsters when their controller gains life points, an incredibly common occurrence for the deck. If one does not directly consider the life point aspect of these monsters as a consideration, the archetype can still be subdued through many other means. More generally, effect negators like Skill Drain, Angel 07, Infinite Impermanence, and Majesty's Fiend can shut down Aromage effects. The summoning emphasis of some of the Aroma cards can also be put in check via Narrow Pass, Summon Limit, and Summon Breaker. The weakness of the attributes make them vulnerable to Ghost Match and Battle of the Elements. Aroma monsters can also be easily tributed through Kaijus, Lava Golem, and other examples, unless you control Cactus Bouncer, and easily removed from the field through general field control due to a lack of card effect immunity, back row removal, and total uselessness off of the field. Finally, the known Aromage monsters thus so far are not of hefty attack and defense, except for the secondary effect of Bergamot. Therefore, unless the effect of Rosemary is serving as a temporary bridle against monsters at pinch, they can easily be held against more aggressive and faster deck builds. The back row support is highly vulnerable to general spell and trap card removal, and furthermore, none of these cards have effects when they're destroyed or are in the graveyard, nor effects that banish themselves from the graveyard for other effects. The first effect of Humid Winds can also be stopped by Thunder King Ryo, Droll Knockbird, and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. The later two, which can effectively cause a waste of an eighth of one's total life points. Aroma Jar is a winged attribute rock type flip effect monster. It's level 1 with 500 attack and 400 defense. If this card is flipped face up, this card cannot be destroyed by battle, while it is face up on the field. If this card is flipped face up during each player's end phase, you gain 500 life points. This is a consistency for the Aroma deck. It likes to have as many life point boosting effects as possible. The higher your life points, the more you preserve for yourself within the duel, and those monsters then get additional effects of you gaining life points. It's strange that this is a jar card, as most of the other jars, including Morphing Jar number 2, Cyber Jar, and some other jar cards, have had bans because of them being considered too powerful. This is the exception to the rule, but I suppose you can negate the prevention from being destroyed by battle effect by other cards as a way of removing this as an example, such as through effect bait. Aromage Bergamot is a fire attribute plant type level 6 with 2400 attack and 1800 defense. While your life point is higher than your opponent's, if a plant type monster you control attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. Once per turn, if you gain life points, this card gains 1000 attack and defense until the end of your opponent's turn. I believe this is actually the most powerful of their normal deck monster cards, and it's quite decent as it grants all of your plant type monsters the ability to do piercing battle damage so long as your life points are higher than the opponent's. And each turn, so long as you gain life points and this card is on the field, it gains 1000 attack and defense until the end of your opponent's turn. That means it stays as a 3400 attack monster and is quite difficult to get over. Aromage Kananga is a earth attribute plant type level 3 with 1400 attack and 1000 defense. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, face-up monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack and defense. Once per turn, if you gain life points, target one spell or trap card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. The first spell effect helps to reduce your opponent's monsters' attack and defense, making it easier for your weaker monsters to get over those. It also has the opportunity, when you gain life points, to take a spell or trap card the opponent has and return that to the hand, making it more difficult for your opponent to interact against this deck, and makes it easier for you to get your combos out. Aromage Jasmine is a light attribute plant type level 2 with 100 attack and 1900 defense. During the main phase, while your life points are higher than your opponent's, you can normal summon one plant monster in addition to your normal summon set, except Aromage Jasmine. You can only gain this effect once per turn, and once per turn, if you gain life points, draw one card. The additional effect of this card is, provided your life points are higher, you can gain an additional normal summon of a plant monster, and it doesn't have to be specific within the archetype, it can be any plant monster, so you can get 2 normal summons each and every turn consistently. If you gain life points in the turn, you get to draw an additional card, which provides you with more card advantage. Also note that with 1900 defense points, it is quite tricky for your opponent to get over when you've got your full setup on board. Aromage Laurel is a wind attribute plant type level 1 with 800 attack and 0 defense. If your life points are higher than your opponent's, you can special summon this card from your hand. If you gain life points, target one tuner plant monster on the field. It is treated as a tuner this turn. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can gain 500 life points. You can only use each effect of Aromage Laurel once per turn. First part of the effect provided your life points are higher than your opponent's, you get to instantly special summon this card from the hand. And you can choose a non-tuner plant monster on the field, and it can be treated as a tuner this turn. So the higher level ones can make you go into a much stronger synchro monster. When this card is sent to the graveyard, including obviously when it's used as part of a synchro summon as an example, or through the link summoning of one of their monsters, you gain 500 life points. It's a very small increase in life points, but every boost helps support the deck. Aromage Marjoram is a dark attribute plant type effect monster. It's a level 5 with 2000 attack and 1600 defense. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, you can take no battle damage from battles involving your plant monsters. You can only use each of these effects of Aromage Marjoram per turn. If a plant monster you control is destroyed in battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand and then gain 500 life points. If you gain life points, target a number of cards in your opponent's graveyard up to the number of aroma monsters you control and banish them. First part of the effect allows you to take no battle damage provided you have higher life points than the opponent for any of your plant monsters. That's decent as it prevents your opponent from chipping away enough to get rid of this advantage. As soon as a plant monster you control is destroyed in battle and sent to the graveyard, this card can straight away be special summoned and you gain an additional 500 life points. The other ability, as soon as you gain life points, you get to target a number of cards in the opponent's graveyard, equivalent to the number of aroma monsters you control, and banish them. And they can be anything. It can be spell, trap, or monsters. It doesn't matter. But you can just get rid of a number of cards, which will make it more difficult for your opponent to get those cards back. Aromage Rosemary is a water attribute plant type effect monster, level 4 with 1800 attack and 700 defense. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, if a plant monster you control attacks, your opponent cannot activate monster effects until the end of the damage step. Once per turn, if you gain life points, target one face-up monster on the field, change its battle position. This is one of the key cards within the deck, and it's probably the strongest of the level 4 monsters that they already have. Provided you have higher life points than your opponents, if a plant monster you control attacks, your opponent just cannot activate any monster effects until the end of the damage step, which can be quite useful. And as soon as you gain life points in a turn, you can alter the battle position of an opponent's monster or even one of your own. And this can be useful if the attack or defense of the monster happens to be weaker than the other position it was already in, making it much easier to get over those cards. Aroma Lilith Magnolia is a dark attribute plant type fusion effect monster. It's a level 8 with 2600 attack and 1800 defense. It requires an aroma monster and a plant monster. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, plant monsters you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Once per turn, you can pay 2000 life points, banish cards on the field equal to the number of humid winds, dried winds, and blessed winds you control. Once per turn, if you gain life points, even during the damage step, you can make all plant monsters you currently control gain attack equal to the life points gained until the end of this turn. The fusion summon on this card isn't too bad, as it just needs one aroma monster and it can be any of those plus an additional plant monster. So if you splash this within like the Reaper deck, then that can actually work quite well. Provided your life points are higher than your opponent's, all of your plant monsters cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, so it provides them with that level of immunity. And once per turn, you can pay 2000 life points, which isn't bad, as you can generate life points within the deck pretty quickly. You can banish cards on the field equal to the number of humid winds, dried winds, and blessed winds, so that's up to 3 cards, but you have to banish the cards equivalent. So if you and your opponent have cards on the field and your opponent only has 2 cards and you have all 3 of these cards, you're going to have to banish one of your cards in order to meet the condition of this card, so you do need to be aware of that. Once a turn, provided you gain life points except during the damage step, you can make all plant monsters you currently control gain attack equal to the life point gain. This is only until the end of the turn, but it's a decent enough effect to boost your cards to a point where they can get rid of most of your opponent's threat. Roma Lilith Rosalina is a dark attribute plant type tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 with 0 attack and defense. As a quick effect, you can discard this card, then target one aroma monster you control. It gains life points equal to half its attack. If this card is null or special summoned, you can special summon one non-tuner aroma monster from your deck. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except plant monsters. You can only use each effect of Aroma Lilith Rosalina once per turn. This is another one of the tuner monsters that I have. It's got 0 attack and defense, but that's not necessarily a problem. As soon as this card is discarded, you can just take an Aroma monster you control and gain life points equal to half its attack, and it doesn't have to be its original attack. If you think with Bergamot, it can become, through its own effect, a 3,400 attack monster. Therefore, you can take an increase of 1,700 life points. If this card happens to be null or special summoned, you get to special summon a non-tuner Aroma monster from your deck, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to lock you into a specific level, but you are locked into just special summoning plant-type monsters for the duration of the turn. This is an easy way to go into some of your higher level monsters without too much sacrifice. Aroma Lilith Rosemary is a dark attribute plant type link 3 effect monster. Its link points are the bottom left, the bottom and the bottom right, and it has 2,200 attack points. It needs 2+ plant monsters. If this card is special summoned, you can add 1 Aroma card from your deck to your hand. If you gain life points even during a damage step, you can special summon up to 3 Aroma monsters from your hand to your zones this card points to. You can attribute 1 monster this card points to, then target 1 card on the field and banish it. And if you do, gain 1,000 life points. You can only use each effect of Aroma Lilith Rosemary once per turn. The summoning on this card isn't too difficult, as getting 3 of your plant monsters onto the field is fine. The deck pretty much works quite well for it. When this card is special summoned, so it can actually be through its additional summon or revived from the graveyard, you can search for an Aroma card from your deck and add that straight to the hand. If you gain life points, even including at the damage step, you can special summon up to 3 Aroma monsters from the hand to the link points of this card. In doing so, it does provide you the ability to tribute a monster this card points to, and target a card on the field, it gets banished, and you get the benefit of an additional 1,000 life points. There are currently only 2 link monsters that the deck has, and the other one isn't so impressive. This is kind of an upgrade to what they already have. Aroma Celery Angelica is a light attribute plant type tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 with 0 attack and defense. During either player's turn, you can discard this card, then target 1 Aroma monster in your graveyard, gain life points equal to that target's attack. All your life points are higher than your opponent's. You control an Aroma monster and this card is in the graveyard. You can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use each effect of Aroma Celery Angelica once per turn. This is another tuner monster that the deck has, and it's probably the weaker of the two. Either turn, you're able to discard this card, then just choose an Aroma monster in your graveyard and gain life points equal to that target's attack. This one is a little bit better than the other tuner for life point gain, as the previous one was just half of the attack points of the monster. This is the full amount. While your life points are higher than the opponent's, and you control an Aroma monster, this card can be special summoned from the graveyard, but when it's done this way, it then gets banished after it's used. So it has multiple forms of utility, but it can only be used a set amount of times. Aroma Celery Jasmine is a light attribute plant type link monster. Its link points are the bottom left and the bottom right, and it's linked 2 monster. It has 1,800 attack and it requires 2 plant monsters. If your life points are higher than your opponent's, this card and any plant monster it points to cannot be destroyed by battle. You can tribute 1 monster this card points to, special summon 1 plant monster from your deck in defense position. You can only use this effect of Aroma Celery Jasmine once per turn. Once per turn, if you gain life points, add 1 plant monster from your deck to your hand. The summoning on this card isn't too bad, as it just needs 2 plant monsters. It doesn't even have to be within its own archetype. Provided your life points are higher than your opponent's, this card and any plant monsters this card points to cannot be destroyed by battle, so it does provide some form of protection. Combine this with the other one and you've got various forms of protection for certain cards. You're able to tribute a monster this card points to and just special summon a plant monster from the deck. It does have to be in defense position, but that's only for the duration of that turn. It doesn't have to really sit there. This effect can only be used once a turn, but that's fine. And if you gain life points, you get to just search for a plant monster from your deck to your hand. It doesn't even have to be an in-archetype type card, so long as it's a plant. Searching for the card is very consistent and means that since you're constantly increasing your life points, this is a decent way of searching for the specific cards you want rather than running random support cards. Aroma Celery Rosemary is a light attribute plant type synchro effect monster. It's a level 5 with 2,000 attack and a 900 defense. It requires a tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, all plant-type monsters you control gain a 500 attack and defense. Once per turn, if you gain life points, target one face-up card your opponent controls. That face-up card has its effects negated until the end of the turn. Summoning on this is pretty easy, as it just needs a tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters, and so generic. Provided your life points are higher than your opponent's, all plant-type monsters you have gain 500 attack and defense, so this helps to improve the stat lineups of even your weakest monsters. Bear in mind that there is another one, I think that's the Kanaga, which has the ability to suppress your opponent's life, attack and defense points by 500, so you can make the difference about 1,000 each way. And provided you gain life points each and every turn, you can just take a face-up card the opponent controls and negate its effects for the duration of the turn. It doesn't have to just be a monster, it could be a face-up spell or trap card. Aromasynthy Sweet Marjoram is a light attribute plant-type synchro monster. It's a level 6 with 2,200 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. While your life points are higher than your opponent's, your opponent cannot target plant monsters you control with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Aromasynthy Sweet Marjoram once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add one Humid Winds, Dried Winds, or Blessed Winds from your deck to your hand. Or if you gain life points, target one card your opponent controls and destroy it. The summoning on this isn't difficult, as it just needs 2 generic cards, and so long as your life points are higher than the opponent's, your opponent cannot target plant monsters you control with card effects. There's also the one that prevents your plant monsters from being destroyed by card effects. So if you have both cards on the field, you have the double utility of protection. And there's also the one that protect your monsters from being destroyed by battle. Having all 3 of those extra monsters will provide the full rounded protection. The searching ability when this card is synchro summoned lets you add one of the 3 continuous trap cards, and each of them has different effects which help to support the operation of the deck. Or you can choose, when you gain life points, to just target a card your opponent controls and destroy it. It can be either a spell, a trap, or a monster, and it's just whenever you gain life points. These are both once per turn effects, but bear in mind that they can be used interchangeably as and when you need. Aroma Blend is a normal spell card. The effect is to discard one card, place one Humid Winds, Dry Winds, or Blessed Winds from your hand or deck face up in your spell and trap zone. You can banish this card from your graveyard, fusion summon one plant fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing its materials from your hand or field. If your life points are higher than your opponent's, you can also banish plant monsters from your graveyard as a material. You can only use each effect of Aroma Blend once per turn. The nice thing about this card is, unlike the other ones which just search for those cards, this not only lets you search for the card, it puts it face up in your spell and trap zone, so you don't have to wait for the next turn, as often that's the weakness of trap cards. It does come at the discard cost, so that is a disadvantage to it, but that's fine, as monsters in the graveyard can be recovered through various means, and you can banish this card and it treats itself as a polymerization. If you happen to have high life points than your opponents, not only are you able to use the materials from the hand or the field, but also from the graveyard, which means you're not using additional resources. Aroma Garden is a field spell card. The effect is once per turn. If you control an aroma monster, you gain 500 life points. Also, all monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense until the end of the opponent's next turn, even if this card leaves the field. If face-up aroma monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard, you gain 1,000 life points. The first part of the effect, provided you have an aroma monster, you can gain additional 500 life points, and that's a consistent gaining of life points so long as you can meet that condition. All monsters you control gain 500 attack and defense until the end of the opponent's next turn. And even though this is a temporary increase, if you add in all the other increases and decreases to the opponent, this will make quite a difference, even though a lot of the aroma monsters are quite weak. If a face-up aroma monster is destroyed by battle or card effect, you also gain an additional 1,000 life points. This is a way of topping up your life points to a point where they are above and beyond your opponent, and it will be very difficult for them to get you down to below their life points. Aroma Gardening is a continuous spell card. If you normal or special summon an aroma monster except during the damage step, you gain 1,000 life points. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, while your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can special summon one aroma monster from your deck. You can only use each effect of Aroma Gardening once per turn. Provided you normal special summon an aroma monster, you are able to instantly get 1,000 life points. and when an opponent's monster declares an attack, if you have lower life points than the opponent, you can instantly special summon an aroma monster from your deck. So either way, it does have the double utility. Either you're gaining more life points when an aroma monster is actually normal or special summoned, or if your life points are threatened and weaker, then it tries to make up for that by giving you extra support from your main deck. Aroma Healing is a normal trap card. The effect is to gain 1000 life points for each aroma monster with a different name. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one aroma monster in your graveyard, special summon it, but banish it when it leaves the field, then gain 500 life points. You can only use one Aroma Healing effect per turn and only once that turn. The first ability on this card lets you instantly gain 1000 life points for each aroma monster on the field with a different name. If you've got multiple on the field, you can be gaining some of 3000 or so life points, maybe a little bit more if you want to be generous, and that is a consistent increase. Even though it's a one-off boost, it might be enough for you to then trigger off certain effects, which only work when your life points are higher than your opponent's. By banishing this card, you can take a aroma monster in your graveyard and it gets to special summon itself, and you gain 500 life points, but it gets banished when it leaves the field, so that's the downside of this effect. Blessed Winds is a continuous trap card. The effect is you can activate one of the following effects. Send one plant monster from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard to gain 5 life points. Or target one plant monster in your graveyard, shuffle it into the deck, then gain 500 life points, or pay 1000 life points to special summon one aroma monster from your graveyard. You can only use this effect of Blessed Wings once per turn. Each and every turn, you can use one of any of the 3 effects depending on your situation and what works best for you. First ability just lets you send a plant monster from the hand or face up on the field to the graveyard to gain 500 life points. Maybe the life points are more needed, and maybe the cards that you want happen to be in the hand that you just don't need for that time. Or the second ability lets you take a plant monster in your graveyard, so it really works with the first effect to first pitch the card, and that gets shuffled back into the deck, and you get to then gain an additional 500 life points. Or the final version, which works also with the first part of the effect. By paying 1000 life points, you just get to special summon an aroma monster from your graveyard. So pitching the card from the hand to gain 500 life points, and then paying 1000 life points the following turn to revive that monster. You're really only at a deficit of 500 life points. Dried Winds is a continuous trap card. The effect is if you gain life points, target one face-up monster your opponent controls, destroy it. If you control an aroma monster and your life points are at least 3000 higher than your opponent's, you can pay life points equal to the difference, destroy face-up monsters your opponent controls, whose combined attack is less than or equal to the life points you paid to activate this effect. You can only use each effect of Dried Winds once per turn. First ability, provided you gain life points, lets you take a face-up monster your opponent controls and straight away destroy it. Provided you have an aroma monster and your life points are at least 3000 higher than your opponent's, by paying life points equal to that difference, you're able to destroy any face-up monsters that happen to be combined attack is less than or equal to the life points you paid to activate this effect. So you are able to potentially get rid of 2, maybe 3 of your opponent's weaker monsters. Each of these effects can only be used once per turn, but it's a good way of disrupting your opponent if you remove their combo pieces before they can actually use them properly. Humid Winds is a continuous trap card. The effect is you can pay 1000 life points and add one aroma monster from your deck to your hand. If your life points are lower than your opponent's, you can gain 500 life points. You can only use each effect of Humid Winds once per turn. The first part effect, just by paying 1000 life points, lets you consistently search for your own monsters from your deck to your hand. This could be beneficial as a consistent way of getting exactly what you need rather than relying on random luck to draw into what you want. If your life points have to be lower than the opponent's, you also gain 500 life points. So suppose that's actually the benefit of if you have to pay the costs to bring those cards out. This is a decent effect and is quite useful within the archetype. Overall, the Aroma Seraphy archetype is really useful. It's got separate different abilities and cards. You've got several different incarnations of the deck, and each works well with gaining life points and paying life points in order to disrupt your opponent and to destroy their cards. It works well within the Sun Avalon deck, as well as the Reapers and any additional cards that we're getting in the future, including the Ragnarika, which is the Link monsters. Overall, it's quite decent, and I can imagine we're getting more support in the future. This is supposed to be the archetype that is coming soon and expecting next month for Yugioh Master Duel, We'll wait and see if it does get its release in September, but as of what I've seen from various videos by a couple of different YouTubers, that is supposedly what we're about to get. The Apocryphosis archetype. It says here is the notes trying together Lost World, Magalencia, and Early Worm lore. They previously called this theme Long Hour, which is the Chinese reading of the characters for Ryuj, unsure of the exact name concept, but aware it was themed on Romance of the Three Kingdoms due to three factions warring to the top dog. With further information, they decided to go with a much clearer name, aware of the concepts Konami was likely trying to convey. They went with the Apocryphosis to reflect the theme's name is on a play of sublimation/ascension. Basically, Apocryphosis and Draco as the theme concept introduced by Konami on the Japanese version of Yugioh explained it as things that are dragon-like ascending to being an outright dragon. Notably, China heavily connects the Emperor to a dragon, which explains why it's dragon-like things that aren't quite dragons, as they have not taken the throne. Each main deck monster uses its type name and a word that has the Chinese word for dragon as a part of its radical, a portion of the character in question. As well, Toriuman refers to an act of ascension, glorification, or rising higher. This first card is Guiba Rugged Apocryphosis of Dino Crag. It's a level 10 Earth Attribute Dinosaur type effect monster, with 3000 attack and 1200 defense. You can only use the first, second, and third effect with this card's name each once per turn. 1. You can shuffle this card from your hand into the deck. Add 1 Apocryphosis Ascension Gate of Dino Crag from your deck to your hand. 2. During the main phase, if 2 or more cards were destroyed this turn, as a quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. And 3. You can place 1 face-up Apocryphosis Ascension Gate of Dino Crag you control on the bottom of the deck, then target other cards on the field, up to the number of types among monsters on the field, destroy them. The card is a level 10 monster, which you would assume is going to be quite difficult to bring out, as it would typically need 2 tributes in order to do so. First ability, simply shuffling this card from the hand into the deck. You can search for the specific card that works alongside this. Depending on how good that card is, will determine how good that first effect is. Second ability, just if 2 or more of your cards have been destroyed this turn, and it doesn't have to be through your opponent destroying them, you can actually do that yourself. You can instantly special summon this card, so this is a way of mitigating the 2 tribute requirement. And the third ability just lets you place the same card that you searched for to the bottom of the deck, then target other cards on the field, up to the number of types among monsters on the field, and destroy them. Currently, within the type, there are 3 types, so you've got the dinosaurs, the worms, and the sea serpents. That means if you're running those as a pure startup deck, you can get rid of up to 3 cards. It's also key to note that the design on it being a dinosaur is actually quite heavily supported, as existing dinosaur archetypes do work alongside with it, as dinosaurs do like to destroy each other to trigger off their effects. Think of things such as Baby Cerosaurus, and even I think the level 12 fusion monster does something similar to that. Weinba Abyssal Apocryphosis of Serpentfall is a level 10 water attribute sea serpent effect monster. It has 3000 attack, 2000 defense. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this per turn. 1. You can discard this card, add 1 Apocryphosis Ascension Gate of Serpentfall from your deck to your hand. 2. During a main phase, if 2 or more monsters other than Weinba Abyssal Apocryphosis of Serpentfall were sent from the hand and or deck to the graveyard this turn, as a quick effect, you can special summon this card from your graveyard. And 3. You can place 1 face-up Apocryphosis Ascension Gate of Serpentfall you control on the bottom of the deck, banish your opponent's entire hand, and if they do, they draw the same number of cards. Isn't that great? I don't think there's that many sea serpent type monsters that reach level 10 or meet any conditions that actually support the way of this card's design. The first ability just lets you discard this to bring out its specific continuous spell card. Again, like the other one, we'll determine how good that is based on its reading. Second ability, just if 2 or more monsters other than itself have been sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, and this can be either triggered by yourself or your opponent or a combination of both, you can just instantly special summon this card from the graveyard. Often it's a good idea to maybe Foolish Burial this card, as it's a way of getting this straight into the graveyard to then do that. But if your opponent knows what you're doing, they will typically be able to stop that by a Called by the Grave effect, or they'll do something to, like Ash Blossom, to negate that ability. Third ability just lets you place the continuous spell version of itself to the bottom of the deck. you do get to banish your opponent's entire hand, and they do get to draw the same number of cards. There is a strategy out there, and there's a particular monster that prevents your opponent from drawing outside of their draw phase. That would work alongside this card, as that means they are left handless. That will make it very difficult for your opponent to come back unless they're running an Infernity type of deck. Another benefit is often your opponent is going to have crafted their hand, would have searched for the particulars that they need for the deck. So if you're familiar with how their deck proceeds and runs, timing this card's effect is the best way of disrupting your opponent. Baba, Champion Apodrosis of Wormhaze, is a level 10 wind attribute worm type of monster with 3000 attack and 1500 defense. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. You can banish this card from your hand, add 1 Apodrosis, Ascension Gate of Wormhaze, from your deck to your hand. 2. If a monster becomes banished, face up while this card is banished, and there are currently 2 or more banished monsters other than Baba Champion Apodrosis of Wormhaze, you can special summon this card. And 3. You can place 1 face-up Apodrosis, Ascension Gate of Wormhaze, you control on the bottom of the deck. Add 1 Apodrosis card from your deck, graveyard, or banishment to your hand, except Baba Champion Apodrosis of Wormhaze. The first ability just lets you banish this card from your hand. That's decent, as it's just an instant way of searching its particular continuous spell. Second ability, if a monster becomes banished, face up whilst this card is also banished, and there are 2 more banished monsters other than itself, you can instantly special summon this card. It's designed as though you banish your opponent's cards. That's fine, as that helps you to just reoccur this effect. Third ability, just taking its continuous spell card, putting that to the bottom of the deck. You can search for any of the Apodrosis cards, be that a monster, a spell, or trap card, from either the deck, the graveyard, or the banishment straight to your hand. So it has instant recovery if you're later within the duel. Wamba Luminous Apodrosis of Starforge is a level 10 light attribute dragon type ritual pendulum effect monster. It has 3500 attack and 2500 defense, with pendulum scale of 0. The pendulum effect is you can only use the pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. 1. During your main phase, you can add 1 Apodrosis card from your deck to your hand, except a pendulum monster, then destroy this card. The monster effect, you can ritual summon this card with Gwamba Luminous Apodrosis of Starforge, must be special summoned by its own effect. You can only special summon Gwamba Luminous Apodrosis of Starforge once per turn. 1. If a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, while this card is in the etch deck, you can attribute 1 level 10 Apodrosis monster, and if you do, special summon this. This is treated as a ritual summon. Then you can destroy up to 2 cards you control, and if you do, place an equal number of Apodrosis continuous spells from your deck face up on your field. The attack on this card is okay for a level 10 monster. It has 3500 attack points. It is a pendulum scale of 0, so it does let you pendulum summon into level 1 monsters, which is nice. It being a dragon ritual pendulum monster does make it quite unique. I don't think of any other combinations that meet these conditions. I think there is like a paladin card which was the Nirvana High Paladin, and that's the nearest kind of example I can give as to something somewhat similarly designed. The first ability, which is the pendulum one, lets you search for a Apodrosis card from the deck to hand. It doesn't matter which one, so long as it's in the archetype, it can be used, and this card then gets instantly destroyed. Pendulum monsters that are destroyed then go face up in the etch deck. Remember that's actually quite important. The monster effect lets you just special summon this card without having to use a dedicated ritual spell. This being an inbuilt ability prevents a lot of the downsides that a lot of ritual monsters have. In the past, most of them had a dedicated named spell card to bring them out, and that meant running all these bricks, which you would often kind of brick into various cards and not be able to bring out your ritual cards. These days, you have generally more support for rituals which are generic and let you bring out things just based on the attribute they are, or lets you summon cards which are their own archetype or sub-archetype in certain cases. The first ability is if a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or effect, provided this card is in the extras deck, so that will happen through its first effect, which was a pendulum effect. By just attributing a level 10 Apodrosis monster, and they're all level 10, this card can instantly be special summoned. You do then have to destroy up to 2 cards that you control, but they get replaced with continuous spell cards from the same archetype. Apotricosis Wild Creation is a quick play spell card. You can only use one of the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn and only once that turn. 1. Add one Apotricosis monster from your deck to your hand. Then you can add one Apotricosis Pendulum monster from your hand to your extra deck face up. During your main phase, if you control a Apotricosis Pendulum monster card, you can banish this card and one Apotricosis monster from your graveyard. Special one Apotricosis monster from your deck with the same original type as the monster banished. The first ability lets you add an Apotricosis monster from the deck to hand, so it can be any of them. And then from there, you can add a Apotricosis Pendulum monster, so that's the current one, from your hand to your extra deck face. That's another way of bringing it straight to the extra deck without having to use its pendulum effect. That's only concerning if your opponent, or you fear that your opponent has any sort of negation abilities. Second ability, provided you have the Apotricosis Pendulum monster card, this card can be banished and one Apotricosis monster from your graveyard to instantly special summon another version of Apotricosis, provided it's the same original type as the monster banished. Given that you only have 3, you'd be banishing one to bring out a copy of itself from the deck, assuming that we don't get another couple of versions of these cards. Apotricosis Ascension Crest of Transmigration is a field spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once each. 1. When this card resolves, take 3 monsters from your deck, 1 dinosaur, 1 sea serpent, and 1 worm. Add one of them to your hand, banish one other, and send the last to the graveyard. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except dragon, dinosaur, sea serpent, and monsters. 2. If you have a face-up Guamba Luminous Apotricosis of Starforge in your extra deck, you can special summon up to 3 Apotricosis monsters with different types, 1 each from your deck, graveyard, and or banishment. This card is attempting to tie the entire deck together. Given that the entire archetype so far consists of dinosaur, sea serpent, worms, and dragons, makes sense. This lets you add one of them to the hand, so you'll be doing that with the dinosaur one. One of them that gets banished, I think that is the one, and each of their effects work from those particular fields, your kind of field. You are restricted to using only those types of monsters for the rest of those turn, but that's fine, it's just a special summon. Second ability, provided you have the ritual monster in your extra deck, which a couple of cards already do itself, within its effect does that, and also the quick play spell card, you're instantly able to special summon up to 3 Apotricosis monsters with different types, so each of them from the deck, graveyard, and or banishment will allow you to go into various cards more easily, and then hopefully go into rank 10 monsters. Apotricosis Ascension Gate of Dino Crag, so this is the one that supports the dinosaur type level 10. It's a continuous spell. You can only control 1 Apotricosis Ascension Gate of Dino Crag. 2 Apotricosis monsters you control gain 300 attack, and 3 Apotricosis Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher monsters whose original type is dinosaur you control gain this effect. Once per turn, when the effect of a monster on the field with less attack than this card is activated, as a quick effect, you can place 1 face-up Apotricosis continuous spell you control on the bottom of the deck, negate the activation. First ability is just a limit in that you can only control 1 copy of this card. Otherwise, if you were able to use this multiple times in a turn, that would be unfair. Second ability just provides your Apotricosis monsters with an additional 300 attack points, turning them from a 3000 attack monster to a 3300 attack monster. And the third ability allows your Apotricosis Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher monsters who are dinosaur types, but they have to be the original levels, to be able to negate the effects of a monster on the field with less than the 3300 attack points when this card is activated. It does force this card to then place 1 face-up Apotricosis continuous spell on the bottom of the deck, so it can either be itself or another version of a different card. That card won't be that searchable outside of the specific archetype, but bear in mind that you're also able to shuffle your deck, hopefully within the duel, and so it won't stay on the bottom of your deck for too long. These effects that grant additional effects to other monsters are a good way of synergizing decks together, whereas this almost seems like trying to enhance and support various archetypes and typings together to make them more useful. Apotricosis Ascension Gate of Serpentfall is a continuous spell card. 1. You can only control 1 Apotricosis Ascension Gate of Serpentfall. 2. Your Apotricosis monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. And 3. Apotricosis Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher monsters whose original type is Sea Serpent, you control gain this effect. Once per opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can place one face-up Apotheosis continuous spell you control on the bottom of the deck. Then target one card on the field, return it to the hand. First ability just limits it to only having one of those copies of the cards on the field, same as the other one. Second ability provides your Apotheosis monsters immunity from being destroyed by battle, which is not bad. Third ability, it allows your Pendulum monster and a level 10 or higher monster who happens to be a Sea Serpent the ability to take a Apotheosis continuous spell that you control, put it on the bottom of the deck, and then you can target a card on the field, it gets returned to the hand. So it's a decent way of disrupting your opponent. Since it's a quick effect and it can only be used during your opponent's turn, it's a way of disrupting your opponent before they can go into key cards. Apotheosis Ascension Gate of Worm is a continuous spell card. You can only control one Apotheosis Ascension Gate of Worm Haze. 2. Any monster sent from the field to the graveyard during your opponent's turn is banished instead. And 3. Apotheosis Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher monsters whose original type is Worm you control gain this effect. Once per opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can place one face-up Apotheosis continuous spell you control on the bottom of the deck, then target one face-up monster on the field, change its attack to 0. First ability is the same limitations on the other continuous spell cards, you can only have one of them. Second ability means that any monster sent from the field to the graveyard during the opponent's turn is banished, so depending on your situation that could be either a good thing or a bad thing, but when it's disrupting what your opponent does, often they can't recover from the banish pile. Third ability grants your Apotheosis Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher monsters who happen to be worm types the ability to take your Apotheosis continuous spell, put it on the bottom of the deck, and then you zero out your opponent's attack points of a particular monster. Out of the 3 effects, it's probably the least relevant for the time being, as there are cards which are better suited to the deck, but it's a decent enough effect to warrant running. It mentions here that there are a number of reprints, so we'll actually briefly cover what those cards do and how they would synergize with the deck. Senju of the Thousand Hands is a light attribute fairy type level 4 with 1400 attack and 1000 defense. When this card is normal or flip summoned, you can add one ritual monster from your deck to your hand. Given that there is a ritual monster and it can ritual summon itself through its own effect, that's justification for why you'd want this card. Planet Pathfinder is an Earth attribute machine type level 4. It has 1000 attack and 1000 defense. You contribute this card and one field spell from your deck to your hand. This isn't a particularly bad card for the deck, as it does have its own dedicated field spell in the form of Apotheosis Ascension Crest of Transmigration. The idea of the field spell is that it's able to help you search and reveal for those particular monsters, the dinosaur, the sea serpent, and the worm, and let you special summon each of those from different areas of the hand, the deck, and the graveyard, enabling you to go into these cards. Also, it's worth noting that the 3 monsters themselves do not need to be normal summoned, so eating up your normal summon through the effect of the Planet Pathfinder is also not an issue. Arch Nemesis Protos is a dark attribute worm type level 11 monster with 2500 attack and 3000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must first be special summoned from your hand by banishing 3 monsters with different attributes from your graveyard and off face-up field. It cannot be destroyed by card effects, and you can declare one monster attribute on the field, destroy all monsters on the field with that attribute, also until the end of the next turn, and either player can special summon monsters with that attribute. You can only use this effect of Arch Nemesis Protos once per turn. This is working with the deck as it's a level 11 monster, and anything that's level 10 or above works in conjunction with this. It's a worm type, so that's the reason for it, and the current 3 other monsters happen to be all separate attributes. One is a fire attribute, one is a wind attribute, one is a water attribute, and so meets those conditions. This is protected from being destroyed by card effects. Also, it has the opportunity to wipe out your opponents of a declared attribute. Obviously, you're not going to choose dark, otherwise it would self-implode this card. But if you choose any other attribute, it would maybe work to your advantage, as the monsters that are destroyed of your own that go into the graveyard are fine, as they can be recurred, whereas they might be more difficult for your opponent. Super Dimensional Robot Galaxy Destroyer is a rank 10 light attribute machine type Xyz effect monster with 5000 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 3 level 10 monsters Once per turn, you can detach one material from this card, destroy all spell or trap cards your opponent controls. Your opponent can activate spell or trap cards in response to this effect's activation. Given that all three of the monsters are level 10, bringing this card out isn't a problem. It has the ability to destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards, therefore it's like a Harpy's Feather Duster in a 5000 attack body. It also prevents your opponent from responding to this card's activation, but it doesn't have a quick effect, and so it can be gotten rid of still before ever activating its effect. And Yugioh of Theological Demiurge is a Link monster. It's a Link 3 Dark Attribute Silas monster. Points are the left, the bottom, and the right, with 3,500 attack points. It requires 3 level 5 or higher monsters, and it cannot be used as Link material. This Link Summon card is unaffected by other monster effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Yugioh of Theological Demiurge once per turn. During a main phase, if you control this card that was Link Summoned using the 3 monsters that have different attributes and types on the field, you can destroy all other cards on the field. If your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck except during the damage step, you can special summon a Wild Legacy monster from your deck. This makes sense in its summoning as it requires 3 level 5 or higher monsters, and with its first effect, so long as the monsters that you use are 3 different types and attributes, which all of those 3 monsters were, you can instantly destroy all other cards on the field. It's a good way of clearing both yours and your opponent's field and just leaving you with this particular card. The other aspect is if the opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck, you're then given the ability to special summon a Wild Legacy monster from your deck. Overall, I think this deck looks quite promising, and there are different interactions depending on the types of cards you have. The most common ones being the level 10 dinosaur monsters. Those are the ones that are going to synergize best. I don't think we have so many in terms of sea serpents or worms, but then that alludes to potentially having more in the future to supplement these cards, as it's more of an engine rather than its own deck. The Ragnarika archetype, a series of monsters referred to in the OCG as Rika, combined of insects, plants, and reptile monsters. They have seen their release within the Legacy of Destruction, in the Infinite Forbidden, and Rage of the Abyss, and are likely to get further support down the line. Ragnarika Armored Lizard is a Dark Attribute Reptile level 4 with 0 attack and 2,300 defense. Its effect is that you can special summon this card from your hand by banishing 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster from your graveyard. You can only special summon Ragnarika Armored Lizard once per turn this way. You can discard 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster, then target 1 face-up monster your opponent controls, except an insect, plant, or reptile monster, which add it to the hand. You can only use this effect of Ragnarika Armored Lizard once per turn. It has decent defense points for a level 4 monster with 2,300, and is actually named after a card that Joey Wheeler used within Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. That was the original Armored Lizard. It only had 1,500 attack and 1,200 defense, so it's not trying to mirror anything other than partially its name. This is able to be special summoned pretty easily by banishing an insect, a plant, or a reptile from your graveyard. Very simple. And by discarding an insect, a plant, or a reptile monster, you're able to take one of your opponent's face-up monsters, and it gets returned to hand. It's a good way of disrupting your opponent, but you need to consider that it's not a very useful effect if your opponent is running similar types of cards, as those cards that insect, plant, or reptile are immune to this ability. Ragnarika Chain Coils is a fire attribute reptile link effect monster, and the points are the bottom left, the bottom and the bottom right, and the right. It has 2,900 attack points. It's a link 4. It requires 2+ monsters, including an insect, a plant, or a reptile monster. If your opponent activates a monster effect, except during the damage step, you can activate this effect. Neither player can activate the effects of monsters in the hand this turn. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster you control, place it on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, you can special summon for the rest of this turn, except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. You can only use each effect of Ragnarika Chain Coils once per turn. The summoning condition on this card isn't particularly that easy, as it needs 2+ monsters, and they all have to be insect, plant, or reptiles, or any combination of the 3. But given that you have other link monsters, it's probably easier said than done. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you're able to trigger an effect which shuts down any monsters from activating in the hand. Therefore, any hand traps are negated for the duration of the turn. When this card is in the graveyard, just by targeting an insect, plant, or reptile that you have on your field and placing it on the bottom of the deck, this card can be revived from the graveyard. These effects can only be used once per turn, but it does have that reoccurrence to it. You also have to consider that even though you're putting a particular monster to the bottom of your deck, most likely you're going to be shuffling those cards to search for other cards at some point, and so they won't stick to the bottom of the deck for too long. I think as well, for a Link 4 monster, 2,900 is around the baseline for most of them. If you consider things such as the topologic Armor Dragon, that is also a Link 4 and requires certain conditions to summon it. Ragnarika Mantis Monk is a wind attribute insect type Link 3 effect monster with 2,300 attack. The link points are the left, the bottom, and the bottom right, and it requires 2+ monsters, including an insect, a plant, or a reptile monster. You can banish 2 insect, plant, and or reptile monsters from your graveyard and add 1 Ragnarika trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster you control, place it on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, you can special summon for the rest of this turn, except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. You can only use each effect of Ragnarika Mantis Monk once per turn. The summoning of this card isn't too difficult, as it just needs any combination of those monsters, and it requires 2+, so if you already have a Link monster on the field, that will justify then going into that with only 2 monsters. By banishing 2 insect, plant, or reptiles, you can instantly search for a Ragnarika trap from the deck to the hand, and if this card happens to be in the graveyard, simply by putting one of those cards back to the bottom of the deck, it can be revived, and this is a once per turn effect, so it can constantly reoccur itself. It's not like a once per duel effect, or when it's revived it then gets banished as a form of punishment. Anything that tends to go to the bottom of the deck, you don't need to be concerned about, as you'll be shuffling your deck constantly as you're searching for various cards, so anything on the bottom of the deck will most likely end up being searched for in the future. Ragnarika Samurai Beetle is a light attribute insect type level 3 with 1,500 attack and 0 effects. You can special summon this card from your hand by placing 1 of your banished insect, plant, or reptile monsters on the bottom of the deck. You can only special summon Ragnarika Samurai Beetle once per turn this way. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a Ragnarika Link monster, you can target 1 level 4 or lower insect, plant, or reptile monster in your graveyard, except Ragnarika Samurai Beetle, special summon it in defense position. You can only use this effect of Ragnarika Samurai Beetle once per turn. This is able to special summon itself pretty easily by recovering an insect, a plant, or a reptile monster that's banished, and it goes straight to the deck. If this happens to be sent to the graveyard for the material of a Ragnarika Link monster, you can then also take a level 4 or lower insect, plant, or reptile monster in your graveyard, and it gets special summoned to the field. That can then be used to help bring out stronger Link monsters without diving into further resources. Ragnarika Selene Snapper is a water attribute reptile type Link 3 effect monster. Its link points are the left, the right, and the bottom, with 2,600 attack points. It needs 2 insect, plant, and or reptile monsters, and you can banish up to 2 monsters from your graveyard, then target that many spell or trap cards your opponent controls, destroy them. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster you control, place it on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn, except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. You can only use each effect of Ragnarika Selene Snapper once per turn. The summoning on this card isn't too difficult, as it's 2+ of the 3 typings. Pretty easy if you're splashing it into any of those decks. And simply by banishing up to 2 monsters from the graveyard, you can take that many cards that your opponent controls in this spell and trap zone and destroy them. So it's an easy way of, like an Icarus style of attack, that is used for the winged beasts. This is applied more so within insect, plant, and reptiles. When this card is in the graveyard, just by taking an insect, plant, or reptile you control and putting it on the bottom of the deck, it also has that reoccurrence. This is a common theme within the Link monsters, and since this is a once per turn effect, each and every turn you can then recover it if needs be. And any card that happens to be on the bottom of the deck, it will obviously be shuffled throughout the game, and so it won't stay there for that long. Ragnarika Skeletal Soldier is a fire attribute plant type Link 2 effect monster, and its points are the bottom left and the bottom right. It has 1,600 attack points, and it requires 2 monsters, including an insect, a plant, or reptile monster. You can target 1 Ragnarika monster in your graveyard, special summon it in defense position. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target one insect, plant, or reptile monster you control, place it on the bottom of the deck. And if you do, special summon this card. You can only use each effect of Ragnaraka, Skeletal Soldier once per turn. Also, you cannot special summon during the turn you activate either of this card's effects, except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. The summoning is fine as it just needs 2 monsters. 1600 for a Link 2 monster is okay. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's fine. You're able to target a Ragnaraka monster in the graveyard. It gets special summoned in defense position, which can help to Link climb into higher Link monsters. If this card happens to be in the graveyard, just by placing an insect, plant, or reptile monster you control on the bottom of the deck, this card gets revived, as is the same for the other Link monsters. It does lock you into only being able to summon insect, plant, or reptiles for the duration of the turn, but that's fine. You're going to be running almost a pure build of those. Maybe a couple of cards that are outside of that strategy for hand traps for that purpose. And it's got instant recovery. That's fine. It can be used each and every turn. And any cards on the bottom of the deck will often be shuffled, so you'll have access to them somewhere in the future. Ragnarok Stag Sovereign is an Earth attribute insect type Link 4 effect, Link 5 effect monster with 3300 attack. The points are the left, the bottom right, and the right. And it needs 2+ insect, plant, and or reptile monsters. If a monster is special summoned from your opponent's deck and or extra deck, except during a damage step, you can destroy 2 monsters on the field. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 insect, plant, and or reptile monster you control, place it on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. You can only use each effect of Ragnarok Stag Sovereign once per turn. Summoning on this card is a little bit more tricky as it does need a specific number of cards, and for a Link 5 it's quite extensive to get there. 3300 attack points isn't too bad as this kind of base range for a lot of Link 5 monsters, and if a monster is special summoned from either the opponent's deck and or extra deck, you're able to straight away destroy 2 monsters on the field. Preferably, you'll also be getting rid of that extra deck monster that they've just worked into summoning onto the field. If this card is in the graveyard, you're just able to target an insect, plant, or reptile monster that you control, put it to the bottom of the deck, and this card gets revived from the graveyard back onto the field. Those cards in the graveyard can be accessed, pretty simply as with all the other Link monsters that within the Ragnarok archetype, and this seems to be the boss monster. It locks you in to only using and special summoning insect, plant, or reptile monsters, but you'll be running at that start deck and any combination of those cards, and even the card that is sent to the bottom of the deck will most likely be shuffled at some point, letting you access it more quickly. Ragnarok Wicked Butterfly is a Earth attribute insect type level 4 with 1800 attack and 0 defense. You can discard this card to special summon 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster from your hand. If this card is banished from the hand or field or graveyard, you can draw cards during the back end phase of this turn equal to the number of different monster types among the monsters you control that are insect, plant, or reptile. You can only use each effect of Ragnarok Wicked Butterfly once per turn. For a level 4 monster, it has decent attack points at 1800 attack, and by discarding this card, you just get to straight away special summon an insect, plant, or reptile monster from the hand. No questions asked. When this card is banished from the hand or graveyard, you're just able to draw cards during the end phase of the turn, equivalent to the different types of monsters that you have already present on the field. So if you have all 3 types, that's a maximum of drawing all 3 cards, which is decent advantage. It is during the end phase of the turn, and therefore if you exceed the 6 card limit, you will have to be discarding at the end of the turn. That's the only disadvantage I see to it. Ragnarok the Evil Seed is an Earth attribute plant type level 1 with 0 attack and defense. You can special summon this card from your hand by sending 1 insect, plant, or reptile monster from your hand to the graveyard. You can only special summon Ragnarok the Evil Seed once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add to your hand up to 2 different Ragnarok cards of yours that are banished and are in your deck, except Ragnarok the Evil Seed. Then banish 1 card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except insect, plant, or reptile monsters. You can only use this effect of Ragnarok the Evil Seed once per turn. It does have 0 attack and defense points, and it's therefore the weakest monster that I've kind of listed so far. It can special summon itself instantly by just sending an insect, plant, or reptile monster from the hand to the graveyard. This effect can only be used once in the turn, and when it's either normal or special summons, you can instantly add up to 2 different regular Riker cards of yours that are either banished and or in your deck. So you do have options. You can either recover from the banish or straight from the deck. Then you have to banish 1 card from your hand, so you are still getting a bit of an advantage, that you're able to search for specific named cards, which is better than randomly drawing the top 2 cards of your deck. It limits you to only special summoning insect, plant, or reptile monsters, but this is a decent tech card necessary to be run within the deck. Ragnarika Bleach Mysteria is a continuous trap card. The effect is to special summon this card as a normal monster. It's a plant, dark, and level 4 with 1600 attack and 0 effects. This card is also still a trap. Then if you control a Ragnarika Link monster, you can banish up to 2 cards from your opponent's graveyard. During the end phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle 2 insect, plant, and or reptile monsters from your graveyard and or banishment into the deck, and if you do, set this card. You can only use this effect of Ragnarika Bleach Mysteria once per turn. This is part of the archetype and works quite similar. There is a trend recently for archetypes to get their own continuous trap monsters. Don't know why, but it's just a theme that's going around. This summons itself as a normal monster, but it's a plant type, so it works very well within the deck. 1600 attack points isn't bad for a level 4. And it doesn't say that you have to summon it in any particular mode, so you can ideally put it in attack position. Then, provided you have Ragnarika Link monster, and it can be any of them, you can banish up to 2 cards from your opponent's grave, so it makes it more difficult for them to retrieve those cards. And during the end phase, provided this card is in the graveyard, you can recover 2 insect, plant, and or reptile monsters, either from your graveyard and or banishment, into the deck, and set this card so it can be reset to the field, and it provides specific recovery for the archetype. Ragnarika Bloom is a continuous spell card. Insect, plant, and reptile monsters on the field gain 300 attack and defense. Also, all other monsters on the field lose 300 attack and defense. During the main phase, you can activate one of these effects. Add 1 Ragnarika monster from your deck to your hand, then discard the card, or special summon 1 of your Ragnarika monsters from your hand, graveyard, or banishment in defense position. You can only use this effect of Ragnarika Bloom once per turn. The first bit of the effect boosts all of your insect, plant, and reptile monsters by 300 attack and defense. It might not seem like much, but anything that happens to be any other typing loses 300 attack and defense, and that includes your opponent. So you're going to be running almost purely on these types, and your opponent, unless they're playing specific archetypes, will likely not be using these cards. So the difference will typically be somewhere around 600 attack and defense difference. The ability to search for a Ragnarika monster from the deck and put that straight in your hand, it's quite decent, and even with the discard cost, you're just 1-for-1ing that effect. Any card that happens to be discarded will probably be able to be revived at some point, or you can choose to special summon 1 or 2 Ragnarika monsters, either from the hand, the graveyard, or the banishment in defense position. This is clearly paving the way for a link summon of one of your higher link monsters and increasing your field presence. Ragnarika Hunting Darts is a normal trap card. Target cards your opponent controls up to the number of monster types among the link monsters you control that are insect, plant, and or reptiles. Destroy them. If a face-up insect, plant, or reptile monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, or this card is in the graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish this card. Then target 1 monster your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use each effect of Ragnarika Hunting Darts once per turn. The first ability lets you target cards your opponent controls, equivalent to the types of link monsters you have. If you have 1 of each type, then you can get rid of 3 of your opponent's cards, which is a decent effect, unless your opponent has protection from destruction effects. Provided a insect, plant, or reptile monster is destroyed by battle or card effect, when this card is in the graveyard, you can banish it, so this can be actually used during your opponent's turn as a trigger style of effect. Each effect can only be used once per turn, and the secondary effect cannot be used in the same turn that it's been sent to the graveyard, otherwise that would be far too much. Overall, I think that the archetype works quite well, and I'm hoping we get to see it in some shape and some form within maybe the next month or 2 in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I'm not kind of holding my breath, as we just had recent support, and we're not looking at anything from Infinite Forbidden so far. There's no indicators for it. We're still kind of covering some past sets and some randomized cards. Within the last set, we've had, additional Ice Barrier cards, which were in its own set. We've had additional cards from Phantom Nightmare, which was the Raid Raptors, and we've had some other cards for another type, which I'm not remembering as of yet. If you remember, put those in the comments down below. I think there was stuff to do with the White Aura / Goatee style of deck, so there's some finishing to those archetypes. Hopefully in the next month we're going to be getting some fresh cards. I think when I was watching one of DK's videos, he was saying that the next lot of support is typically going to be plant types, as the Arrow Mages are going to be getting their support and hopefully the fullest extent of their support. In which case, since that is supporting plant type monsters, we should be getting this maybe a little bit after that, or maybe even within the same set. As always, I'd love to know what your opinions are of this archetype. Do you like them? Are you splashing in within other types of decks? I know with the Battle Wasps that actually work quite well with this, and there are other just generic cards within certain archetypes that work quite well. Yubel has received some new support for Phantom Nightmare. We're going to be reviewing what these cards are. Spirit of Yubel is a level 10 Dark Attribute Fiend type effect monster. It's got 0 attack and defense. Its effect is you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand. 2. If this card is special summoned, you can take one spell or trap card from your deck that mentions Yubel and either add it to your hand or set it. 3. It cannot be destroyed by battle, also you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. And 4. If this card is destroyed, you can special summon one of your Yubel that is banished or is in your hand, deck or graveyard. Now this is the evolution of the traditional Yubel. That card required 2 tributes as a level 10 monster to bring it out, and it had very similar styles of effects. This has the same attack and defense, and it being Dark Attribute Fiend type monster means it's pretty much the same. The first effect, simply when an opponent's monster declares an attack, just special summon this card, means you're getting rid of the 2 tributes needed for the original version. This is the upgrade. Second ability, when this card is special summoned, you're able to search for either a spell or trap card that mentions Yubel and either set it or add it to your hand. So depending on your situation, it might be better to set it if it's on your opponent's turn, as that means that you can activate it during yours, or potentially if you want to protect that card whilst it's in your hand and then activate it during your opponent's turn, you can also choose to go that way. Third ability, cannot be destroyed battle, and you take no battle damage from this card with any battles. That's actually the same effect as Yubel. It has that immunity from battle destruction, and by zeroing out damage, it means that you're in a better place. Downside of this is, of course, anything that has the ability to negate this effect, such as Breakthrough Skill, can also be quite devastating, as this loses the protection effect. Fourth ability, if this card happens to be destroyed, so you can either destroy it yourself or by your opponent's card effects, depending on what you choose to do and the situation. You're able to just take any Yubel that's banished or in the hand, deck or graveyard and just replace it. So that's actually really useful, as those are all the sections that you can recover from. It means you've got lots of opportunity to use the card. Geist Grinder Golem is a level 8 Dark Attribute Fiend type effect monster with 3000 attack and 300 defense. You can only special summon Geist Grinder Golem once per turn. 1. You can reveal one Yubel monster in your hand, special summon this card from your hand to your opponent's field, and you can special summon the revealed monster to your field. 2. Once per turn during damage calculation, if this card battles a Yubel monster, your opponent gains 3000 life points. And 3. If you special summon Yubel while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card to your opponent's field. Now this is based on the original Grinder Golem. The reason that card was actually banned is because of the link spam issues, where you would be able to special summon the Grinder Golem to your opponent's field. It generates 2 tokens. You use those tokens to then go into link summons, and then it was used for Firewall Dragon. That was the traditional aspect that could then return the Grinder Golem to your hand, and you can continue to use those types of effects to generate more tokens and to go into further evolved link monsters. This is an upgrade and a downgrade at the same time. First ability, just by revealing the Yubel monster, just is able to special summon this to your opponent's field, so it's similar kind of style to the original Grinder Golem, but in exchange you're able to special summon the Yubel to your field, so it makes it much easier if you have the original Yubel. Second ability actually applies to if it attacks into Yubel, so remember this is going to be special summoned to your opponent's field. When this attacks your Yubel, it's actually you who's going to be gaining the 3000 life points, not as such your opponent, so that's also a benefit. You're constantly being able to generate those life points, especially since the evolved versions of the Yubel, which are the level 12 and the level 11 versions, can force attacks on themselves if the monster happens to be in attack position, and there are other cards cards such as Staunch Defender and Battle Mania, which can change your opponent's monsters to force into attacks. Third ability, if you happen to special summon a Yubel whilst this is in the graveyard, this can be revived to your opponent's field, so it does have that reoccurring effect, and it's not something that can only be used that once and then it's banished. It actually has that reoccurrence to it. Samsara Regenerating Lotus is a level 1 Dark Attribute Fiend type effect monster with 0 attack and defense. You can only use the first, second and third effects of this card's name once per turn each. 1. You contribute this card, special summon 1 Yubel monster from your deck. 2. During your opponent's turn, when a monster effect is activated or you control a Yubel monster, as a quick effect you contribute this card. That effect becomes destroy 1 Yubel monster on the field. And 3. During your end phase, if you control Yubel and this card is in your graveyard, you can take this card and either add it to your hand or special summon it. This card is very similar to another card they've got, which is a Samsara Lotus. This is just an advanced version. The first ability, just by tributing this card, you can just special summon any Yubel monsters you've got, so that's just instant easy access from the deck. Second ability, just when the opponent's monster activates their effect whilst you've got a Yubel, it forces it to become a destroy Yubel effect. This is fantastic because anytime Yubel is destroyed, it then upgrades into its newer form. So you'll either get, if you've got the level 10 form, it goes into the level 11. If you've got the level 11 form, it goes into the level 12. And because of that, it effectively negates the effect of that particular monster. And it's very similar to how a couple of the Dark World cards work, in that they force the effect to become a discard effect to then trigger off those Dark World effects. The third ability of this, if you just happen to have Yubel and this card is in the graveyard, you're able to either bring it back to the hand or special summon it. So then it can either be used as part of a tribute for any other requirements, or it can then be used to then special summon into another version of Yubel. This is Das Ewig Liebe Wachter, which is the evolved version of Yubel. This is actually a fusion monster, so unlike the previous versions of Yubel, those were all effect monsters. This is very much tied into Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, which is considered the fusion version of all of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. It's a level 12 Dark Attribute Fiend type effect monster with 0 attack and defense. It requires as materials a Yubel monster plus 1 or more effect monsters on the field. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. 1. If this card is fusion summoned, you can inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each fusion material used for its summon. 2. Cards, it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Also, you take battle damage from battles involving this card. And 3. If this card battles an opponent's monster, at the end of the damage step, inflict damage to them equal to that monster's attack, and if you do, banish it. This card is the most evolved version of Yubel as it is, and in terms of the summoning requirements, it's actually not too difficult. You'll have a Yubel, and it just has to be a Yubel monster. It doesn't have to be specifically Yubel. So any of the evolution forms are perfectly suitable, plus 1 or more effect monsters. In terms of the first effect, this is actually a burn style of effect, and it's just 500 damage for each material used in its summon. At minimum, that's 1,000. If you can max out, you could potentially OTK your opponent if you can manage to just use a load of materials. Second ability is very similar to how Yubel works, in that it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. This is just an advancement because now it can no longer be susceptible to card effects as well as by battle, and you have your battle damage zeroed out. Third ability, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you're able to just inflict the amount of damage equal to that monster's attack. So think of it a little bit like an upgraded version of Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, but instead it also banishes it. This is more of an advantage than the previous level 12 version, as when that card destroyed by its effect, the monster was sent to the graveyard, and usually opponents can get some sort of benefits from the graveyard, whereas less so from the banish pile. The effect only works when this card battles an opponent's monster, so the third effect is reliant on your turn only. Nightmare Pain is a continuous spell card. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. 1. During your main phase, you can destroy 1 dark monster in your hand or face up on the field, and if you do, add 1 Yubel or 1 card that mentions it from your deck to your hand, except Nightmare Pain. 2. While you control any Yubel monsters, all opponent's monsters must attack them if able. And 3. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from battles involving your Yubel monsters instead. The first ability of this card lets you destroy a dark monster, so if you happen to have Yubel, that triggers off their effect to upgrade themselves, as well as conducting your search for either a Yubel monster or one that has a spell or trap, for example, that has Yubel listed within its card text. Second ability just forces all of your opponent's monsters to attack into your Yubel monsters, so there's no longer a reason to run things such as Battle Mania or Staunch Defender. You've actually got something very specific, and this being a continuous spell card means it can be activated straight away. Third ability, all battle damage that would be threatened to your Yubel monster is instead redirected to your opponent, meaning it's lethal for your opponent to actually attack into this without having any sort of game plan to remove this card. Mature Chronicle is a continuous spell card. Its effect is you can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. One each time a Yugioh monster and or a monster that mentions Yugioh is special summoned, place one Chronicle counter on this card. 2. You can remove up to 5 Chronicle counters from cards you control to activate one of these effects. 1. Special summon one Yugioh from your graveyard. 2. Add one of your banished cards to your hand. 3. Banish one card from your deck. 4. Destroy one card on the field. And 5. Add one Superpolarization from your deck to your hand. In terms of the first effect, it's just to generate your Chronicle counters, and this just happens to be whenever a Yugioh is special summoned, so that can be repeated constantly. The second abilities, depending on how many Chronicle counters you remove, will depend on the effect. So you can either special summon a Yugioh from the graveyard, very easy access. Second is to recover one of your banished cards, which can also be quite useful. Third ability is to banish a card on your deck, so actually if you happen to use the third effect and then the second effect, they can actually work to recover a particular card instantly without having to search within your deck. Fourth ability, just destroy a card on the field. It can be yours or your opponent's, so you can actually either trigger your Yugioh effects, or you can just choose to get rid of your opponent's spell, trap, or monsters. And 5 is to add Super Polymerization from your deck to your hand. That was the ultimate strategy of Yugioh, and that's the reason why it was kind of the final effect. This is an evolved version of Spell Chronicle, but in that case it happened to be that you can generate counters for every time your opponent activates a spell card. If you remove 2 counters, you basically get to recover one of the cards that you've banished in terms of a group of 5 every time you do that. So essentially you are waiting on these counters to be generated, which is never a good idea. And Eternal Favourite is a continuous trap card. Once per turn you can activate one of these effects, but you can only use each of the following effects of this card's name once per turn. Special summon one of your Yugioh monsters that is banished or is in your graveyard. Neither player can activate cards or effects when it is special summoned. Or if you control Yugioh, discard one card and send this face-up card from your spell and trap zone to the graveyard. Fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from either field as material, including a Yugioh monster. The benefit of the first part of the effect is you're just able to special summon a Yugioh monster that's in the banish or graveyard pile, and when you are summoning, it cannot be reacted to, so you can't have torrential tribute used against you or bottomless trap hole. None of those types of effects will work on that summoned card. Second ability means you don't actually have to run polarization, as you're able to use by getting rid of this card and discarding a card. It also means that you can use monsters from either field, so it can be yours and your opponent's, and that means you'll be able to do far more burn damage. Overall, I'm quite excited about the new playstyle of Yugioh. It's actually keeping into the whole effects of how that card likes to work, and the archetype is very much supporting it. It does keep to searching for superpolarization, and it uses some old techniques of the deck but upgrades them for the modern era. Overall, I would say that my favourite card is definitely the Fusion Monster. It does upgrade itself from the level 12 effect monster equivalent to a Fusion Monster, and I would say the least useful might be the Samsara Lotus, as it's once you've gotten into a certain game state, you no longer really need to rely on it for use. And today we're covering one that was used by Professor Thelonious Viper in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Now, his purpose for using this deck and for gaining the energy from all of his students was to power what was in a capsule that turned out to be Yubel. Yubel was a monster spirit who was faithful to Jaden and thought actually that she'd been mistreated for trying to protect him, and whereas Jaden had actually thought, I'm sending you off into space to try and get you to clear your head and not be as nasty as you were. Professor Viper's aim was to, in exchange for Yubel gaining back her power, for that power to be used in some extent to get his son back. It wasn't his actual bloodline. It wasn't directly that he had a son as such. He found it within the small child within a combat area where all of his colleagues and his had been captured, and whereas he had actually stayed behind to save the baby, he was able to survive and was able to get help and was able to progress within his life. He entered the Jewel Academy within the 3rd year and tried to test
the students using these biobands, a means of every time they were dueling, he would take a certain amount of energy from those students. He had to be very careful about how he went across doing that, because if he knew in the case that if he took too much energy from too many duelists at one point, that it could cause it could be a cause for concern from the nurse and from the Chancellor, whom he still had to take some command from. He had to be very aware of that situation. And so there was a point where Adrian Gecko had become very nosy and decided that, he has to duel next. He did actually duel against Chaz Princeton, but Adrian was very clever because he knew this is what Professor Viper's plan was. He requested a duel for duels, which was a tournament where the person who won would end up winning a load of duels just for winning the tournament. So Viper had to reduce it. This is the archetype that he relied on, and it's called the Venom monsters. We don't see too much of this. This was only used in his final duel against Jaden, and his only duel, I've got to say, where he had to kind of fight to protect himself and to try and take as much energy as possible. Of course, at that time, he'd actually lost his protege as well, who was Axel Brody, who had found out what Professor Viper had been doing and had, intended to stop him. And so we're just going to cover these cards. The first card is a normal monster. It's a Venom Cobra. It's a level 4 monster, and it's got 100 attack and 2000 defense. It being a Venom monster means it's not affected by the Venom Swamp card, which is the same reason as all the other Venom monsters. They just are protected from that field spell. It has 2000 defense, but it's really weak, and it's the only normal monster that he possesses. No wonder why, because you don't really need it. I suppose they just wanted to add something into the deck, considering that all in all, there are only 6 Venom monsters to cover. The next card he's got is a Venom Snake. This is a level 3 Earth Attribute Reptile type monster with 1200 attack and 600 defense. The effect is, once per turn, you can place 1 Venom counter on 1 monster your opponent controls. If you activate this effect, this card cannot attack during this turn. I will be going over what the purpose of the Venom counters are later when we actually cover Venom Swamp, but it's very useful, and it's the way the deck likes to run. By doing this, you're generating the counters more easily. The kind of downside and the reason why this is kind of just above the Venom Cobra is because it exchanges for its attack, so you're preventing yourself from attacking in the same way as using its effect. The next card is a Venom Serpent. This is a level 4 Dark Attribute Reptile type, level 4 with 1000 attack and 800 defense. Its effect is, once per turn, you can place 1 Venom counter on 1 monster your opponent controls. And the reason this is a slightly higher level than Venom Cobra is, yes, it is slightly weaker in that it's 200 attack less, but it can use the effect to generate the Venom counter without exchanging for its attack. So it can also attack in the same turn, which is very useful. The next card is Venom Boa. This is a level 5 Earth Attribute Reptile type, level 5 monster with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. The effect, once per turn, you can place 2 Venom counters on 1 monster your opponent controls. If you activate this effect, this card cannot attack during this turn. For a level 5, its stat lineup is incredibly weak, but we'll wait and see what the counters do. Yes, it has the same effect as Cobra, but instead of placing 1, it places 2 Venom counters, which is incredibly useful. And exchanging for the attack for the turn isn't that big of a deal when it's supported with various other cards. This is one of Viper's main boss monsters. It's not the boss monster, but it's the one just penultimate to it. Phenomenon, the king of poisonous snakes. It's a dark attribute reptile type level 8 with 0 attack and 0 defense. It cannot be special summoned by another effect monster's effect. This card is unaffected by Venom Swamp. This card gains 500 attack for each reptile type monster in your graveyard. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can banish one other reptile type monster from your graveyard and special summon this card. Okay, so this gives you an idea of what this is meant to do. Firstly, gaining 500 for each reptile type means you don't have to run purely venom monsters. It can be any reptile types. These work especially alongside reptilians, who can force your opponent's monster's attack into becoming 0, so they become susceptible to battle damage, and doing maximum damage is what this deck tries to do. Alternatively, there are ways of getting reptile-type monsters into the graveyard with Foolish Burial and Snake Rain and various other cards, as well as sacrificing your own with things like Gift of the Martyr and Tribute to the Doomed, if you want to go that far back into old school Yu-Gi-Oh! The problem of this card is it cannot be special summoned by another effect monster's effect, so you can't use something like Mystic Tomato to get that destroyed and then bring this out. Potentially as well, your opponent, if they can get over this card's initial attack, they can continue to make you banish cards just to keep it out on the field, which means it's only ever going to get weaker. The other thing is that those reptiles that are in the graveyard are just as susceptible. If you can use things like Soul Release to remove those cards from play, even better. You're able to just completely deplete Phenomenon from having any attack points and making itself a weak, very weak monster. Remember, Soul Release can get rid of up to 5 cards, so if that's what you've got in your graveyard, this card becomes a 0 attack monster. For a level 8, it becomes no threat. And then we've got the final monster. This is Venomenaga, the deity of poisonous snakes. It's a level 10 dark attribute reptile type monster with 0 attack and 0 defense. And this is his boss monster. It cannot be normal summoned or set. It must first be special summoned with Rise of the Snake Deity. And it cannot be special summoned by other ways except by its own effect. This card gains 500 attack for each reptile type monster in your graveyard. This card cannot be targeted by and is unaffected by spell trap effects and other effect monster effects. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can banish one other reptile type monster from your graveyard and special summon this card. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you place one Hyper Venom counter on it. When 3 Hyper Venom counters are on this card, you win the duel. So this card has its own win condition attached to it. The reason it's the boss monster is a couple of things. For starters, it's higher level than Phenomenon. Usually if you've got a higher level monster, that gets treated as the boss monster. Secondly, it's unaffected by any of your opponent's card effects, be it spell trap or monster effects. So that means the only way you can get rid of it is by destroying it by battle, or by doing the same as what you would with Phenomenon and banishing those monsters from the graveyard to prevent itself from resurrecting itself. Of course, if your opponent's able to get enough reptiles in the graveyard, it's really good for being able to get to meet that win condition. It is actually better that the Venom counter attaches to itself rather than to an opponent's monster, because this way it's not a case of that card has to stick around for you to win. It's a case of this has to be protected. And in doing that, that's what makes this card a lot better. So it has to survive and battle through three times to inflict the battle damage. And of course, you could always equip it with something, that unfortunately you do have to kind of watch what you're doing with this card, but generally if you can get the setup out, it's a fine card to use. Okay, so the next cards are the spell card Venom Shot. This is a normal spell card, and the effect is activate only while you control a face-up venom monster. Phenomenon the deity of poisonous snakes, or Phenomenon the king of poisonous snakes. Send one reptile-type monster from your deck to the graveyard, and place 2 venom counters on one face-up monster your opponent controls. So what's really good about this effect is it's like Venom Boa, but actually as a spell card. It's more effective. It sends a reptile from the deck to the graveyard, so if you've got either of the 2 boss monsters out, they gain a further 500 attack points, and one of your opponent's monster has those venom counters attached to them, which makes them that much weaker. Next, I've kept it you delayed enough with this effect, but this is a key card to the deck. Venom Swamp, it's their field spell. During each player's end phase, place 1 venom counter on each face-up monster, except venom monsters. Monsters lose 500 attack for each venom counter on them, and you destroy a monster if its attack becomes 0 by this effect. So you see the relevance of why Venom Boa and Venom Shot are really good, in that actually by using their effects you deplete your opponent's monster's attack by 1,000 versus the 500 some of the other cards generate. And of course it's got that slifer part of its effect where if its attack becomes 0 by this effect, that instantly destroys it. So if you think at each end phase, if you've used Venom Boa as well, that's 1,500 points lost from a standard monster. They're going to have, say, like 1,900, 2,000 attack points, and they're going to have barely any attack points left. By the end of their opponent's end phase, that'll destroy them unless they've used it for something else. And since all monsters have attack points, even things like Xyz monsters, even Link monsters, everything is going to be affected by this card, which makes it so much better than things that work on levels such as area, like level limit, area B, and some of these requirements as well. The next card is Venom Burn. This is a normal trap card with the effect select 1 monster with a venom counter. You can remove all venom counters from that card and inflict damage to your opponent for each venom counter removed. Okay, so this is the one thing which is a little bit bizarre for how the Venom archetype works. Most of their damage is done basically either through... It's just basically done through battle. You don't have any other burn effect cards, and unless you can, for some reason, generate a significant number of venom counters on your opponent's monster, it's not necessarily that useful. It is an option to win, but it's definitely not the best one out there for them. The next card is Ambush Fangs. This is a normal trap card with the effect activate only when a face-up venom monster you control is declared as an attack target. You can negate the attack and end the battle phase. Then you place 1 venom counter on the monster that attacked. Consider this to be something like negate attack because it's really good. It's got that similar kind of effect to it, in that it just ends the battle phase completely. By doing that, not only are you placing the venom counter that will subsequently make that monster much weaker by 500 attack points, then Venom Swamp kicks in, which reduces their attack points by a further 500, putting them within range of either you next turn being able to battle over them, or being weak enough to actually, be destroyed by the effect of Venom Swamp. The next card is Snake Deity's Command. This is a counter trap card with the effect activate by showing your opponent 1 venom monster in your hand. You negate the activation and an effect of an opponent's spell card and you destroy it. This is useful if your opponent ever tries to get rid of your Venom Swamp with things like Mystical Space Typhoon or various other cards which are meant to destroy spell and trap cards, because the deck relies so heavily within the Venom Swamp that without that card they can't function effectively. And of course, we have Snake Rain. This isn't technically a Venom card because it doesn't have any naming of Venom within it, but it was used to boost up Phenomenon. And its effect is to discard one card. You select 4 reptile-type monsters from your deck and you send them to the graveyard. What's really good about this card is you discarding a card as well. So potentially you're getting rid of 5 reptile monsters. That boosts your those 2 boss monsters by 2,500 attack. It also thins out your deck, so you can get rid of cards you might not need for that time being. There is also actually one other card that I should probably mention, and it was used by Professor Viper within the match, and it's this card. It's called Damage Equal Reptile. It's a continuous trap card with the effect, once per turn when you take battle damage from a battle involving a reptile-type monster, you can special summon one reptile-type monster from your deck with attack less than or equal to the battle damage you took. So the more pain you feel, the more hurt you deal, as Professor Crowler would like to say. And that's a reference back to when he was facing Camula, who was the second Shadow Rider. And as a spoiler, I mean, it's not much of a spoiler, he loses to her. It's really quite useful, considering, even Venom Cobra being your weakest. If you take slightly over 100 points of damage, you can still bring in Venom Cobra. Or if you take a sustained amount of damage, you can bring out one of the other monsters. It's best actually to bring out Phenomenon, because he can only be can't be brought out by an effect monster. He's perfectly fine to be brought out by either a spell or a trap card, so it's not an issue there. And that's probably the best way to kind of interact with that card. So what do you think of the Venom archetype? Is that something you've looked at? Are you a fan of it? Would you like to see more support? As we go on, hopefully, Lightning Overdrive has given so much back support for so many different archetypes. Even some of Chaz Princeton's, Arm Dragons have received that kind of support. Maybe down the line, Cloudians, Venom monsters, some of those that have been ignored will get that support. We can only hope to see this in the future.
The Rose Dragon archetype is a series of dragon monsters used by Akiza Azinski in the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds anime. Although some of its members have existed for a time, no proper supports were given until the release of Duelist Pack Legend Duelist 4. All of this archetype's members are attribute monsters, except for the Fire Black Rose Dragon and Ruddy Rose Dragon. The design and Rose Dragon are dragon monsters of varying ages adorned with floral features of different colour rose species. This archetype focuses on synchro summoning both plant and dragon synchro monsters, along with controlling the field. Black Rose Dragon is a fire attribute dragon type synchro effect monster, level 7 with 2,400 attack and 1,800 effects. It requires a tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. And when this card is synchro summoned, you can destroy all cards on the field. Once per turn, you can banish 1 plant monster from your graveyard, then target 1 defense position monster your opponent controls, change that target to face-up attack position, and if you do, its attack becomes 0 until the end of this turn. This is a generic synchro monster that can be splashed into pretty much most types of decks, so long as you've got the tuners and the non-tuners to make the level 7, it's easy enough to do. It's often used for its first ability. As soon as it's synchro summoned, it just wipes out all cards on the field. Typically, you will have invested fewer resources in what you have already in your field, so getting rid of any existing cards isn't a problem. It's more devastating for the opponent as they watch and see all of their cards be destroyed by that effect. This secondary ability is really dedicated to a plant-based deck, and often players wouldn't use this type of effect, although they should keep in mind it's still quite decent. It forces an opponent's monster by banishing a plant monster from defense position into face-up attack position, and it loses all of its attack points. It comes straight to 0. This could be useful against certain decks that are very defensive-based, for example, Subterras is just an example. There are probably other ones out there that might be better, but in doing so, zeroing out their attack points, this card can attack and do significant amounts of damage. The other thing you need to think about the destruction-based effect is that is actually optional. because it's you can destroy all cards. It's not you must. It's not a mandatory effect, as opposed to some other cards which say, such as the Dirac Meteor, as soon as this card is basically synchro summoned, you destroy everything. So you do have options for how to interact with this card. Blue Rose Dragon is a Dark Attribute Dragon type level 4 with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. When this card on the field is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can target one Black Rose Dragon or one plant monster in your graveyard, special summon that monster. This card is designed really to either bring back your Black Rose Dragon in order for it to hopefully use its secondary ability, or it's used to find and recover a plant monster in the graveyard. It's decent enough for a consistency, and even for its attack points, 1600 isn't bad for a level 4. Crossroads Dragon is a Dragon type Link 2 effect monster. Its link points are the left and the bottom, and it has 800 attack points. It requires 2 monsters with different types, and during the main phase, as a quick effect, you contribute this card and 1 plant monster, special summon 1 Rose Synchro monster or 1 plant Synchro monster from your etch deck. This is treated as a synchro summon. If a monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, while this card is in your graveyard, except during a damage step, you can banish this card, special summon 1 Rose Dragon monster from your graveyard. You can only use each effect of Crossroads Dragon once per turn. The summoning condition on this isn't too bad, as it just needs 2 monsters with different types. Within the deck, you'll be running both plants and dragons, so those meet those conditions. By tributing this card and 1 additional plant monster, you can special summon any Rose Synchro monster or a plant Synchro monster, and that gets treated as a synchro summon. So, long are the days where you have to have a specific requirement for a particular level. This just lets you cheat out either a plant synchro monster or a Rose synchro monster without having to meet the level requirements. It's quite devastating, as if you have so many different options, and as the plant types keep getting extra deck monsters, that will make this effect even more destructive. When this card is in the graveyard, you can also banish this card to just special summon a Rose Dragon monster from your graveyard. This is a good way of reoccurring certain effects and to recover certain monsters to increase your field presence. I would ignore the fact it only has 800 attack points, as it's really used as synchro fodder for the higher level synchro monsters. Red Rose Dragon is a Dark Attribute Dragon type tuner effect monster. It's a level 3 with 1000 attack and 1800 defense. If this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, you can special summon 1 Rose Dragon monster from your hand or deck, except Red Rose Dragon. Then if it was sent for the synchro summon of Black Rose Dragon or a plant synchro monster, you can also add 1 Frozen Rose or 1 Blooming of the Darkest Rose from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Red Rose Dragon once per turn. This is a tuner for the archetype. The previous monster, which was the Blue Rose Dragon, was a level 4 monster, so it makes sense. The previous one is a level 4, this is level 3, that would make the level 7 Black Rose Dragon pretty quickly. When this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, you're able to just special summon a Rose Dragon monster from your hand or deck, except another version of itself. It means it can cheat out those cards much more quickly than if you had to have dedicated searches for the deck. And if this card was sent for the synchro summon of Black Rose Dragon or a plant synchro monster, you can search for one of those 2 specific cards, either the Frozen Rose or 1 of the Blooming of the Darkest Rose from the deck to your hand. These 2 cards will help to support how the deck likes to operate, and these searching cards are used after the fact of synchro summoning into Black Rose Dragon, so it's not that you have to give up this card beforehand. It's already had its use, and it gets additional use in the future. Rox Rose Dragon is a Dark Attribute Dragon type tuner effect monster. It's a level 3 with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 card that specifically lists Black Rose Dragon in its text from your deck to your hand, except Rox Rose Dragon. While this card is in your graveyard, if a face Rose Dragon monster or plant synchro monster you control is destroyed by battle, or an opponent's card effect, you can add this card to your hand. You can only use each effect of Rox Rose Dragon once per turn. This is another tuner monster similar to the other one, but this has other aspects which make it more generic and actually better. When this card is normal or special summoned, you can just add a card that has Black Rose Dragon listed in its text, so that it can be a spell, a trap, or another monster, and it's not limited to specific names of cards. And While this card is in the graveyard, provided a face-up Rose Dragon monster or plant synchro monster you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, this card can reoccur and recover itself back to hand, and can be hopefully recycled without having to run additional forms of support. Ruddy Rose Dragon is a fire attribute dragon type synchro effect monster. It's level 10 with 3,200 attack and 2,400 defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. If this card is synchro summoned, you can banish all cards from the graveyards. Then if this card was synchro summoned using a Black Rose Dragon or a plant synchro monster as material, you can destroy all other cards on the field. When your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card, as a quick effect you contribute this card, negate the activation, and then you can special summon one Black Rose Dragon from your extra deck or graveyard. This is the upgrade of the original Black Rose Dragon, and it makes sense considering we've got an upgrade for pretty much most of the Signer Dragons. We've got multiple upgrades for Jack Atlas, multiple upgrades for Yusei Fudo. I believe that Leo had the one upgrade that was shown within the Japanese kind of final arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. We've had some sort of alternative version, not necessarily an upgrade of the Ancient Fairy Dragon for Luna, and we've also had an upgraded version of the Blackwing Dragon for Chrome. So it's justified that we get an upgraded version for Akiza. As soon as this card is synchro summoned, you are just able to banish all cards from the graveyard. That's yours and your opponent's, and if they've tried to set up their graveyard in a specific way, it'll often be very difficult for them to recover those cards. If this is then synchro summoned either using a Black Rose Dragon or a plant synchro monster as one of the materials, you're able to wipe out all other cards on the field. This is a more improved version of the Black Rose Dragon effect, because with that it just wipes out everything, including itself. It kind of has that self-destruction effect. This wipes out everything except itself, so worst case scenario, at least you've got this, which is a 3,200 attack body on the field, and quite difficult for your opponent to instantly out, especially if they don't have many resources in their hand. As soon as your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card, including Delph if it's threatened, by attributing this card, you negate that activation, and you can instantly substitute in a Black Rose Dragon. It can either come from the extra deck, and that means it gets summoned again, or you can choose it from the graveyard. It's a shame it doesn't say that this card summoned is treated as a synchro summon, otherwise that could use the effect of the Black Dragon as well. But I think that's wishful thinking and it's a bit too extensive. White Rose Dragon is a Dark Attribute Dragon type level 4 with 1,200 attack and 1,000 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon one Rose Dragon monster from your hand or graveyard, except White Rose Dragon. You can only use each of these effects of White Rose Dragon once per turn. If you control a Dragon Tuner or a Plant Tuner, you can special summon this card from your hand. Or if this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, you can send one level 4 or higher plant monster from your deck to the graveyard. The first part of the effect, as soon as this card is normal summoned, you get to instantly special summon a Rose Dragon monster from either the hand or the graveyard. Since this is a level 4, if you can get out the level 3 tuner monster, then you can synchro summon it into the Black Rose Dragon in the same turn. The other parts of the effects, provided you have a Dragon Tuner or Plant Tuner, you instantly get to special summon this card from your hand. Therefore, it works in both ways. This card is already kind of normal summoned onto the field, and then you can special summon a Rose Dragon from the hand or the graveyard. Or if you already have a Dragon Tuner or a Plant Tuner on the field, you can special summon this card as the additional extender. The other option is, if this card is sent to the graveyard as synchro material, you're able to pitch a level 4 or higher plant monster from your deck to the graveyard, in hopes for a Foolish Burial style of effect to revive that through other means in the future. Garden Rose Maiden is a Dark Attribute Plant type synchro effect monster. It's a level 5 with 1,600 attack and 2,400 defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. And if this card is special summoned, you can add one Black Garden from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Rose Dragon monster or one Dragon Synchro monster in your graveyard, special summon it. You can only use each effect of Garden Rose Maiden once per turn. The summoning on this card is pretty easy, as it's generic materials, and once this card is special summoned, so it can either be through its synchro summon or being revived from the graveyard, you can search for a Black Garden, which is a field spell which I think every time a monster is summoned to the field, its attack points become halved, and it generates a token on the opponent's side of the field which has 800 attack and defense. It also has an ability where you can scrap all the tokens that you have to revive a certain monster equivalent to the attack points of those monsters. So if you had 3 of those rose tokens on your field, you could get rid of it alongside the field spell to bring back your Black Rose Dragon. By banishing this card from the graveyard, you can target a Rose Dragon monster or a Dragon Synchro monster in your graveyard, and it can be special summoned, so it also acts as a form of recovery. As all Rose Shoot is a quick play spell card, the effect is to special summon Rose Dragon monster from your hand or graveyard in defense position. If this set card is destroyed, you can target one of your Black Rose Dragon or one monster that lists that card in its text that is banished or in your graveyard, special select. You can only use each effect of Basil Rose Shoot once per turn. First part of the effect lets you just special summon a Rose Dragon monster, be that from the hand or the graveyard in defense position, so it can help you set up for summoning one of your Black Rose Dragons. If it's set and it's destroyed, you can take one of your Black Rose Dragon or a monster that lists it in the card text that is either banished or in the graveyard, and that gets special summoned. So there are 2 ways you can play it. Pretty much you can either use it to summon a Rose Dragon instantly, or you can have your opponent waste a spell or trap destruction based effect on this card to bring back another card. It depends on how fast you want your interactions to become. White Rose Cloister is a field spell card. Its effect is if you control no monsters, you can special summon one Rose Dragon monster or one plant monster from your hand. You can only use this effect of White Rose Cloister once per turn. During your draw phase, before you draw, you can declare one card type, monster, spell or trap. Reveal the top card of your deck, and if it is the declared card type, apply this effect for the rest of this turn, even if this card leaves the field. Level 7 or higher synchro monsters you control gain 1000 attack points. First bit of the effect, provided you have no monsters, you can straight away special summon a Rose Dragon monster or a plant monster from your hand. This is an instant access card and it's pretty easy to do so, and during your draw phase, before you draw, by declaring this specific card, if you get that right, a level 7 or higher synchro monsters you control gain 1000 attack points. So if you've got multiple on the field, they all gain 1000 additional attack points. It's for the Black Rose Dragon that will make it a 3400 attack monster. For the Ruddy Rose Dragon that will make it a 4300 attack monster. So you can close out games with these types of boosts, but it is extremely dependent on guessing correctly, and unless you are prepared to run cards that technically search the top of your opponent's deck, or you can stack it in a certain way, you can't guarantee that you're going to get into those cards. Another problem I see is there isn't really a downside of this, and actually to some extent that's a benefit, but it's a very minimalistic type of field spell. I much prefer the Black Rose Garden because I think that actually works quite well with the deck. This I think is themed on, there was a duel between Akiza and Crow versus Sherry LeBlanc near the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds in the Japanese part, and they were in this type of field, and the design was very much like a 3-way duel. Black Rose Moonlight Dragon is a light attribute dragon type synchro effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2400 attack and 1800 defense. It requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters, and if this card is special summoned or a level 5 or higher monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, target one special summoned monster your controls, return that target to the hand. You can only use this effect of Black Rose Moonlight Dragon once per turn. This card is able to summon itself pretty easily. It's generic materials and it's an alternative version of the Black Rose Dragon. As soon as this card is special summoned, so it can be through its initial synchro summon, or if it's revived from the graveyard through effects such as Monster Reborn, or if a level 5 or higher monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you get to target a special summoned monster your opponent controls, and that gets returned to the hand. So it's like having a compulsory evacuation device in the form of a monster. It's a form of disruption which is sometimes better than being destroyed by a card effect, as certain cards trigger off from those abilities, and some monsters, more so nowadays, immune from being destroyed. Garden Rose Flora is a light attribute plant type synchro tuner effect monster. It's a level 5 with 800 attack and 1600 defense, and requires a tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. You can target one card in the field zone, destroy it, then special summon it to its controller's field. One Rose token plant dark level 2 with 800 attack and defense in attack position. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extract for the rest of this turn, except synchro monsters. You can only use this effect of Garden Rose Flora once per turn. Once per chain during your opponent's main phase, you can, as a quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using this card you control. This card is very generic to use, so it's not actually that bad, and even when you are destroying a card in your field zone, that's fine as it generates the token. When you've generated that token, since this is a tuner, you can really just go into your Black Rose Dragon through that effect, and this can be activated during your opponent's turn once per chain during their main phase. So they could have done a number of combinations, got out various cards, and then you can instantly synchro summon into the Black Rose Dragon and wipe out all of their cards and all of their hard work. It's like a junior version of the Garden Maiden. It's a smaller version of the same card. Muddy Rose Witch is a light attribute plant type tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 with 800 attack and 1700 defense. You contribute this card to add 1 Witch of the Black Rose from your deck to your hand, and if you do, take 1 level 3 or lower plant monster from your deck and place it on top of your deck. Then immediately after this effect resolves, you can normal summon 1 Witch of the Black Rose from your hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard to return 1 of your Black Rose Dragon or Ruddy Rose Dragon that is banished or in your graveyard to the extra deck. You can only use each effect of Ruddy Rose Witch once per turn. This being a tuner monster means it's just accessible to bringing out some of your other various synchro monsters, including the Black Rose Dragon. By attributing this card, you can just add a Witch of the Black Rose from your deck to your hand, and actually its effect works where if it's searched for and drawn into, it gets to special summon itself onto the field. And then you can take a level 3 or lower plant monster from your deck and place it on top of your deck. And that could be quite useful as it guarantees that those cards can resolve as and how they need to. And immediately after this effect resolves, by normal summoning the Witch of the Black Rose, that effect then triggers to draw into that particular card, which can then be summoned onto the field. You can banish this card from the graveyard just to return 1 of your Black Rose or Ruddy Rose Dragons that is banished on the graveyard back to the extra deck, so it does provide you with a little bit of utility and resource recovery. Black Garden is a field spell card. The effect is if a monster is normal or special summoned face up, except by the effect of Black Garden, half its attack, then the controller of that monster special summons 1 Rose token Plant Dark level 2 with 800 attack and defense to their opponent's field in attack position. This attack loss remains even if this card leaves the field. You can target 1 monster in your graveyard with attack equal to the total attack of all plant monsters on the field, destroy this card and as many plant monsters on the field as possible, then if you destroyed all of them, special summon that targeted monster. The purpose of this card is as soon as a monster is normal special summoned, face up, its attack points are halved, and then the opponent just gets a Rose token with the specific stats, 800 attack and defense, and that attack stat loss of the opponent's monster happens to remain. You can then target 1 monster in your graveyard with attack equal to the total attack of all plant monsters on the field. By destroying this card and those plant monsters, you're able to then revive that card, but it has to be exactly that attack points. Since these are 800 attacks, so it has to be in multiples of 800, 1600, 2400, 3200. So those are the examples, and even up to 4000 it work, but I don't think there are too many 4000 attack monsters out there that would be able to be summoned through this effect, and that can just instantly be revived. It's a good way of stalling your opponent as well, as they cannot summon monsters that have decent attack points, as even the highest attack monsters will have their attack points halved. Blooming of the Darkest Rose is a normal trap card. Special summon Rose tokens, these are Plant Dark level 2 with 800 attack and defense in defense position to either field up to the combined number of cards in the field zones and field spells in the graveyards. If this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 Black Rose Dragon or 1 plant monster in your monster zone, banish it, and if you do, place this card on the bottom of the deck. During the next standby phase, return that banished monster to the field. You can only use this effect of Blooming of the Dark Rose once per turn. The first ability lets you special summon Rose tokens equivalent to the number of field zones and field spells in the graveyards. The more you have, the more of these tokens you generate. These tokens can then be used as part of a synchro summon to bring out your Black Rose Dragon or one of the other plant synchro monsters that you wish to do so. If this card is in the graveyard, you can choose a Black Rose Dragon or a plant monster. In your monster zone, it gets banished, so that's fine as an effect, but it's not necessarily that great. This gets recovered to the bottom of the deck. It's not that easy to search for, but there are a couple of cards that work with that. And also, if you just shuffle your deck, this card will no longer remain on the bottom of the deck, so that's fine. and then during the next standby phase you do get that banished monster to be returned. That can be useful for cards that have their effects that have been summoned negated, as those negations then get removed from those cards as they're no longer treated in association with those previous cards. Think of it a bit like Interdimensional Matter Transporter, or its newest version, which is the Interdimensional Matter Transport Forward. Frozen Rose, it's a quick play spell card. The effect is to send one face-up monster you control to the graveyard. Apply this effect depending on the type it had on the field. A plant, during the end phase of this turn, you can draw 2 cards, then discard 1 card. Or a non-plant, add 1 level 4 or lower plant monster from your deck to your hand. You can only activate 1 Frozen Rose per turn. The first effect on this card requires you to send a face-up monster you control to the graveyard, and depending on its typing will determine its effect. If it happens to be a plant, at the end phase you get to draw 2 cards and then discard 1. This is technically a -1 in terms of effects because you have to send a face-up monster to the graveyard, you have to activate this card, and you also have to discard. So you are losing 3 cards to bring 2 cards, so it's always going to be a -1. That's a bit of a disappointment, but I suppose it depends on how you are within the duel, whether you need those desperation on those drawing those 2 cards to make a difference in the game state. If it's a non-plant, you get to add a level 4 or lower plant monster from your deck to your hand, which I think is probably the more ideal situation, and works well with the Rose Dragons, which happen to have dragon types attached to them. Thorn of Malice is a equipped spell card. Equip only to Black Rose Dragon or a plant monster. It gains 600 attack. If the equipped monster attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. If the equipped monster attacks a monster after damage calculation, that attacked monster loses 600 attack and defense. An opponent's monster that battles with the equipped monster cannot be destroyed by that battle. This was just actually seen within a duel between, I think it was Akiza versus Yusei Funo, in that Akiza equipped this to the Black Rose Dragon. It was stronger than the Stardust Dragon and would continually beat on the Stardust Dragon and inflict real psychic damage to Yusei. This is quite versatile as it can not only equip itself to a Black Rose Dragon, but it can also equip to any plant monsters you have. The 600 point attack boost is okay, and it can inflict piercing battle damage if necessary. It also keeps your opponent's monsters around, and to most people that might seem a bad thing, as, you know, you want to be able to get rid of your opponent's monsters. But that doesn't matter. If you can keep attacking into that monster, it keeps losing 600 attack and defense points. As you slowly chip away at it, it's going to get to a point where it's 0 attack and defense, and so it'll be up to your opponent to try and get rid of that monster as quick as possible. Otherwise, they're going to be taking the same as having a direct attack, and it doesn't matter if that monster is in attack or defense position. It's quite an impressive card, and I can see why it's been run. There are actually other cards which have been added and featured within Akiza's deck, but those are actually in a wider range of cards. Some of them aren't even specifically cards. For example, you've got Lord Poison, which is a very old card. You've got Twilight Rose Knight, and you have other ones, but this pretty much covers most of the Rose cards as of themselves. I will be making a separate video with the other Rose cards attached, and those will have cards which just feature Rose in their name. So there's actually some cards that have Rose as part of their naming, which isn't as such part of this archetype. But I will also make a separate video with just inclusive of every Rose card that is specific to Akiza. Make sure to look out for that. The Dark Scorpion archetype, known as the Black Scorpion in Japan, is an archetype of Dark Warrior monsters who have trigger effects that activate when they inflict battle damage to their opponent, giving the controller a choice of 2 effects. The majority of these effects disrupt the opponent's field, hand or deck, with the exception of Dark Scorpion Minai the Thorn, who instead searches out other Dark Scorpion cards. Dark Scorpions have been featured on numerous spell and trap cards. Don Zalug and Dark Scorpion Burglars were introduced in Pharaonic Guardian, Cliff in Magician's Force, and the rest in Dark Crisis. The Dark Scorpion's outfits consist of a grey sleeveless skin tight top, featuring studs on the stomach, pants sectioned into grey and red layers, and grey wristbands with red tips. All members have a tattoo on their right arm of a scorpion. Each member carries a distinct weapon and sometimes features additional holsters on their costume for them. All members appeared in Yu-Gi-Oh! Jets and wore civil disguises. Cliff appeared as a security guard, Gorg as a janitor, Minai as a school nurse, Chick as a Slifer Red student, and Don Zalug as a police detective in a Sherlock Holmes guise. The Dark Scorpions are fairly weak physically, but benefit greatly from spell and trap cards that boost their power or weaken the opponent's monsters, such as Mirror Wall, Fairy Box, and Shrink, which can drastically cut an opponent's attacking monster's attack, causing the attacked Dark Scorpion to inflict battle damage and trigger its effect. Burden of the Mighty and the A-Forces work well. Combining the A-Forces with Mustering of the Dark Scorpions can both swarm the field and give you many strong monsters all at once. Donzalug is the only Dark Scorpion that cannot be searched out or retrieved with the effect of Dark Scorpion Mean-Eye the Thorn, so including some copies of The Warrior Returning Alive and a copy of Reinforcement of the Army will be handy in a Dark Scorpion deck. Also, it's a good idea to have 3 copies of each of the Dark Scorpions, except Dark Scorpion Gorg the Strong and Dark Scorpion Chick the Yellow. Dark Armed Dragon is very handy for clearing the field to let the Dark Scorpions attack. Their Dark attribute also makes them eligible for Dark General Freed, protecting them from spells and searching some of them out. Dark Creator and Dark Chorus can also be used to bring them back from the graveyard. Should you successfully activate a Dark Scorpion combination, you may wish to give some thought as to which Dark Scorpion's abilities you use in what order. You may use the effect of Chick at the top of the opponent's deck, then use another Dark Scorpion's effect to send the top card of their graveyard, or use the effect of Gorg to send a monster to the top of their deck, and then discard it the same way. After pulling off a combination, use Mean-Eye to retrieve the Dark Scorpion combination card to play again next turn. A commonly used trap with Dark Scorpions is Robin Goblin and sometimes Robin Zombie, since the archetype focuses on inflicting battle damage to trigger effects, even if the damage is not due to the Dark Scorpions being rather weak. Those 2 cards will quickly deplete the opponent's hand and deck, especially if you activate Dark Scorpion combination and hit the opponent 5 times in a turn. Another card that can combo easily with Dark Scorpions is Armor Breaker, allowing you to destroy an opponent's card whenever you successfully inflict battle damage on top of protecting the equipped Scorpion from destruction once. Since Chick and Dark Scorpion Mean-Eye the Thorn have only 1,000 attack points, they can be used with Crush Card Virus. Dark Scorpions have no tricks at all to survive on their own on the field, and are heavily dependent on spell and trap support to be effective in the current game. A deck purely focused on this archetype is competitively unviable. A competitive deck is required to be able to use the graveyard as a resource, and the effects of Dark Scorpion cards only aid this. Dimensional Fissure and Macrocosmos, 2 cards that would help overcome this problem, are currently limited, and while cards such as Necrovalley and the End of Nubis can help by locking out the graveyard, they lock both players' graveyards and thus hinder a Dark Scorpion deck's ability to recover. Dark Scorpion Chick the Yellow is a Dark Attribute Warrior type 3 with 1,000 attack and defense. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can activate one of these effects. Target 1 card on the field, return that target to the hand, or look at the top card of their deck and then place it on top or bottom of the deck. So this card is one of the weakest of the Dark Scorpion monsters, and its ability whenever it inflicts damage is either to take a card on the field and return that target to the hand, so it can be either a spell, a trap, or a monster. It doesn't specify which. You can use any of the 3, or you have the other option to just look at the top of the deck and make a decision as to which you want to place. If it's going to be quite weak and it's on the top of the deck, you might want to leave it there, or if it's a potential threat, then you're going to want to put that to the bottom of the deck, so it makes it more difficult for your opponent to draw into that card. Dark Scorpion Cliff the Trap Remover is a Dark Attribute Warrior type level 3 with 1,200 attack and 1,000 defense. The effect is when this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can activate one of these effects. Either target 1 spell or trap card on the field and destroy that target, or send the top 2 cards of their deck to the graveyard. The first part of the effect just lets you remove any spell or trap card on the field that can be yours or your opponent's. Depending on the situation, you might want to destroy it yourself, because that can then trigger off one of your destruction-based effects. Alternatively, if your opponent has quite a threatening spell or trap card, you can actually just remove that. The additional ability is to just send the top 2 cards of their deck to the graveyard. That used to be a good effect as a way of preventing your opponent from recovering resources, but these days any monster or card that has a good ability usually has one that actually activates within the graveyard as well, so you can actually be furthering their strategy. Dark Scorpion Gorg the Strong is a Dark Attribute Warrior type level 5 with 1,800 attack and 1,500 defense. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent,
you can activate one of these effects. Either target one monster your opponent controls, return that target to the top of the deck, or send the top card of their deck to the graveyard. Out of all the Dark Scorpion monsters, this is the strongest of them, and it's the only level 5, which means it needs a tribute in order to summon it. The first ability to target a monster and return that target to the top of the deck helps to activate some of the other monsters' effects, as both Cliff and Donzalug itself are able to send the top 2 cards from the deck to the graveyard, so you can actually manage to get rid of it. But the problem with doing this is you have to have inflicted battle damage, so unless you can actually attack into, say for example, another one of your opponent's weaker monsters, it's highly unlikely you're going to be able to trigger off this effect. The other ability just sends the top card of their deck to the graveyard. I don't understand why it couldn't have just been send the top 2 cards of the deck to the graveyard, as at least it would make it on par with the other 2 monsters that I just mentioned. Dark Scorpion Menai Thorn is a Dark Attribute Warrior type level 4 with 1000 attack and 1800 defense. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can activate one of these effects. Either add one Dark Scorpion card from your deck to your hand, or target one Dark Scorpion card in your graveyard and add that target to your hand. This is the main search for the deck, as the first ability just lets you add any Dark Scorpion card, so it could be a spell, a trap, or a monster, straight from the deck to the hand. The alternative ability lets you take a Dark Scorpion card in your graveyard and just return that to the hand, so each is consistent with how the deck likes to run. Dark Scorpion Burglars is a Dark Attribute Warrior type level 4 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent sends one spell card from their deck to the graveyard. This could be useful depending on what deck your opponent is running. If they're heavily reliant on spell cards, this can be a benefit as they're forced to eventually get rid of their better cards. But from the flip side of that, if they have lots of spell cards that they use within the deck, they will be getting rid of a lot of the weaker ones first before you get a chance to dismantle their deck properly. Donzalug is a Dark Attribute Warrior type level 4 with 1400 attack and 1500 defense. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can activate one of these effects. Either discard one random card from their hand or send the top 2 cards of their deck to the graveyard. This is the strongest of the level 4 monsters, and it is the boss monster. It's kind of like the head honcho of the deck. It is quite decent for both of its abilities. Either you can just send a random card from their hand to the graveyard, which means they're losing resources, or you can send the top 2 cards of their deck to the graveyard. I prefer the discard a random card from the hand, as a secondary ability can help to further their own strategies and make it difficult for you to come back. Legacy Hunter is an Earth Attribute Warrior type level 4 with 1000 attack and 1500 defense. When this card destroys a face-down defense position monster and destroys it and sends it to the graveyard, as a result of battle, your opponent returns one random card from their hand to the deck. The deck is then shuffled. This is a good way, similar to how Donzalug works, in being able to kind of rip apart your opponent's hand, but it's very reliant on being able to destroy a face-down defense position monster, so unless your opponent is running one of those defensive-based decks, you're going to have to use cards such as Book of Moon to force those monsters into defense position, and it has to be specifically face-down defense position to guarantee this effect. Timidity is a normal spell card. Whilst this is not necessarily a technical use card from the Dark Scorpions, it does feature Chickly Yellow, so it has some comparisons. Neither player can destroy its set spell and trap cards on the field until your opponent's next end phase. This almost guarantees that you're able to protect your spell and trap cards with whatever you're really using to protect your own Dark Scorpion monsters, and your opponent can't really do anything about that until the end, well, until your next standby phase. And Trap Dust Shoot is a normal trap card. Similar to Timidity, it's not technically a card used within the Dark Scorpion archetype, but it does show Cliff the Trap Remover, and so that's how it's counted. Its effect is to activate only if your opponent has 4 or more cards in their hand. Look at your opponent's hand, select one monster card in it, and return that card to its owner's deck. The purpose of this is, again, to rip apart your opponent's hand, and by getting rid of a random monster that the opponent has, And since you have the choice of what you're getting rid of, if you know how their deck works, it's a good way of removing any threats that will face you. Overall, the Dark Scorpion archetype isn't particularly that strong, and you would almost need a retrain of each and every one of them so that they had, for example, additional abilities in order for you to really get the best out of them. Dark Scorpion combination is a normal trap card. You can only activate this card when there is a Donzanu, Dark Scorpion Cliff the Trap Remover, Dark Scorpion Chick the Yellow, Dark Scorpion Gorgot Strong, and Dark Scorpion Mina the Thorn face up on your side of the field. During this turn, any of these 5 cards can attack your opponent's life points directly. In that case, the damage inflicted to your opponent by each of those cards becomes 400 points. Whilst the damage that you do to your opponent is extremely limited, at most, if you have all 5 of those on the field, that's 2,000 points of damage. That isn't the point. It is treated as battle damage, and in doing so will trigger off each and every one of their effects. By using all 5 effects, you're then able to do multiple things, whether that be destroy cards, return cards to the deck, send cards from the hand to the graveyard, search for cards. All of these happen within their own intrinsic effects. This is Mustering of the Dark Scorpions. If you control a face-up Zalug, you can special summon any number of Dark Scorpion monsters from your hand, but only 1 copy of each. This card can be useful for bringing out multiple Dark Scorpion monsters. You do have to have a Don Zalug on the field to activate this effect, and it's conditional of only bringing 1 of each named Dark Scorpion. Therefore, unless you have really all of them in your hand, you can only really get the benefits of whatever you can get. It's very dependent, and I would almost want an upgrade of this card to see any sort of relevance within bringing this archetype up to date. I think the archetype itself is, whilst it's extremely weak, could be brought into the modern day if the Dark Scorpions were given retrains of themselves, whether it be higher level monsters or just updated effects that activate as a quick effect, or the ability to inflict effect damage that could treat it like battle damage. That would be another way of integrating these types of effects.
And this is called Yugioh. As you are aware, these deck builder sets are made of 3 archetypes that have their own abilities and often kind of have enough cards to make themselves usable for starts alongside other cards, but will likely get further support down the line. Think of like Velmonica, they were an example of what's already got additional support. It says here that Yugioh seems to be a combination of Rai, which is Japanese for thunder/lightning, and Zeal is a type of mineral known to combust. Also, the monsters in this theme are references to various sorts of engines. These updates with names will be in accordance with as they get changed. Thode Raziel is a level 4 fire attribute thunder type effect monster with 1500 attack and 200 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. If you have a Yugioh monster on your field or in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except rank 4 Xyz monsters. And 2, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 light pyro monster from your deck to your hand. The attribute and the typing on this card is quite unusual. Fire attributes tend to be pyro based, and you have other typing combinations with the fire attribute, but most commonly that tends to be where it lies. Thunders don't tend to be combined with this attribute. The attack stat on this card is fine, and it appears to be that these effects seem to work very well with rank 4 monsters. Simply by having a Yugioh monster already either on your field or in your graveyard, you can instantly special summon this card. But if you do it this way to special summon this card, you're locked out of using any Xyz monsters outside of specific rank 4 Xyz. So not only is it locking you into a specific extra deck type of monster, it's restricting you to only the rank 4s. Second ability is simply when it's normal or special summoned, you get to search for a light pyro monster from the deck, and that goes straight to the hand. So it's an instant search for the deck. Node Raziel is a level 4 fire attribute thunder effect monster, 1400 attack and 1600 600 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. One, if you have an Exceeds monster on your field or in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from the hand. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck the rest of this turn, except rank 4 Exceeds monsters. 2, you can send one card from your hand field to the graveyard, then target one Ryziel monster in your graveyard, except Node Ryziel special net in the ad's position, but its effects are negated. This is similar to the previous monster in it seems to be an archetype-based theme, with the first effect that if you've got a certain monster already on your field, but this one has to be an Exceeds monster, the previous one had to be a Ryziel monster. It has to be either on the field or in the graveyard. You get to instantly special summon itself, but it again locks you into rank 4 Exceeds monsters. Second ability is what makes it a bit different to the previous monster, in that you send a card from your hand or field to the graveyard, and then you're able to take a Ryziel monster from your graveyard, except itself, and special summon it in defense position. It does lose its effects, but it will be used as part of a rank 4 Exceeds play. It mentions here as the notes, anodes and cathodes are electrodes in batteries or other electrochemical cells that allow electric charges to flow, so that's kind of where the name is coming from. Ice Ryziel is a level 4 light attribute pyro type effect monster. It's got 1700 attack and 1000 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. 1, you can special summon this card from your hand by sending one card from your hand or field to the graveyard. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except rank 4 Exceeds monsters. 2, if this card is normal summoned, you can special summon one Ryziel monster from your deck, except Ice Ryziel. This is the first example of one of the light attribute pyro type monsters that they have. It has decent attack points at 1700 for a level 4 monster. First ability lets you just special summon this card by sending a card either from the hand or the field graveyard, but it does hard lock you into only Exceed summoning with rank 4 monsters for that turn. It is only restricted for the turn, so it's not like a permanent effect, which is much to at least some sort of advantage. Second ability, when this card is normal summoned, you're just instantly able to special summon a Ryziel monster from deck, so it doesn't have any restriction to it other than that you cannot pull another version of itself back onto the field. It's not that it negates those effects, so you can still use those abilities, but the first effect is contrary to the second. The first effect is requiring this card to be special summoned. Second ability is simply as it's normal summoned, so more likely than not you'll be going for the secondary ability as opposed to the first, unless you already have an established board. It says here that this card's name is likely to play on internal combustion engines. X Ryziel is a level 4 light attribute pyro type effect monster. It's got 500 attack and 2000 effects. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. 1, you can special summon this card from your hand by sending one Exceeds monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except rank 4 Exceeds monsters. With this card, the second ability, if this card is normal special summoned and all face-up monsters you control are level 4/rank 4 monsters, you can add one Fire Thunder monster from your deck to your hand. The first ability just lets you special summon by sending an Exceeds monster from the extra deck to the graveyard. Hopefully you'll be able to revive that card in the future, or to at least return it back to the extra deck so that you can reuse it at some point. It does hard lock you into rank 4 Exceeds monsters, but that's within keeping the theme. Second effect, just as soon as this card is normal special summoned, provided all of your face-up monsters are either level or rank 4 monsters, which the current set of monsters are, you're able to search for a Fire Thunder monster from your deck to your hand. So one of them brings the search for a light pyro monster, the other one searches for the Fire Thunder, so one searches for the other kind of variant within the deck. So you have, as it seems, you've got 2 of each. This card is a reference to external combustion engines or exoskeletal engines. Palmer Ryziel is a level 4 fire attribute thunder effect monster. It has 1200 attack and 2400 effects. First look, that's extremely powerful in terms of defenses for a level 4 monster, so it must have some restrictions to it. It cannot be normal summoned or set, and must first be special from your hand by shuffling one Ryziel monster from your hand or graveyard into the deck / Exceeds monsters. 2, once per turn, if this card battles an opponent's monster during damage calculation, you can ascend one level 4 monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, and if you do, this card gains attack equal to that monster's until the end of the battle phase. With the summoning on this card, it can be normal summoned or set either a Ryziel monster from the hand or the graveyard back into the deck or the extract, so that includes its Xyz monsters. It does hard lock you into rank 4 Xyz monsters for as long as this card is currently on the field, so that is probably why it's been justified to have a bit more of a boost in its defense points than you would have of your typical level 4 monsters. Second effect, when this card battles an opponent's monster, and this is sending a level 4 monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, this card gains attack equals to that monster's until the end of the battle phase. It's a little bit like having a worse version of Honest, and it's more similar to that. The Blackwing, when it's discarded, gives your monster 1,400 additional attack points. In this case, the most powerful version of the other monsters covered is a 1,700 attack monster, so this could become a 2,900 attack monster. But bear in mind, this is if this card battles an opponent's monster, so it can be activated during either yours or your opponent's turn. This card's name seems to be a reference to permanent magnet motors, also a play on palmo, which is Italian for palm of the hand. Raziel Dual Drive is a rank 4 fire attribute Thunder Xyz effect monster. It's got 2,500 attack and 2,000 effects, and requires 2 or more level 4 monsters. You can use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. If this card is special summoned, you can attach 1 Raziel monster from your graveyard to this card as a material. 2. For each material attached to this card, monsters you control gain 100 attack. Also, monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack. And 3. During your main phase, you can detach 2 materials from your Xyz monsters, and if you do, add 2 Raziel cards with different names from your deck to your hand. Summoning condition on this card is pretty simple. It just needs 2 or more level 4 monsters. It's very generic, easy to be done within lots of different types of decks. First ability, when this card is special summoned, bear in mind it's not only when it's Xyz summoned, but actually if it's revived from the graveyard, you can attach a Raziel monster from your graveyard to this card. That means that it helps to enable you to trigger off its effects multiple times. Second ability lets all of the monsters you control gain 100 attack points for each material attached to this card, and your opponent's monsters lose 100 attack points for each material attached. So the more materials you have on this card, the more power you can get kind of within your own monsters, and the weaker you can make your opponent's monsters. I've noticed there seems to be a more recurrent theme on trying to trigger small variations on benefits of your monsters versus your opponents. Think of the Valvalika archetype. They like to chip away at your opponent's monsters' attack points. You compare these with cards such as Burden of the Mighty. There's also Pun Princess, which when it's in the spell and trap zone, each turn it generates one of these counters, and these counters reduce your opponent's monsters by 100 attack and defense. You have the Venom archetype, which each and every turn a non-Venom monster then has a Venom counter put on them, and they lose 500 attack. And when Venom spawns on the field, if that monster ends up being reduced to 0 attack, it gets destroyed by that field spell's effect. These are seeming to be more of a theme that Konami seems to be focusing on. Third ability, just by detaching 2 materials from your Xyz monsters, and bear in mind it just doesn't have to be this, it could be another of your Xyz monsters. You're able to search for 2 Raziel cards, so those can be monsters, spell or traps. They have to be different names, but they go from the deck to the hand, so it adds to consistency of the deck. The more materials you can really attach onto this card, the more likely you are to be able to use the third effect more frequently, whereas the first and the second effects, first effect is just whenever it's a special summon. Second ability is kind of a continued effect. Raziel Dionada is a rank 4 light attribute pyro Xyz effect monster with 3,000 attack and 2,500 effects. It requires 2 or more level 4 Raziel monsters. You can only use the first and third monster from your graveyard to this card as material. 2. When your opponent activates a card or an effect, as a quick effect, you can detach 1 material from this card, then target 1 card on the field, destroy it. And 3. If an Xyz monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach 1 material from this card instead. This is meant to be the boss monster, as it is one of the cover cards. Its summoning is quite easy, as it just needs 2 or more level 4 Raziel monsters, and all of the other monsters that we've currently covered are all level 4. It has a lot of attack points for a rank 4 monster at 3,000, and when this card is special summoned, you're instantly able to attach a material from the graveyard to this, similar to the previous monster, which was an Xyz. Second ability, just when the opponent activates a card or effect, by detaching material, you can target 1 card on the field and destroy it. So even if any of the cards that you have on your field happen to be threatened by various abilities, you're able to kind of use this effect for whenever you want. So long as you can detach materials, this card's effect can be used multiple times within a turn. It just has to be responded to whenever your opponent activates anything. So they have to be quite careful of how they utilize their cards, and will pretty much have to focus on getting rid of this before managing any of your other cards. And the third ability grants us the chance to protect any of your Xyz monsters on the field. It's not linked purely to your Raziel monsters or to the rank 4 monsters. It can include any of your other Xyz monsters. The card's name seems to be a reference to rotating detonation engines. Raziel plugin is a quick play spell card. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Target one Xyz monster or Raziel monster in your graveyard or your banishment, special summon it. Then you can attach one Raziel card from your deck to your rank 4 Xyz monster as material. Also, you cannot declare attacks for the rest of this turn except with rank 4 Xyz monsters. This card lets you recover a Xyz monster or a Raziel monster either from the graveyard or the banishment, and then you're able to attach a Raziel card from your deck to your rank 4 Xyz monster as material, which helps them to then keep triggering off their effects as they need the materials to use them. It does prevent your monsters that happen to be non-rank 4 Xyz monsters from attacking, but you'll be running a very dedicated style of deck, and so that shouldn't be a problem. And we have Raziel Hull Thruster. This is a normal trap card. Its effect is you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. Target face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of Raziel Xyz monsters you control, destroy them, and then you can attach one Raziel card from your graveyard to rank 4 Xyz monster as material. 2. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Immediately after this effect resolves, Xyz summon using monsters you control, including a Raziel monster. First ability of this card for the different number of Raziel Xyz monsters you currently have, and it doesn't have to be different ones, you can have multiple of the same name if you want. You can destroy equivalent cards. Those cards do have to be face up, so that's not as good as if it had just been any of your opponent's cards. And then you can just attach the Raziel card from your graveyard to a rank 4 Xyz, so it then helps to trigger off their effects. Second ability, you can banish this card from the graveyard and just instantly Xyz summon using monsters you control that have a Raziel monster. This is quite decent as it's another way of Xyz summoning, but I think this can actually also be used during your opponent's turn from the graveyard. This is a reference to Hall Effect Thruster. In terms of the various reprints as well, Tornado Dragon is a wind attribute worm type Xyz monster. It's a rank 4 with 2100 attack and 2000 effects. It requires 2 level 4 monsters, and once per turn as a quick effect, you detach one material from this card, then target one spell or trap card on the field and destroy it. This is a good way of just having a versatile version of destroying spell and trap cards, and it just needs 2 level 4 monsters to bring it out. It's a good support card for the archetype. And the other reprint is Time Thief Redoer. It's a dark attribute psychic type Xyz effect monster, rank 4 with 2400 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 2 level 4 monsters, and once per turn during the standby phase, you can attach the top card of your opponent's deck to this card as material. As a quick effect, you can detach up to 3 different types of materials from this card, and apply the following effects depending on what was detached. Monster, banish this card until the end phase. Spell, draw one card. Or trap, place one face-up card your opponent controls on the top of the deck. You can only use this effect with Time Thief Redoer once per turn. This is meant to be one of those really annoying cards that can kind of dodge effects and also disrupt what your opponent does. It just requires 2 level 4 monsters, and what it does is it takes the top card of your opponent's deck and just attaches it as a material. This means that not only can they not access that card, but until you've detached the material, similar to the duel with, I think it was between Quinton and Trey versus Nizar, and in that case, the Chaos Chronomaly, which is the number 6, stole the Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon, and Nizar wasn't able to use the rank up magic card on that whilst it was equipped to the Chaos number 6. This is very similar in terms of the basis of this effect. Until it's detached, your opponent is going to be able to recover those cards. And even if they don't have a graveyard-based effect, such as the spell and trap cards, then they almost become useless, as you won't be running dedicated recovery cards for them. Each of the abilities is unique in and of itself. Monster effect, just banish this card until the end phase, is perfect to dodge certain types of effects that would threaten this card. A spell card just allows you to draw an additional card, always a good thing to boost your resources. And a trap card lets you place a face-up card your opponent controls on the top of the deck, which means not only are you top decking your opponent, so they're only drawing back into the card they already had present on the field, so it actually takes them back a turn, but it also means that if they've heavily invested into whatever those cards happen to be, then that can be a lot more costly for them. So this is the whole archetype as it is currently standing. We may get some additional support further down the line, and maybe even still within the structure deck. Often cases, they might show you a section of them, and then there are usually one or two other cards decent to go with the deck that have yet to be released. The concept of the deck is quite simple. It's a rank 4 Xyz spam deck, and it can really be splashed into most decks, provided that you do run the Raziel engine, which is the 4 or 5 basic monsters and the limited package. If you run, say, 2 of each card, then you have still room for about 20 or so other cards which can help you to go into rank 4 Xyz monsters, such as Goblinberg is another example, Tin Goldfish. All of those, basically do yourself a favour. If you want to see just rank 4 Xyz spam, have a look at Yuma Tsukumo's deck throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! Zeal, and it'll give you an indication of types of cards that he tended to use. Even the Gaga Magician cards, Girl, all of those types of cards actually work quite well with it. The purpose of this deck and kind of its functionality is to bring out kind of its biggest boss monster, which has the ability to kind of disrupt your opponent. It has the ability to destroy their cards, but it doesn't negate those effects. That's the only downside I'd say to it. But in trade-off of that, it's able to use its effect multiple times in a turn, so long as you've got materials to detach. So the more materials you can have on this card, the more powerful this card becomes in response to your opponent activating any of their cards. It also grants all of your other Xyz monsters forms of protection which they might not have inbuilt into their effects, or may have been quite ancient cards and therefore may not have needed them at the time. So, for example, I think number 9 Dyson Sphere. It's personally one of my favourite number monsters. Decent attack points, 2,800, decent defense at 3,000, but it has no protection in terms of any type of effect, and therefore it's very susceptible to most types of cards these days. Therefore, this is kind of provides just general protection. It's very much kind of spamming the cards onto the board as quickly as possible and doing little bits of damage here and there, but it's run pretty much as a rank 4 toolbox. What do you guys think of this new archetype? Is it something you like to play, and what would you like to see from the other 2 archetypes that are yet to be revealed? Today we're looking at the 3rd archetype which has been introduced within the brand new deck builder set, and this is the Malice archetype. "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "You must be," said the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." It appears that the cards were revealed at 5 p.m. Japanese time, because the watch the White Rabbit has, at least in the Disney movie, is set to 5 o'clock, so there's some references to the Mad Hatter. Malice Pawn White Rabbit is a level 3 Dark Cyberse effect monster with 1,200 attack and 300 defense. You can only use this card's name's first and third effects once per turn each. 1. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can set a Malice trap card from your deck with a different name from the cards in your graveyard. 2. You have no battle damage from battles including Malice link monsters that point to this card. And 3. If this card becomes banished, you can pay 300 life points to special summon it. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra for the rest of the turn except link monsters. This card, it's part of a Cyberse archetype, so Cyberse were quite heavily supported at a point, and justifies why it comes out pretty much as a link archetype, as Cyberse and links both came out at the same time. In terms of the attack, 1,200 is fine. It's not really there for that in terms of its power. The first ability, as soon as this card is normal special summoned, you can just set a Malice trap from the deck with a different name from the cards in the graveyard. So it's most ideal when you're earlier in the duel, as you won't likely have anything in your graveyard already. This means you've got full access to whatever pieces you need. Second ability, you just don't take any battle damage from battles involving Malice link monsters that point to this card, so it's a good way of preserving your life points. Third effect, as soon as this card becomes banished, just by paying 300 life points, you get to special summon this card. It does lock you out of other monsters for the rest of the turn, but you do still have access to your link monsters. Malice Pawn Cheshire Cat is a level 3 Dark Attribute Cyberse effect monster with 1,500 attack and 300 defense. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. During your main phase, you can banish 1 card from your hand, then you can draw 2 cards. 2. Monsters destroyed by battle with a Malice Link monster that points to this card are banished instead of being sent to the graveyard. And 3. If this card becomes banished, you can pay 300 life points, special summon it. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of its turn, except Link monsters. This card is slightly more powerful than the previous monster with 1500 attack points, but in terms of the effect, just during the main phase, by banishing a Malice card from your hand, it can be anything, it can be a spell, a trap, or a monster, you get to draw 2 cards, so this adds to the consistency of the deck. And even though this is only a once per turn effect, it can be used each and every turn, it's not a once per duel effect. Second ability, provided that this is on the link points of a Malice Link monster that you have, any monster that Link monster attacks and beats over is banished instead of being sent to the graveyard. That makes it a lot more difficult for your opponent to recover those cards, and therefore makes it pretty impossible for them to recover unless they've got a Macrocosmos style of deck, which in case you might actually be supporting what they need. Third ability, just by paying 300 life points as this card is banished, you get to straight away special summon it. It does also lock you into Link monsters for the rest of that turn. Malice Pawn Dormouse is a level 3 Dark Attribute Cyberse effect monster with 900 attack and 300 defense. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. During your main phase, you can banish 1 Malice monster from your deck. Also, all Malice monsters you control will gain 600 attack for the rest of this turn. 2. Malice Link monsters that point to this card cannot be destroyed by card effects. And 3. If this card becomes banished, you can pay 300 life points, special summon it. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Link monsters. With this card, its first ability just lets you banish a Malice monster from your deck. Bear in mind, when those cards are banished, they again get to special summon themselves by paying 300 life points at very minimal cost. It also lets your Malice monsters that you control for the rest of the turn gain 600 attack points, and I believe because this is a instant 600 boost for the rest of the turn, that any other Malice monsters that you summon for the rest of the turn can still gain this boosted attack points. It's not that they have to be present on the field when this effect is activated, as it pretty much acts as a continuous effect for that turn. Second ability, provided your Malice Link monsters point to this card, those cards cannot be destroyed by card effects, so it does provide some protection. And the third ability is intrinsic to all of the previous Malice monsters, in that just by paying 300 life points, once this card is banished, you get to special summon it. It also restricts you into only summoning Link monsters for the duration of that turn. Malice Queen Red Ransom is a Link 3 Dark Attribute Cyberse Link effect monster. It has 2300 attack, and the link points are the left, the right, and the bottom. It requires 2+ monsters, including a Malice monster, and you can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. 1. If this card is special summoned, you can add 1 Malice spell card from your deck to your hand. 2. The original attack and defense of all effect monsters your opponent controls are swapped, while this card points to a monster. And 3. If this card becomes banished, you can pay 9 life points, special summon it. Then you can banish 1 Cyberse monster from your deck. The summoning requirements on this need you to have at least 1 Malice monster, therefore you do need it within a dedicated deck. It only needs 3 monsters, and 2 of those can be pretty much generic, so it's not too much of a requirement. First ability, when this card is special summoned, so this can be either through link summoning or from being revived from the graveyard, you can search for a Malice spell from your deck, and that goes straight to the hand. Second ability is very much Sword and Shield type of effect, and it switches the attack and defense of all effect monsters your opponent controls, while this card points to a monster. So it points to your monster, and therefore it will pretty much be able to do this. This effect isn't always the best, as certain monsters your opponent controls might have balanced attack and defense. In those cases, it doesn't matter whether you switch them, as they're pretty much the same or very minimal. There are other cases where your opponent might be running defensive style of decks, and actually switching them to attack isn't that big of a deal. They can pretty much use the attack or defense, doesn't matter for them. And the third ability, as soon as this card becomes banished, just by paying 900 life points, you can special summon it, and then you are able to banish a Cyberse monster from your deck. The other ones will just revive themselves when they're banished, so at an additional 300 life points cost. It is a bit steep, as you are having to pay 1200 life points to revive certain cards, but if you can run some healing cards, life point healers within the deck, then that justifies running those in combination with these cards. Malice Queen Hearts of Crypta is a Link 3 Dark Attribute Cybers Link effect monster. It has 2500 attack, and the link points are the top, the bottom left, and the bottom right. It requires 3 monsters including at least 1 Malice monster. You can only use this card's name's first and second effects each once per turn. 1. As a quick effect, you can target one of your banished Malice cards, shuffle it into the deck, and if you do, banish 1 card on the field. This effect and its activation cannot be negated if this card points to a monster. And 2. If this card becomes banished, you can pay 900 life points, special on it, and if you do, its attack becomes doubled. The summoning requirements on this card will need at least 1 monster, so it does keep within the deck. First ability, just by targeting a banished Malice card and shuffling it into the deck, you can banish a card on the field, so it can be any of yours, or it can be one of your opponents. Often it's better to banish your opponents as they might not be able to have the resources to recover those cards. This effect and its activation aren't negated provided you have a monster that's pointed to this card, so as long as you've got a code link in there, that's fine. Your opponent can't do anything about it. When this card is banished, just for paying 900 life points, this card gets revived. Its attack becomes doubled, and it's not just its original attack, so if you can actually boost its attack further, then that's always a good thing. It will be, at least on its revival, a 5000 attack monster. Malice in Underground is a field spell card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. 1. When this card resolves, you can banish a Malice card from the deck, hand, or graveyard. 2. Malice link monsters you control gain 3000 attack, or you have 3 or more banished Malice traps with different names. And 3. If you control any Malice link monsters, your opponent's monsters can only target them for attacks. The first effect, as soon as this card resolves, just by banishing a Malice card from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Those will help trigger off various effects and perhaps revive those particular cards. Second ability, Malice Link monsters gain 3000 attack, provided you have 3 or more banished Malice traps with different names. That means your other monster that can double its attack points will become an 8000 attack monster for that turn. Even after that turn, it will still be a 5500 attack monster, quite threatening to your opponent. It also forces your opponent to go in to attack into your Malice Link monsters. Therefore, until they clear that, they can't really go after your other Cybers monsters. Malice code MTP07 is a normal trap card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. You can activate this card at the turn it was set by banishing 1 face-up Malice monster you control. 1. Add 1 Malice monster from your deck to your hand, then if you control a Malice Link monster, you can banish 1 card on the field. With this card, it has a double utility, in that it can be activated during the turn it's set just by banishing a face-up Malice monster you control. Those cards can then revive themselves at a cost of 300 life points, or with the Link monsters it's 900 life points. The additional effect on this, you can add a Malice monster from your deck to your hand, so that's consistency for the deck, and provided you have a Malice Link monster, you can then opt to banish a card on the field, making it very difficult for your opponent to then recover those cards. In the notes it says MTP stands for Mad Tea Party, and 07 refers to Chapter 7, which is titled A Mad Tea Party. The monster with the Dormouse is Mad Hacker from Battle of Chaos. So I'm going to actually just quickly see what that is, just to make sure I'm not confusing anything. This card is Mad Hacker, so I'm thinking since it's a Cyberse type, it's likely to pair well with the deck. It's Cyberse level 2 with 1000 attack and 600 defense. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, except during a damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the end phase, you can banish this card you control, take control of 1 monster your opponent controls with the lowest attack, your choice if tied. While it is face up on your field, it cannot activate its effects. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra except Link monsters. You can only use each effect of Mad Hacker once per turn. This is quite a nice card, and I understand why it works quite well and would suit the Malice archetype, as soon as your opponent special summons a monster to their field, you can straight away just special summon this card, and during the end phase, by banishing this card, you can just take your opponent's lowest attack monster. That is typically seen as a bad thing, as you can't take what you want, but it's only going to be used as link material to link off for something else much more powerful, which is why it can work with your various Malice Link monsters. Malice code GWC06 is a normal trap card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. You can activate this card at the turn it was set by banishing 1 face-up Malice monster you control. one special summon Malice monster from your graveyard or banishment. Then if you control a Malice link monster, you can gain life points equal to the summoned monster's original attack. The first part of this effect is similar to the other one, just by banishing a face-up Malice monster you control. This can be activated during the same turn it's set, so that's useful. Those cards then have the recursion at a few life point costs. You're able to also special summon Malice monster from a graveyard or banishment, so that's some form of recovery. And provided you have a Malice link monster, you then gain life points equal to the summoned monster's original attack. So that's one method of gaining life points, considering the amount of life points you'll be paying to use various effects. As the notes say, GWC stands for Grin Without the Cat. A quip by Alice in the novel 06 refers to Chapter 6, which is Pig and Pepper, the chapter the quip is from. Malice code TB11 is a normal trap card. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. You can activate this card the turn it was set by banishing one face-up Malice monster you control. One special Malice monster from your deck, or if your opponent controls 3 or more cards, you can special summon one Malice link monster from your extra deck instead. The summoned monster cannot attack or activate its effects this turn. Similar to the other trap cards, you are able to activate the turn it's set by just banishing a face Malice monster. Also, it then triggers off those effects, same as the others. The ability lets you special summon a Malice monster from your deck. That's fine because that's instant access. You don't actually have to search for anything to your hand and then try and figure out a way of summoning it. It just kind of skips that phase. If your opponent has 3 or more cards on their field, so that could be anything. It could be monsters, spell or traps, or any combination of the 3. You can special summon a Malice link monster from your extra deck instead. This means it pretty much bypasses the need to link summon into those cards. The summon monster cannot attack or activate its effects this turn, so there is the restriction and justification of why you can cheat out a link monster without any kind of requirements. Note here says that TB probably means printing begins with a T, or 3 blasts, a line from Chapter 11 of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Who Stole the Tarts. It might also be referencing Through the Looking Glass, with white pawn, Alice to play and win in 11 moves and move 9. There are a combination of different cards which are being introduced as reprints, and we'll have a quick debrief as to what those cards are. Dotscaper is attribute Cyberse level 1 with 0 attack and a 2100 defense. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon this card. If this card is banished, you can special summon this card. You can only use one Dotscaper effect once per turn, and only once that turn. You can only use each effect of Dotscaper once per turn. When this card is sent to the graveyard, just instantly able to special summon it, or if it's banished, you can pretty much do the same thing. Each of these effects are only a once per duel effect, but they're very much in line with just summoning what you need and then link climbing using this card. Aloof Lupine is a Dart attribute beast type 4 with 1700 attack and 300 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can banish one monster from your hand, banish one monster from your deck with the same type as that monster. If this card is destroyed by battle, or if this card in its own possession is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can target one of your banished monsters, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect of Aloof Lupine once per turn. For the most part, this card is used as part of the Metaphys archetype, which is a series of these worm-type monsters that like to be banished. It's very capable for that. I've also seen it sometimes used in the Thunder Dragon deck, but in terms of this deck, it's all to do with cards being banished. As soon as this is normal summoned, you're able to banish a monster from your hand, and then banish a monster from the deck with the same type as that monster. By banishing 2 of the Malice monsters, they then have their effects triggered from the banish pile, being able to summon themselves back to the field by paying a certain amount of life points. When this card is destroyed by battle, or if it's destroyed by a card effect, you can take one of the banished monsters and it goes straight to your hand, so it does have a form of recovery. Topologic Zeroboros is a Dart attribute Cyberse link effect monster. It's a link 4 with 3000 attack points and requires 2 or more effect monsters. You cannot summon or set monsters to any extra monster zone this card points to. It gains 200 attack for each banished card. If another monster is special summoned to a zone a link monster points to, while this monster is on the field, banish all cards on the field. Once per turn during the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished by its own effect, special summon this banished card. The design on this is very much working towards cards being banished. So long as a monster is special summoned to a zone a link monster points to, you're straight away just able to banish everything on the field. That's good, as your opponent most likely won't have the cards to recover, and within its own effect it then recovers itself from the banish zone. It also gains 200 attack for each banished card, so that's yours and your opponent's. Therefore, the more cards you're able to banish, the more powerful this card will become. A Lower of Darkness is a normal spell card. Its effect is to draw 2 cards, then banish 1 dark monster from your hand. Or if you do not have any in your hand, send your entire hand to the graveyard. This is a typical card which is used within dark attribute decks, as it's a consistent way of drawing cards. It does have the disadvantage if, for example, you had nothing else in your hand and then you use this effect and you draw into no dark attribute monsters, then having to banish those cards. So that's the disadvantage of it. But it's typically consistent, as you will often have at least 1 dark attribute in your hand to pay as the requirement. Signet Backdoor is a quick play spell card. The effect is to target 1 Cyvus monster you control, banish it, and if you do, add 1 Cyvus monster from your deck to your hand, whose attack is lower than that monster's original attack. During the next phase, return that monster banished by this effect to the field, and it can attack directly that turn. You can only activate 1 Signet Backdoor per turn. The effect is to just take any Cyvus monster you control. It does get banished, so that works pretty much the same for all of these Malice cards. And then you can search for a Cyvus monster from deck to your hand. It does have to have an attack that's lower than the monster's original attack, so keep that in mind. You're going to have to go with a very specific order of those cards. And during the next standby phase, you get to return that monster that's banished by this effect to the field. It also gets the ability to attack directly for the turn, but it is quite a steep cost and it can take a while to kick into these effects. And Dimensional Fissure is a continuous spell card. Any monster sent to the graveyard is banished instead. This card works on both yours and your opponent's decks, and anything that would be going to the graveyard just goes outside of that. It's quite easy for you to run it, as it works in conjunction with all of the archetype monsters. However, it works against what your opponent wants to do, and therefore is pretty much a disadvantage to their deck. So far, these are the cards that have been represented within the deck, and I can understand the theming. It's very much to do with banishing and recovering up from those areas. It does come with quite a high life point cost, and it reminds me a little bit of the Clifford cards, such as the Clifford Scout, which requires you to pay 800 life points each time you want to search for a card. This does similar, but it either requires you to pay 300 life points for the main deck monsters or 900 life points for the extra deck monsters. I think for this deck to be more consistent, you're going to need some more life point recovery cards, as there is only currently 1 trap card that does that, and it's not that consistent. Or you could use, for the time being, the generic life point increasing cards, but they then come with their own disadvantage and not synergize too effectively with the deck. With this multiplying with Cyvus monsters, you can add various cards into it that are not archetype specific, and that's okay until we get further support down the line. The Fabled Archetype, known as Demon Raw Gods, Manganshin in the OCG, and as Fiend Raw deities in some video games. They're an archetype of light fiend monsters, with the exception of the Fabled, who are known as Demon Raw God Beasts in the OCG, and are beast monsters. They began in Japan as dual terminal promos in dual terminal Demon Raw God Revival, and continued in dual terminal Champion of Chaos. Their effects focus on discarding cards from their controller's hand to the graveyard to activate their effects. Fable monsters are depicted in a manner as to display both a hallowed aspect to them and a bit of whimsy. However, overall, their art is meant to give the impression of a slanted, kind of twisted, be it demonic or cynical. All of them are light monsters and are believed to represent heterodoxy, perverse versions of light, and degradation from grace and dignity, with some resembling the archetypal fallen angels from the Bible. They all have masks, which makes them resemble monsters of certain Spanish legends. Tiny, colourful and malicious imps often accompany monsters in their background art. In terms of the playstyle, they are similar to the Dark World archetype in that the monsters thrive off of effects that discard. However, unlike a Dark World, all Fabled monsters will benefit off of any discard, even for cost. Even though cards like Dark World Dealers can be used with Fabled monsters, it's best to keep a high monster count and use their own effects to special summon them. The archetype also greatly benefits from cards such as Tour Guide from the Underworld, which gets Kushinano to the grave as quickly as possible and sets up for rank 3 Xyz monsters such as Levia the Sea Dragon and number 17 Leviathan Dragon. Though these Xyz support the deck, the main focus is synchros such as Fabled Writing, Formula Synchro and TC Hyper Librarian, in order to maintain the card advantages lost by summoning those monsters. Fabled decks can be very versatile because of their potential to abuse special summons and also being a light fiend archetype. There are a lot of cards to support them. The key to a successful deck is to control the field while slowly gaining advantage for powerful finish. Beckoning Light is by far the best tool in Fable Arsenal. It lets you discard your Fable monsters whilst getting others from your graveyard. You can send Fable monsters from the deck to the graveyard by using Light Swarm monsters, Card Trooper, and Foolish Burial. Both Phoenix Wing Wind Blast and Raigeki Break are already very handy for this deck, letting you disrupt your opponent's plays and discard a Fabled monster. By combining them with the Fabled Capsith, you get a powerful removal tool. Tool Guide from the Underworld lets you get Fabled Kushano for Xyz summons, setting up the graveyard with both Fabled Kushano for its effect and Dark monsters for Chaos monsters. As Fabled monsters can swarm the field without using up your normal summon, and because they lack good destructive plays, it's a good choice to add cards such as Chaos the Shadow Monarch to remove the opponent's cards while getting a monster with good attack, which can be later used as a synchro material, and Dark for Chaos support. You can go further and add Riser the Storm Monarch to combine it with Phoenix Wing Blast. Your keys to stop your opponent's OTK are Gorz the Emissary of Darkness, Tragodia, and Battle Fader. Just like Chaos the Shadow Monarch, they are dark and can be used as a synchro material. Being a light monster benefit from Shining Angel and Honest, which can be returned from the graveyard by Beckoning Light. Another way around is to add TG Engine, which is a combination of Tech Genus Warwolf and a Tech Genus Striker, and focus on a beast support like Horn of the Phantom Beast to make a good use of the Fabled sub-archetype. To benefit from Fabled monsters that remain in the graveyard, you could add incredibly offensive and defensive cards, such as Seraphon the Ultimate Time Lord, as more than 10 monsters in the graveyard is a piece of cake for this deck. There are fiend monsters such as Snipe Hunter and Stygian Street Patrol, which then help you swarm the field after summoning these stronger monsters. With the changes brought by Link monsters and Master Rule 4, the sheer swarming ability of this archetype allows for rapid Link and Synchro summons. As time goes on, more Link monsters will be printed that indirectly support Fable cards. Firewall Dragon provides an effective beta with a rather impressive recursion effect if you set up your Link summons carefully. Orlo Dragon is a hefty boss monster that is easy to summon thanks to the Fabled Nezuchi and other effects. Topologic Bomber Dragon can give you repeated destruction effects. VLAN Hydra provides fodder to fuel more Link summons without investing too many Fable monsters and potentially many more. The Raging Turbo deck is a deck that makes use of the effect of Fabled Raging to draw cards. Because its effect allows its controller to draw up to 2 cards, a deck that can use cards quickly or set a large number of cards to generate later card advantage is important. The main way to summon is to discard the Fabled Cerebral and Fabled Garnacia with the effect of the Fabled Chawa, and to normal summon a second one. This deck has potential to create an OTK with synchro summons. In terms of its weaknesses, Silent Graveyard, Soul Drain, and the end of the Anubis alone can severely slice into Fables, because such monsters whose effects activate when discarded transpire while they're in the graveyard. This archetype's attribute of light can also be capitalized on via Light Imprisoning Mirror, the Allies of Justice, and some of the Kawaki Merus. A substantial count of Fables on the roster also have superficial attack, making them prey for cards like King Tiger Wangu and Deck Devastation Virus, which can plug up synchro summons by putting away key tuners like Severol, Ruby Ruder, and Chawa. Skill Drain and Mind Drain can be used against any Fables with effects that respectively activate on the field or in the hand, such as Grimro and Nezuchi in the hand. Protector of the Sanctuary can also cease Fable Rasion's one-time draw replenish, as well as any Fables that can search other Fables from the deck. This can be coupled with drop-off and drastic drop-off to further encumber their use, provided that aforementioned cards such as Light Imprisoning Mirror and Soul or Mind Drain are active so that the Fables can't spring their effects when discarded. Return if any of the said grave interdictors aren't active can also stall and shun Cruise and Leviathan's graveyard salvages by forcing the retrieved cards back into the deck. Goblin of Greed can also impede Fables because it will restrict them from being discarded at a cost, hence making it more laborious to use them. Here we'll start covering what these cards do. Fable and Wrath is a light attribute fiend type synchro effect monster. It's a level 6 with 2400 attack and 1900 effects. It requires a Fable tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters. If this card is special summoned, your opponent can discard 1 card to negate this effect, otherwise you can draw 2 cards, then discard 1 card. If a monster is sent from your opponent's hand to the graveyard except during damage step, you can target one of those monsters, special summon it to your field, but negate its effects. You can only use each effect of Fabled and Wraith once per turn. This card seems very easy to summon. It's just a straight level 6, so long as you've got a Fabled Tuner. The non-tuner monsters required are generic, and so you can be splashed into multiple styles of decks. As soon as this card is special, so it can either be through its initial synchronous summon or being revived from the graveyard, your opponent can then discard one card to negate an effect. Otherwise, you get to just straight away draw 2 cards. Then one of those cards gets discarded. But the discard on a Fabled monster will provide you with additional forms of advantage. If a monster is sent from your opponent's hand to the graveyard, except during a damage step, so actually if they choose to negate this card's effect, they will discard a card. Hopefully for them it's not a monster, but if they haven't read into this card and they discard a monster, then you can target one of those monsters and that gets special summoned straight to your field, so you can use their monster against them. Fable Ashenvale is a light attribute fiend type level 4 with 1600 attack and 1200 defense. Once per battle, if this card battles during damage calculation, as a quick effect, you can send one card from your hand to the graveyard. This card gains 600 attack during that damage calculation only. It's a small boost to your attack points to make this a 2200 attack monster, and it can be activated either during yours or your opponent's turn, so it can be in response to your opponent's attack, or you can be making that attack declaration yourself. The discard isn't much of a cost, as the Fabled monsters will recover themselves through this effect, and it's a decent level 4 body to have on the field. Fabled Dynera is a light attribute fiend type effect monster, level 8 with 2800 attack and 100 defense. You can attribute some of this card in face-up attack position by attributing one Fabled monster. Once per turn, the first opponent's normal spell card effect to resolve becomes your opponent discards one card. This is similar in the effect of Malicious Edge, as you can tribute over one monster to bring that card out. That means you're getting rid of one card rather than the 2, which would typically be for a level 8 monster. The other bit of its effect simply forces your opponent's first normal spell card to be wasted, as it becomes a discard from your hand, which will trigger off one of your Fabled monster's effects. Fabled Diff is a light attribute fiend type level 3 with 1400 attack and 1700 defense. When a Fabled monster is sent from the hand to the graveyard, except during a damage step, you can attribute this card then to one of those monsters and special summon it. It's a decent card for a level 3 monster. It has quite balanced attack and defense, and provided a Fabled monster is sent from the hand to the graveyard, so that includes any sort of discards, you're able to just tribute this card and recover one of those monsters, so it's a way of getting something that's more useful than this. Fabled Galabas is a light attribute fiend type effect monster, level 4 with 1500 attack and 800 defense. You can discard one card to the graveyard, then attack one monster your opponent controls with defense less than or equal to this card's attack, destroy that target. The discard cost is the same as most of the Fabled monsters, and they will then trigger off their effects. However, you are able to destroy an opponent's monster who happens to have defense equal to this card's attack, so that's 1500 or less. But the nice thing about this is it's not based on its original attack, so if you were to boost this card's attack up, it could then hit higher targets. It also needs to consider that there are monsters out there, boss monsters, that have very unbalanced stats. Therefore, they might have high attack points, but very disappointing defense points, making it more susceptible to being destroyed by this card's effect. Fabled Grimro is a light attribute fiend type effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1700 attack and 1000 defense. If you control a Fabled monster, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. Add a Fabled monster from your deck to your hand, except Fabled Grimro. This is a rotor for the deck, but unlike something such as Elemental Hero Stratos, which has to be summoned to use its effect, this is a simple discard from your hand. That means you're not wasting your normal or special summons, and you're not having to run additional cards to get that search. It also has decent attack points for a level 4. A Fabled Cruise is a light attribute fiend type effect monster. It's a level 2 with 1000 attack and 800 defense. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, target one other level 4 or lower Fabled monster in your graveyard. Special summon that target. This is simply, as soon as it's discarded, able to revive a level 4 or lower Fabled monster, and that comes from the graveyard. It's an instant type of monster reborn for some of the weaker Fabled monsters. Fabled Kushano is a light attribute fiend type tuner effect monster. It's level 3 with 1100 attack and 800 defense. If this card is in your graveyard, you can discard one Fabled monster to the graveyard except Fabled Kushano. Add this card to your hand. This is able to provided it's in the graveyard. When a discard happens with a favored monster, recover itself back to the hand. It's a shame it doesn't come back to the field as it's a tuner. It would help to go into an instant synchro summon, but I think that'd be far too much, and there are ways within the deck that already enable you to do this by special summoning the card. Fabled Leviathan is a light attribute fiend type synchro effect monster. It's a level 10 with 3000 attack and 2000 defense. It needs a Fabled tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters, and when this card on the field is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, you can target up to 3 Fabled monsters in your graveyard and add them back to your hand. This, I believe, is one of the main boss monsters for the archetype, but it doesn't really do much of itself. It's more that when it's destroyed and sent to the graveyard, it can be by battle or by card effect. You can recover 3 Fabled monsters from the graveyard straight back to the hand, so it does bring back the resources almost that have been used to bring this card out in the first place. Seems a bit silly. It would have been nice if it had a little bit of a bonus effect to maybe destroy a card randomly or to have some sort of protection. Otherwise, it's more so a 3000 attack beat stick. Fabled Lurie is a light attribute fiend type level 1 with 200 attack and 400 defense. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, special summon it. Therefore, it's really decent as a card as it's a very small monster, but it can use as part of a synchro material for a synchro summon. The discard on it comes to you at no cost. Fabled Marcosia is a light attribute fiend type level 4 with 1700 attack and 0 defense. If this card is in your hand, you can discard up to 2 monsters except Fabled Marcosia, but including another Fabled monster, and if you do, special summon this card. If summoned this way, this card gains 200 attack for each monster discarded. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, add 1 Fabled spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Fabled Marcosia once per turn. This is a level 4 monster with 1700 attack points, which is quite decent. As soon as this card is in your hand, you're able to discard up to 2 monsters, except itself, but including another Fabled monster. Therefore, you need at least 1 additional Fabled monster to discard. This card then gets special summoned. When it's summoned this way, it gains 200 attack for each monster discarded. So if you manage to discard 2 cards, this card becomes a 2100 attack level 4 monster. If this happens to be discarded to the graveyard by any means, you can then search for a Fabled spell or trap card from the deck straight to the hand. So it's like a Rota, but in a spell and trap format. Fabled Mitochi is a light attribute fiend type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 400 attack and 200 defense. You can send this card from your hand to graveyard, then target 1 tuner Fabled monster you control. That monster is treated as a tuner while face up on the field. This card itself is a tuner monster, but given that certain other monsters are higher levels and maybe you need some of those to be treated as tuners, it means that you can go into some of your high level synchro monsters, such as the level 10, without having to use too many resources. You're effectively transferring the tuner status of this card over to another monster. Fabled Ultro is a light attribute fiend type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 800 attack and 500 defense. Once per turn, you can send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard. Special summon 1 level 3 Fabled monster from your hand. This is another tuner monster, so that's fine. It's part of the archetype. Each turn, you're able to just send a card from the hand to the graveyard, and you can straight away special summon a level 3 Fabled monster. There are other monsters who are able to do this, and so even just through this effect, you can bring out a level 6 synchro, as this will already be in the field, and I'm assuming you're going for a level 3 non-tuner monster. It is very specific to the level and it being within archetype, but there must be reasons behind that. Fabled Ragin is a light attribute fiend type synchro effect monster. It's a level 5 with 2300 attack and 1800 defense. It needs a Fabled tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monsters. And when this card is synchro summoned, you can draw until you have 2 cards in your hand. The design on this card is really, if you've used all your resources in your hand, you have no form of recovery. It allows you to draw up to 2 cards, provided you have nothing already in the hand. It's a simple enough effect. It's a 2300 attack monster. I don't think you can expect too much more from this style of monster. Although saying that, it's also a decent starting point to go into some of the higher level monsters once its effect has been used. Fabled Raven is a light attribute fiend type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 1300 attack and 1000 defense. Its effect is once per turn you can discard any number of cards, and if you do, this card gains 1 level and 400 attack for each discarded card until the end of this turn. This is the preferred tuner monster you want to go for within most of the archetype. Reason for that is it's able to adjust its levels upwards, and it also gains a boost in attack points. The discard works within the Fabled archetype to recover certain cards and special summon other cards to the field, or recover those cards back to the hand. It means it's much easier for you to go into higher level synchro monsters without having to have multiple monsters on the field. Fabled Sulcius is a light attribute fiend type effect monster. It's a level 6 with 2200 attack and 2100 defense. If this card is in your graveyard, you can send 2 cards from your hand to the graveyard except Fabled Sulcius, special summon this card. It has an instant revival effect when it's in the graveyard. Sending 2 cards from your hand to the graveyard is fine, as they have effects that will be propped off of those discards, and therefore it's almost like having no cost to you. This gets revived and you will use it as part of the basis of a synchro summon. Fabled Topi is a light attribute fiend type, level 1 with 500 attack and 200 defense. If your opponent has 2 more cards in their hand than you do, you can reveal 1 Fabled monster in your hand and attribute this face-up card. Then target 2 spell trap cards your opponent controls, destroy those targets. It's a little bit specific as to what it needs to do in order to meet its effect requirement. Firstly, your opponent has to have 2 more cards in their hand than you do. Easy enough to do, as the archetype runs around discarding cards and maybe you're not able to recover those cards. You also have to reveal a Fabled monster in your hand, as well as tribute this card, to then have the opportunity to target 2 spell trap cards your opponent controls and destroy those targets. And it has to be 2 spell and traps. It's not up to 2. Therefore, if your opponent only has 1, this effect does not work. You can't use it. It seems a lot to be able to negate, and it's not advisable to use it as the quote-unquote spell and trap destroyer. It's better to run things such as Lightning Storm, Harpy's Feather Duster, Heavy Storm. Any of those types of examples will be a much better place than this in-archetype card. Fabled Rostros is a light attribute fiend type effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1500 attack and 200 defense. While you have 2 or less cards in your hand, all face-up Fabled monsters you control gain 400 attack points. It's a very standardized type of effect. The 400 boost is welcome, as it's a way of just straight up increasing all of your monsters. It's not specifically just this card, and obviously the more Fabled monsters you have on the field, the more on-board damage you can do to the opponent. Think of if you combine this with the field spell, I think it's Luminous Spark, which supports light attribute decks. That gives your monsters that happen to be light attributes an additional 500 attack points. Pair the 2 together and all of your light attribute monsters that happen to be all Fables will get a nice 900 point attack boost. Fabled Valkyries is a light attribute fiend synchro effect monster. It's a level 8 with 2900 attack and 1700 defense. It needs a Fabled tuner and 1 or more non-tuner monsters, and once per turn you can discard 1 fiend monster to draw 1 card. I don't know what's the reason behind all of these cards. It seems a lot to do with adding draw consistency. A lot of it comes down to the fact that you're using resources and discarding cards to bring other monsters out, and therefore maybe that is the purpose of why you have to draw these additional cards. It is able to do it more effectively than the level 5 synchro, as that has to meet a specific condition of you having no cards in your hand or being able to draw up to 2 when it's synchro summoned. This is more powerful as you can determine it each and every turn, and it's a consistent draw effect. The Fabled Avang is a light attribute beast type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 1000 attack and 600 defense. If this card is in your graveyard, you can discard 1 Fabled monster, and if you do, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use this effect of the Fabled Avank once per turn. Provided this card is in the graveyard, just by discarding a Fabled monster, you're able to bring this card back. It being a tuner can be used as part of the play for a synchro monster, but when it's used, when it leaves the field in any way, including when it's used as part of that synchro summon, it has to be banished, which makes it more difficult to get back. The Fabled Catsith is a light attribute beast type tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 with 800 attack and 600 defense. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, target one face-up card on the field, destroy that target. It's a simple destruction-based effect. I wish it would just destroy anything, but it has to be a face-up card on the field. So you do have the benefit of targeting either a face-up monster, spell, or trap card, but it can't do the equivalent for any of the face-down cards. The Fabled Cerberus is a light attribute beast type tuner effect monster. It's a level 2 with 1000 attack and 400 defense. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, special summon it. It being a tuner monster, it's quite useful, as even when it's discarded for the cost, it's instantly able to special summon itself, so the other card that you use as its effect gets to do that for free. The Fabled Chawa is a light attribute beast type tuner effect monster, level 1 with 200 attack and 100 defense. During your main phase, you can activate this effect, discard one Fabled monster, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. It's an instant access tuner monster, and it only requires a discard. It can be activated, so it's pretty simply a decent effect as it activates from the hand. The Fabled Garnacia is a light attribute beast type level 3 with 1600 attack and 1000 defense. If this card is discarded to the graveyard, special summon it. If summoned this way, it gains 200 attack, but banish it when it leaves the field. This, when it's discarded, gets to instantly be summoned to the field, and it becomes a 1800 attack monster. Only downside is if it happens to leave the field by any means, it gets banished and therefore is more difficult to recover from that banished pile. Similar to the Apank, which is that beaver-looking creature that is a tuner monster, and is understandable why, when it's revived, that also has to be banished. The Fabled Cockataur is a light attribute beast type effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1700 attack and 1500 defense. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can discard one Fabled monster and draw one card. For a level 4, it's around the same as a couple of other cards, 1700 attack points, and it also means it's quite easy for it to destroy an opponent's monster. It does rely heavily, therefore, on the battle phase, as if this attack is not able to go through onto a monster, or that monster has immunity from being destroyed by battle, then the effect does not get to trigger. But if it does trigger, not only are you discarding a Fabled monster, which will have its own effect, but you're able to draw an additional card, adding to your consistency. The Fabled Kudabi is a light attribute beast type synchro effect monster. It's a level 4 with 2200 attack and 1100 defense. It needs a Fabled tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. This card gains the following effect based on the number of cards in your hand. 0, it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, and 3 or more once per turn during the end phase to destroy this card. The design on this card emphasizes having as minimal cards in your hand as possible and using those resources, even if it means setting those cards onto the field, so you don't have the secondary ability that self-implodes this card. First ability provides immunity from being destroyed by battle or card effects. It still is susceptible to other forms of removal, such as compulsory evacuation device. You've got Dimensional Prison, you've got various other cards such as the Castiras, which like to banish monsters. I believe that's Castira Fenrir, but it's at least decent for a stall card. The Fabled Nazuchi is a light attribute beast type level 2 with 1200 attack and 800 defense. Its effect is, during your main phase, you can discard one Fabled monster, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. When this card is special summoned this way, you can special summon one level 2 or lower Fabled monster from your hand. This, during the main phase, is able to just discard a Fabled monster and special summon itself from the hand. If this is happened successfully, you're then able to bring out another level 2 or lower Fabled monster, and it helps to go into some of your synchro plays. The Fabled Pegasus is a light attribute beast type tuner effect monster. It's a level 1 with 100 attack and 1600 effects. When this card is discarded to the graveyard, you can special summon it in a face down defense position. When this card is flipped face up, you can reveal one Fabled monster in your hand, send one Fabled monster from your deck to the graveyard. If this card is discarded, it just gets to straight away special summon itself in face down defense position. Since it's got 1600 defense points, that's probably more ideal. It is a tuner monster, so it can be used as part of a synchro play, and as soon as this card is flipped face up, which it could do when it's attacked or when you flip it yourself, By revealing a Fabled monster in your hand, you're able to just send a Fabled monster from your deck to the graveyard. This will Foolish Burial a particular monster in your archetype, which can probably be easier accessed from the graveyard than to search from it from the deck. The Fabled Ruby Ruder is a light attribute beast type tuner effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1100 attack and 800 defense. When this face-up card you control is selected as an attack target, you can discard one Fabled monster to negate the attack. This effect isn't a once per turn effect, so as long as you have other Fabled monsters in your hand, each time it's attacked, you can use the discard effect. This I liken to something like Creebles, which when it's attacked, you have to pay 800 life points to negate that attack, and that's also a tuner monster. By preserving these tuner monsters on the field, you're then able to go into your synchro monsters on your next turn. The Fabled Unicorn is a light attribute beast type synchro effect monster. It's a level 4 with 2300 attack and 1000 defense. It requires a Fabled tuner plus one or more non-tuner monsters. While you and your opponent have the same number of cards in hand, negate all cards and effects activated by your opponent, and if you do, destroy those cards. I have faced off against some Fabled players and have typically forgotten that we have the same number of cards in hand. This has meant that all the things that I've tried to do against the opponent have then been negated and destroyed, so it is quite difficult to get around. Saying that, it is only a 2300 attack monster, and there are plenty of ways to remove this before you get yourself to having an even balance between yours and your opponent's hands. Fabled Treason is a normal trap card. Its effect is to target one Fabled monster in your graveyard and one face-up card on the field. Discard one card, and if you do, special summon that monster from your graveyard, and if you do that, destroy that card on the field. You can only activate one Fabled Treason per turn. The design on this card is very useful for the deck. By targeting a Fabled monster in your graveyard, you can then choose a face-up card on the field. It does come at a discard cost, but the Fabled monsters like being discarded. You can then special summon that monster from your graveyard, the one that you've chosen, and destroy the other card that's face-up on the field. It seems like a combination type of play, as you will be able to activate multiple types of effects, but it also poses the risk of disrupting whatever your opponent's trying to do. Stairway to a Fabled Realm is a field spell card. When this card is activated, you can send one Fabled monster from your deck to graveyard. You can target one Fabled monster in your graveyard, discard 2 cards, and if you do, add that monster to your hand. You can only use this effect of Stairway to a Fabled Realm once per turn. If your Fabled monster attacks an opponent's monster and you have less cards in your hand than your opponent, the monster gains attack equal to the difference in the number of cards times 200 during damage calculation only. You can only activate one Stairway to a Fabled Realm per turn. When this card is activated, given it's their field spell, you can just send a Fabled monster from your deck to graveyard, so that card can often be recovered more easily from the graveyard than from the deck. Choose a Fabled monster in your graveyard by discarding 2 cards to help trigger off their effects. You can then add that chosen monster from your graveyard back to your hand, so it acts as a form of recovery. But this can only be done when this card is initially activated. So unless you can, for example, Giant Trunade it back to your hand and then reactivate it maybe during your next turn, there aren't too many applications for that first part of the effect. The other effect relies on you having less cards in your hand than your opponent. If you are down to 0 cards and your opponent has a full hand, say 5-6 cards, then the difference will boost your Fabled monsters by 1200 attack points. But it only happens if your Fabled monster attacks an opponent's monster, and that's when it attacks and not is attacked. It's only during your battle phase when you conduct that, not when your opponent does. Otherwise, it would have been more reasonable. That consists the whole list on the archetype for the Fabled monsters. As you can see, they're synchro monsters. The 3 of them rely heavily on recovery and drawing into cards. None of them really disrupt the opponent. Even amongst all of the other cards you have, they don't do too much to disrupt what your opponent does, and only really helps to benefit your strategy. That can be a significant disadvantage, so I'm hoping from the brand new support, which we're anticipating to happen hopefully by the end of the year, maybe beginning of next year, to get something that is a few more synchro monsters to provide more variety, some disruption, some additional effects, better tuner monsters. I know you've got some decent ones, some more recovery cards, as that's what they're missing. They do have draw cards, but even those are quite specific, and perhaps a few spell or trap cards, even an upgraded version of the field spell to make the deck look a little bit more consistent. The Valvonica archetype.
The theme contains many Italian words. In light of this, its name is possibly a wordplay between the word verere, to vary, in reference to the choice effects of every card, and armonica, which is both the name of the glass harmonica, the instrument depicted on the field spell card, and harmonic, from which the music-themed names of the trap cards may be derived. Angelo Valmonica and Demono Valmonica are based on the concept of a shoulder angel and devil, their names being distorted versions of the Italian words Angelo and Demon, a dramatic interpretation and visualization of one's individual conscience that drives them to make morally good or evil decisions and symbolize the inner struggle of a person's choices. Valmonica is a theme that revolves around manipulation of the user's life points, at tandem with its two pendulum monsters, Angelo Valmonica and Demono Valmonica. Specifically, their pendulum effects to gain resonance counters when gaining life points in the case of Angelo and taking damage for Demono. Once 3 or more resonance counters have been gained on a respective pendulum scale, the player can proceed to link summon the theme's 2 Link 1 boss monsters, Sebefera Valmonica Hallow Heathen and Duralem Valmonica Heathen Hallow, a duo of stronger monsters limited merely through this condition to summon them. Celatrice Valmonica is a water attribute at spellcaster level 4 with 1200 attack and 1200 defense. While you control a monster except Celatrice Valmonica, your opponent's monsters cannot target this card for attacks. You can only use each of the following effects of Celatrice once per turn. If this card is normal or pendulum summoned, you can add 1 Valmonica card from your deck to your hand, except Celatrice Valmonica. If this card is sent to the graveyard and you have 2 Valmonica cards in your pendulum zones, you can add this card to your hand. This card provides a consistent search for any of the Valmonica cards, be that a spell, a monster, or a trap card, so it just adds to consistency, and it means that if you've got other Valmonica cards on the field, this card can't be affected by any sort of attacks on it, which helps to extend your gameplay. This also has the benefit of if being sent to the graveyard for any reason. If you have 2 Valmonica monsters which happen to be in the pendulum zones, you can recover this card back to the hand and then obviously resummon using it. Angelo Valmonica is a dart attribute fairy type pendulum monster at level 4 with a scale of 3 with 1200 attack and 2100 defense. Pendulum effect is each time you gain life points while you control a fiend monster card in your other pendulum zone, place 1 resonance counter on this card. Once per turn, when an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can immediately after this effect resolves link summon 1 Valmonica link monster. The monster effect is if this card is in your hand, you can discard 1 other card, take 1 Demono Valmonica from your deck and place this card and that card in your pendulum zones. During your main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can banish 1 Valmonica normal spell or trap card from your graveyard, apply whichever effect on that card includes gaining life points. You can only use each effect of Angelo Valmonica once per turn. This is one of the 2 pendulum monsters that are included in the deck. This one is the life point recovery one. It has quite weak attack points, but it has decent defense at 2100. It is a level 4 monster, so keep that in mind. In terms of the pendulum effect, so long as you keep gaining life points, as long as you've got a fiend monster in the other pendulum zone, which the other one is, you're able to place a resonance counter on this card. And when an opponent makes an attack declaration, you can immediately link summon the Valmonica link monster. So it does make it really easy to go into your higher level, more powerful monsters. In terms of the monster effect, by just discarding another card, you just take a Demono Valmonica from the deck and you place it immediately in the pendulum zone alongside this card, so you can set up your monster zones pretty quickly. During the main phase, just as soon as this card is either normal or special summoned, by banishing a Valmonica normal spell or trap from your graveyard, and bear in mind, since it's from the graveyard, it's not any additional costs or resources that you're burning through. You've probably already used those cards up to send them to the graveyard in the first place. You're able to take the life point gaining effect and copy that ability. This card is very consistent and is necessary to be run probably at max at 3. Demono Valmonica is a light attribute fiend type pendulum effect monster. It's a level 4 with a scale of 5. It's got 1200 attack and 2100 defense. The pendulum effect is each time you take effect damage while you control a fairy monster card in your other pendulum zone, place 1 resonance counter on this card. Once your opponent's controls lose 100 attack for each resonance counter on your field.
The monster effect is, if this card is in your hand, you can discard one other card, take one Angelo moniker from your deck and place this card and that card in your pendulum zones. During your main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can banish a 1 Val moniker normal spell or trap from your graveyard and apply whichever effect on that card includes taking damage. You can only use each effect of Demono Val moniker once per turn. So this is the opposite version of the previous card. The pendulum effect, each time you take effect damage, you're just instantly able to place a resonance counter on this card. So this is one example of how you can generate these counters. And each of these counters helps to reduce the attack points of your opponent's monsters. Think of it a bit like how venom counters work. And also there's another card which is the Pum Princess, which gains counters and can do a similar style of effect. The monster effect simply lets you discard this card and just take an Angelo at this card and put them straight into the pendulum zone, so there isn't any need for additional searching for the deck. This also has the ability to banish a Valka normal spell or trap card, and you apply the effect which makes you take damage. This helps to extend your combos and actually helps to support how the deck is played. Val Monica Dismormia is a normal spell card. Place one resonance counter on one card in your pendulum zone that can place a resonance counter on, then apply one of these effects. Either gain 500 life points, then you can add one of your banished Val Monica cards to your hand, except Val Monica Dismormia, or take 500 damage, then you can add one Monica card from your graveyard to your hand, except Val Monica Dismormia. You can only activate one Val Monica Dismormia per turn. First part of the effect places instantly a resonance counter on one of your pendulum zone monsters, so this instantly adds to that, and actually through either using one of the two effects, you are then generating the other counter. So each time it's activated, you're generating 2 resonance counters. First part of the ability, just to gain 500 life points, lets you recover a banished Val Monica card to your hand, and it can be a monster, a spell, or a trap. It's not fussed on whichever one you target. Or you can take 500 life points damage, and then you can add a Val Monica card from your graveyard back to your hand, except itself. I would say that both effects are useful, and both are implicated in different ways. So the first one gives you life points, and only targets the banished pile. The second effect makes you take damage, but lets you search and recover from the graveyard. It depends on whichever zone within your field it's more relevant for you to access from, given the time. Val Monica Internet is a normal spell card. The effect is to apply one of these effects unless you have a Val Monica card in your pendulum zone, your opponent chooses the effect. It's either gain 5 life points, then if you have any monsters in your graveyard, that can be special summoned, your opponent chooses one of them for you to then special summon to your field. Or you take 500 damage, then you can add one level 4 monster from your graveyard to your hand. You can only activate one Val Monica Internet per turn. The first effect is reliant on you having a Val Monica card in your pendulum zone, otherwise it allows your opponent to make that decision for you. The first bit of the effect, just by gaining 500 life points, so long as you've got monsters in your graveyard that can be special summoned, your opponent then chooses one of them and it special summons it to your field. This can be a benefit in certain respects because if you've got very limited monsters in the graveyard, then your opponent doesn't have much for you to kind of decide upon, so whatever they give you will probably benefit. Second ability, just by taking 500 life points of damage, you can recover a level 4, and it has to be specifically level 4 monster from your graveyard back to your hand. Both of the Val Monica monsters reach the level 4 requirements, and so are not an issue. Val Monica Skelter is a normal spell card. Apply one of these effects unless you have a Val Monica card in your pendulum zone, your opponent chooses the effect. Either gain 500 life points, then you can place one card from your hand on the bottom of the deck, then draw 2 cards, or take 500 damage, then you can add one Val Monica spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, except Val Monica Skelter. You can only activate one Val Monica Skelter per turn. First part of the effect requires you to have a Val Monica card in your pendulum zone, otherwise your opponent chooses the effect that they apply. First effect, by gaining 500 life points, you just take one card from your hand and then you put it to the bottom of the deck, meaning it's going to be very difficult for you to recover that card.
as searching through the deck is often more difficult than having cards in the graveyard. And then in exchange, you get to instantly just draw 2 cards. Or the second option is you take 5 points of damage, and you can then search for a Valmonica Spell Trap card from the deck and add that straight to the hand. Depending on the situation, one effect may be better for you at that point. Valmonica Versaire is a normal spell card. The effect is to apply one of these effects unless you have a Val card in your Pendulum Zone. Your opponent chooses the effect. Either gain 500 life points, then you can excavate cards from the top of your deck until you excavate a Valmonica card, then add that card to your hand. Also shuffle the rest into the deck, or take 500 damage. Then you can send one Valmonica card from your deck to the graveyard, except Versaire. First bit of the effect is the same as the others. So long as you've got a Valmonica card, you can choose the effect. If you don't, then your opponent chooses the effect. The first effect, gaining 500 life points, you can just continue to excavate cards until you reach for a Valmonica card. That card is instantly then added to your hand, and then all the other cards go back and you shuffle your deck. So it could be a way of perhaps helping to support the deck reshuffling into better cards. You might have drawn into some things you don't need for the turn, and it means you don't have to run cards such as like Deck Shuffler or Card Trader being another example. The second ability, just by taking 500 life points, you can send a Valmonica card from your deck to the graveyard, except a copy of itself. This might mean that it's able to be recovered from the graveyard through alternative effects, or it might have a graveyard effect in and of itself. Valmonica, the Agothocacological Voice, is a field spell. When this card is activated, you can add one Valmonica monster from your deck to your hand. If a card in your Pendulum Zone has a 3rd resonance counter placed on it, you can target one monster your opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase, but it cannot declare an attack. You can only use this effect of Valmonica, the Agothocacological Voice, once per turn. You can only activate one Valmonica, the Agothocacological Voice, per turn. First bit of the ability is similar to most types of field spells. They let you search for the archetype specific cards that you have. You've got other cards that do pretty much the same thing, so there isn't any real difference to that. If a card has a 3rd resonance counter, you're able to snatch steal one of your opponent's monsters until the end of the turn. And this can be applied during yours and your opponent's turn, so it's a good way of disrupting how your opponent plays, and then potentially using their own monsters against them, either by going into battle against you or being used as part of a tribute, link, or exceeds or fusion summon of one of your other monsters. Valmonica Inverter is a quick play spell card, and apply one of these effects. Either special summon one Valmonica monster from your deck. Also, for the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, you cannot activate the effects of monsters on the field except Valmonica monsters. Or if you control a non-Pendulum Valmonica monster, take 2 Valmonica Pendulum monsters with different names from your deck, add one of them to your hand, and add the other to your face-up extra deck. You can only activate one Valmonica Inverter per turn. The first effect just instantly lets you special summon a Valmonica monster from the deck. It does mean for the rest of the turn after the effect resolves, you're not able to use the effects of monsters on the field except Valmonica monsters, so it does restrict it to its own archetype limits. Second effect, if you have a non-Pendulum Valmonica monster, you can take 2 Valmonica monsters, Pendulum monsters, with different names from the deck. One of them gets sent straight to your hand, the other goes to the face-up extra deck, but in all likelihood you're able to recover those cards, so it's not a concern, and it adds to the consistency of the deck. Valmonica Chosen Melody is a normal trap card. Apply one of these effects, you must control a Val monster card to activate and resolve this effect. If you control a Val Link monster, you can apply both effects in sequence. Either gain 500 life points also for the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot target Valmonica monster cards you control with card effects, or take 5 damage, then you can negate the effects of one effect monster your opponent controls until the end of this turn. You can only activate one Chosen Melody per turn. The first bit of the condition is that you can only use these effects if you've got a Valmonica monster card somewhere on your field. If you happen to have a Link monster, you get the bonus of being able to use both effects, but they do have to be in the specific order that's listed on the cards. First actual effect is by gaining 500 life points, your Valmonica monsters are immune from being targeted by card effects, which is decent. It helps to support the overall protection of the deck and those monsters. Second ability, you take 500 damage. You're able to instantly negate the effect of one of your opponent's monsters until the end of this turn. Any sort of monster effect negation helps to interrupt what your opponent is planning, and they might not be able to make the style and type of board they would have if you'd let the effect go through. Valmonica Followed Rhythm is a normal trap card. The effect is to apply one of these effects, and you must control a Valmonica monster card to activate and resolve this effect. If you control a Valmonica Link monster, you can apply both effects in sequence. Either gain 500 life points, then you can destroy one spell or trap card on the field, or take 500 damage, then you can return one monster from your field to the hand. You can only activate one Valmonica Followed Rhythm per turn. The first ability of this card and the restriction on it is you do need to have at least a monster card to resolve it, so unless you have that, this card is useless. If you happen to have a Link monster that's a Valmonica, then you can use both effects. First ability lets you just gain 500 life points and destroy a spell or trap card on the field. Pretty simple effect. It's a good way of having its own version of Mystical Space Typhoon. Second ability, just by taking 500 damage, you're able to effectively emergency compulsory evacuation device your opponent's monsters. It can also return your monsters if that's more beneficial to you, but more likely you're going to go after your opponents. Duralume Valmonican Heathen Hallow is a Dark Attribute Fairy type Link monster. It's a Link 1 with 2500 attack. It requires one effect monster to summon it. It cannot be Link summoned unless you have 3 or more resonance counters on fairy monster cards in your Pendulum Zone. You can only special summon Duralume Valmonica Heathen Hallow once per turn. If this card is Link summoned, you can target monsters your opponent controls up to the number of resonance counters in your Pendulum Zone, destroy them. You can remove 3 resonance counters from your Pendulum Zone. This card can make up to 3 attacks during each battle phase this turn. This card I've seen quite a lot being used within the Valmonica deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and it's often one of the finishing cards for the deck. It can only be summoned so long as you've got 3 or more resonance counters on a fairy type monster, and it can't be that these resonance counters are split across other monsters. It has to be 3 specifically on at least one card to pendulum summon this card. And if this card is Link summoned, you're then able to target monsters your opponent controls up to a number of resonance counters and destroy them. So potentially, so long as you've got more than 3, more likely than not, you're going to instantly wipe out your opponent's field, provided they don't have the cards that are immune from being destroyed. And by just removing 3 resonance counters, this card is able to make 3 attacks in the turn. These aren't limited to just on monsters, these can be on monsters and direct attacks. Potentially, if your opponent doesn't have any monsters on their field, this card can do 7,500 points of damage just by itself. Zebufera Valmonican Hallow Heathen is a light attribute fiend type Link 1 monster with 2,500 attack points. It requires an effect monster, and it cannot be Link summoned unless you have 3 or more resonance counters on fiend monster cards in your Pendulum Zone. You can only special summon Zebufera Valmonican Hallow Heathen once per turn. If a card you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can remove 3 resonance counters from your Pendulum Zone instead. Once per opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can target one of your Valmonica normal spell or trap cards that is banished or in your graveyard and apply that card's activation effect. Summon condition on this card is similar to the other one, but it relies on having your Fiend Valmonican monster that has to have these resonance counters on them. And if a card you control would be threatened by destruction either in battle or by card effect, you're instantly able to negate that destruction by getting rid of 3 resonance counters. Each turn, as a quick effect, and it has to be reliant on your opponent's turn, you can target a Valmonican spell or trap card that is banished or in the graveyard and just instantly use its own effect. So depending on what you really need to do, you can use any of the destructive based effects, you can use any sort of recovery effect, returning types of effects. For example, the spell and destruction of spell and trap cards, that's an example of one. And there are so many options you have. I imagine if this was to get more deck support, then you would have more of an advantage as this card comes out. Valmonican Hallow Hymn is a water attribute spellcaster type Link 2 monster with 3,000 attack points. It requires 2 monsters including a Valmonican Link monster, and it's unaffected by non-Valmonica card effects, while 6 or more resonance counters are on your field. This card gains 1 additional attack each battle phase for each level 4 Valmonica monster you control. Once per turn, when your opponent would special summon a monster at a quick effect, you can negate the summon, and if you do, destroy that monster, then remove 3 resonance counters from your field. Currently, I think in terms of the Valmonican support, this is the only one that isn't in Master Duel yet, and since we had the update a couple of weeks ago at the time of filming, we're most likely not going to get this until at least the next point, maybe some point in July, just to finish off the initial form of support for the deck. This is their boss monster, as it's the only Link 2 monster they have, and it's the strongest one out there. It's a 3,000 attack monster. It's unaffected by non-Valmonica card effects, so long as you've got 6 or more resonance counters on your field. It's quite decent, as you can generate those counters very quickly. The requirements on its summoning do need at least a Link monster and an additional monster as well, so you're relying on more heavy investment, but so long as you've got the resonance counters kind of up and ready to go, then this card is not a waste of space. This card is able to attack 1 additional time each battle phase for each level 4 Valmonica monster you control, so the more of those you've got on the field, the more attacks you get. And when your opponent would attempt to special summon a monster, you're able to just instantly, as a quick effect, negate its summon, destroying it, and just removing 3 resonance counters from your field. This is a good way of disrupting your opponent before they can actually set up anything really to use any sort of ability. Overall, I think the Valmonica archetype is really interesting, and I love the idea of the little angel and little devil on the shoulder, depending on how you are in the circumstances. You know, the whole idea that they kind of influence you either to do good things or to do bad things, and so one increases life points, one decreases life points, and it's a very consistent form of deck. What we'd like to see in the future, if these cards were to get more support, would be some more monsters. Generally, I do think they need more equivalents of those cards that are actually main deck monsters, not just the Pendulum monsters. But if you're going to make it just an entirely Pendulum-based version of itself, I think you should need some upgrades of those cards. Neos is an archetype of cards, the principal one being Elemental Hero Neos, created and used by Jane Yuki in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime. Jane's contest-winning card designs, Neos and the Neospacians, along with Yubel, were sent into space by Kyber Corp in the hope they would be imbued with space waves. It was hoped that doing would temper the malignant spirit of Yubel. The experiment was a success, and the spirit world of Neospace was created. Elemental Hero Neos worked with the Neospacians to summon powerful Neos fusion monsters through contact fusion. Most Neos fusion monsters have an improved version of the effect of its corresponding Neospacian fusion material. The archetype doesn't rely on contact fusion, however, and has 5 traditional fusion monsters in the names of Elemental Hero Brave Neos, Elemental Hero Divine Neos, Elemental Hero Neos Knight, Elemental Hero Neos Kluger, and Rainbow Neos. In the TCG, due to several Neos cards including Neospace in their TCG name, instead, and Neospace cards exclusively being Neos cards, Neospace is considered a separate archetype from Neos, but is supported by all cards that support Neos cards that could affect Neospace cards, such as Elemental Hero Divine Neos. Despite being unrelated to Elemental Hero Neos, Darkness Neosphere is part of this archetype, due to having Neos in its name. A typical strategy with this deck around keeping your Neos fusions on the field as long as possible by circumventing their effect that forces them to return to the extra deck during the end phase. There are a number of ways to do this. Using the field spell, Neospace increases the attack of Neos and his fusions by 500 and prevents them from returning. It should be noted that returning is still possible if you wish to clear your extra monster zone or activate an effect of the triple contact fusions when they return. The equipped spell Instant Neospace serves a similar role to Neospace in that it keeps your fusion out on the field, but without the attack buff. You get the additional effect of floating a Neos back out to the field
when the equipped monster leaves the field. Neos Fusion allows you to quickly special summon a Neos Fusion monster at the cost of not being able to special summon for the rest of the turn. The second effect of this card lets you banish it to prevent battle or effect destruction of your fusions and prevents the activation of its effect to return itself to the extra deck. Contact Out is a quick play spell that allows you to return the Neos Fusions and special summon the fusion material monsters from the deck. Whilst this obviously isn't preventing the monster returning, you can easily resummon it during your main phase too. Note that this only works on monsters with specific material listed in the card text. Whilst you can return fusions like Brave Neos and Cosmos Neos, you won't be able to special summon the materials. A less orthodox strategy is to negate the effect of your fusion using its own effect. The best examples of this are Elemental Hero Nebula Neos and Elemental Hero Dark Neos. This leaves you with a 3500 to 2500 vanilla beatstick, but be careful as this can backfire easily. GB Hunter can prevent the final effect of the Neos Fusion monsters from applying, but will stop further contact fusions, although this can be circumvented with Neos Fusion. Special Neos Fusion monsters from your extra deck using Favorite Contact by putting Neos and other materials from the hand, field, graveyard, banish zone on the bottom of your deck, as this card prevents your fusion monster summoned by this card's effect to be returned to the extra deck if you return Neos into the deck. Armed Neos is a wind attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 10 with 3500 attack and 3000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and an armed dragon monster, and it must be fusion summoned. If this card is special summoned, you can choose one dragon monster in your graveyard and destroy all monsters your opponent controls with an equal or lower level than it. When this card destroys a monster by battle, you can make this card gain the following effect. During the main phase, as a quick effect, you can tribute this card, special summon one Elemental Hero Fusion monster from your extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. This card is a combination of the Armed Dragon and Elemental Hero Neos, two of the main protagonist monsters, and it's just a way of kind of shoehorning the two cards together. It's decent for a level 10 monster with 3500 attack and 3000 defense points, and won't be able to be beaten over that easily. It must be fusion summoned, but when this card is special, you can just choose a dragon monster in your graveyard and destroy all monsters your opponent controls with equal or lower levels than it. It's not really relevant on the Elemental Hero Neos side of the deck, unless you are wanting other armed dragon monsters or other dragon monsters in order for this card to kind of apply. And simply by when this card destroys a monster by battle, this is where it does have the Elemental Hero type of effect and supports it, in that you can just tribute this card to special summon any Elemental Hero Fusion monster from the extra deck, ignoring the summoning conditions. This means you can go for practically anything, as long as it's got Elemental Hero in its name and it's a fusion monster, without having to meet any additional costs or concerns. Darkness Neosphere is a dark attribute fiend type level 10 with 4000 attack and defense. This card cannot be normal summoned or set. This card cannot be special summoned except by one fiend type monster you control and one fiend type monster from your hand to the graveyard. When your opponent's monster declares an attack, this card cannot be destroyed by battle. Once per turn, you can return all face-up trap cards you control to the hand. Whilst this isn't directly linked to Neos as an archetype, even within its effect, it's very much reliant on fiends, and the deck doesn't run fiends. The evil heroes run fiends, but that doesn't kind of connect the decks together. This, just by naming, has Neos in its name with the Neosphere, means it's technically treated as a Neos card. It has 4000 attack and defense. It's actually quite usable, but it does require you to send a fiend monster, both one that you control and one that's already in your hand, to the graveyard, and your opponent has to declare an attack for you to then special this monster. So there's quite a lot to do before this card can come out. It is protected from being destroyed by battle, which isn't much of a concern as it does have 4000 attack and defense. Very few monsters are going to instantly be able to get over this card. And once each turn, just by returning, you can return all face-up trap cards you control to the hand. I don't necessarily understand the purpose of this outside of if your particular trap card has search or effect upon activation, it could be a way of resurfacing that effect. But it does require you to then set that trap card again to then activate it at another point. And your opponent is going to know what you're doing and they're going to try and negate this type of ability.
Elemental Hero Aeneas is a wind attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatial Hummingbird to summon. This card can only be special summoned from your extra deck by returning the above cards you control to the deck. You do not use polarization. While your life points are lower than your opponent's, this card gains attack equal to the difference. This card returns to the extra deck during the end phase. The interesting thing about this card is I think there was a dispute with the card artwork owner, and therefore Konami has never been able to reprint this series of cards, making it extremely valuable as it has only ever come out of its original set, and therefore until that agreement has come into place and actually has been done about it, you will not be seeing new forms of this card on the market. It means that you're not going to get any sort of upgrades to the deck in terms of Air Neos. Although saying that, we did get a Storming Neos, which is a combination of the Aquadolphin and the Hummingbird. The summoning condition on this card isn't too difficult, as getting Elemental Hero Neos out onto the field, there are so many ways of doing it, including spell cards. I mean, even Fake Hero is an example of a card that instantly just brings that from your hand straight onto the field. It does go back to the hand at the end of your turn, but if you use it to contact fuse into this card, then that effect is really just negated. Neospatial Air Hummingbird is an interesting one in terms of this card's effect, because this card gains attack points equal to the difference in life points you have with your opponent, but your life points have to be lower than your opponent's, whereas Hummingbird's ability has you gain life points 500 times the number of cards that your opponent has in their hand. Each effect works really against each other. I would have preferred this effect to have been one where this card gains attack points equal just the difference in your life points. That would have made more sense, because otherwise its material can't even really use its effect. It does return it to the extra deck during the end phase, but that's similar to most of the fusion monsters that are Neo-spaced, and there are a few cards that can actually mitigate that negative side of the effect. Elemental Hero Aqua Neos is a water attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatial Aqua Dolphin. It must be special from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. Once per turn, you can discard one card, destroy one random card in your hand, and once per turn during the end phase, return this card to the extra deck. This takes the effect of the original Aquadolphin and it kind of makes it less specific. With Aquadolphin, its effect is reliant on you having a monster with higher attack points than any of the monsters that your opponent has in their hand, and then it wipes one of those cards out and inflicts 500 points of damage to the opponent. This just gets rid of a card from your opponent's hand, making it more difficult for them to recover those cards. It does come at a discard cost, which is the disadvantage to the deck, because you're kind of having to use a one-for-one effect, and this card has to have other ways of protecting itself, otherwise it will, like a lot of the other fusion Neos monsters, return itself back to the extra deck at the end phase of your turn. Elemental Hero Brave Neos is a light attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and one level 4 or lower effect monster. It must be fusion summoned, and it gains 100 attack for each Neospatial and hero monster in your graveyard. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can add one spell or trap card from your deck to your hand that mentions Elemental Hero Neos. This on this card is pretty easy, as you can actually bring it out from multiple different ways. Even just using polymerization, it can come out. It requires Elemental Hero Neos, which is typically fine, and any level 4 or lower effect monster. There's so many of those cards, pretty easy to use that effect. As this card is on the field, it gains 100 attack for each Neospatial and hero monster in your graveyard. That's any of the heroes. It can be Vision Hero, Masked Hero, Evil Hero, Destiny Hero, or Elemental Hero, as well as the Neospatials. The more of those cards you have in the graveyard, the more powerful this card becomes. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you're just able to add a spell or trap card from the deck to the hand that mentions Elemental Hero Neos. Whichever one you can target are the ones you can really go for. Depending on your situation, there are many different Neos spell and traps. There'll be that's suitable for the time and your situation. Elemental Hero Chaos Neos is a Dark Attribute Warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 9 with 3000 attack and 2500 effects. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatian Dark Panther and a Neospatian Glowmoss. It must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. Once per turn during the end phase, shuffle this card into the extra deck, and if you do, set all face-up monsters on the field. Once per turn during your main phase, you can toss a coin 3 times. 3 heads destroy all monsters your opponent controls. 2 heads for the rest of this turn, the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls are negated, or 1 head, return all monsters you control to the hand. This card is one of those various kind of higher upgrade versions of the Elemental Hero fusion monsters, in that it requires not only the Elemental Hero Neos, but 2 of the Neospatian monsters, Dark Panther and Glowmoss. Both of those cards are okay, but it's quite difficult to keep those cards out onto the field and quite tricky for them to remain there. The summoning on this card requires all 3 of those cards to be shuffled from the field back into the deck. You can reset those cards, but it has a cost of 3 cards. And during your end phase, just by shuffling this card into the deck, extra deck, you can set all face-up monsters on the field. You can just Book of Moon everything you and your opponent has. Once per turn during your main phase, depending on the number of heads you get, this is very luck dependent, unless you are planning on running all of these kind of coin tossing types of cards, such as the double coin toss types of effects. It is very much a gamble to use the effects. If you get the 3 heads, congratulations, that's a map effect. It wipes out all of your opponent's monsters they control. Very good. Second ability, just the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls are negated. Very useful as a way of, well, this is very much how the card likes to work in being able to shut down your opponent's types of effects. The 1 heads is unfortunately the worst type of effect, as it returns all monsters you control to the hand. This means you lose all of your cards, and therefore it becomes much more difficult to sustain yourself within the duel, especially since you've just used all yours just to bring this card out. It's not advisable to use unless you can kind of guarantee the effect, or you have alternative options, whereas if this card fails to use the effect you desire, you have backup options. Elemental Hero Cosmos Neos is a light attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level with 3500 attack and 3000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos plus 3 Neospatian monsters with different attributes. It must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. You do not use polymerization. If this card is special summoned from the extra deck, you can activate this effect. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot activate cards. The cards your opponent controls cannot activate their effects. Your opponent cannot activate effects or cards in response to this effect's activation. And once per turn during the end phase, shuffle this card into the extra deck, and if you do, destroy all cards your opponent controls. This is one of the highest upgrades to all of the Elemental Hero Neos fusion monsters, in that it requires probably the most to go into, but there are for that. It's a level 11 monster. It has 3,500 attack points, which justifies it in and of itself. It needs an Elemental Hero Neos, but it requires 3 Neospatian monsters with different attributes. I think there is 1 Neospatian for each of the attributes. It's not too fussy. So long as you've got those cards, it's fine to bring out. I would say, at least because it doesn't need named ones, it's much more generic than the other fusion monsters that often need 2 of those. When this card is special summoned, it has to be through contact fusion. You do not use polymerization, you just shuffle those cards back into the deck. You are having to use 4 cards to just bring this card out. Once this card is special from the extra deck, you can activate this effect. Your opponent cannot activate any cards. It shuts down your opponent's ability to really do anything. Cards your opponent controls cannot activate their effects. This just completely shuts down any of their responses. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. And Since this can really be responded at any point, this stops your opponent from doing anything. This is fantastic. There are a couple of other cards. There is a red dragon kind of synchro monster that has that same kind of ability that was recently banned in the latest kind of, TCG ban list, but I don't see this card being the same. And once per turn during the end phase, just by shuffling this card into the extra deck, you can wipe out all of your opponent's cards they control. If they have a lot of cards that they've invested into, it's a good way of preventing your opponent from accessing those cards quite as easily as they could. This card is worth noting that there are other cards that support the summing on these cards to bring it out without having to use as many as you think you need to. Elemental Hero Dark Neos is a Dark Attribute Warrior type fusion effect monster. It's level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatian Dark Panther. It must first be special summoned from your deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. You can target one face-up effect monster on the field, negate its effects. While you control this face-up card, you can only target one monster at a time with this effect. Once per turn during the end phase, return this card to the extra deck. This is the original version of the Dark Panther fusion monster that they've got. This just needs Neos and the Neospatian Dark Panther. Pretty simple to get those cards out and those cards to the deck, as that's a contact fusion. You're able to target any face-up effect monster on the field and it gets to shut down that card's effects. It can only target one monster at a time with this effect. You can, if this card keeps being kept on the field, potentially you can do this on other turns as well. But during the end phase, it does return to the extra deck unless you have like Neo Space Out, which can help to negate those types of abilities. Elemental Hero Divine Neos is a light attribute warrior type fusion. It's level 12 with 2500 attack and 2500 defense. It must be fusioned using any 5 Neos, Neospace, Neospatian, or Hero monsters, including at least one Neos or Neospace monster, Neospace, and one Hero monster, and it cannot be special summoned by other ways. Once per turn, you can banish one Neos, Neospace, Neospatian, or Hero monster from your graveyard. This card gains 500 attack, and until the end phase, it gains the banished monster's effect. This is kind of an all-inclusive type of card. It's meant to pretty much merge all of the different aspects of Jane's deck together. It must be fusioned using 5 materials. That's an extremely extensive cost, but there are cards that mitigate this, including at least one Neos or Neospace monster, a Neospatian monster, and a Hero monster. So you can use multiple of them, as you can get at least one of each of the others. And it cannot be special summoned by other ways. It is restrictive to itself. You're able to just banish a Neos, a Neospace, a Neospatian, or a Hero monster. This card becomes a 3000 attack monster for the rest of the turn, and you just copy that banished monster's effects depending on what you need within the given situation. For example, we just spoke about Dark Panther can negate a monster's effect. You have another one that can destroy spell and trap cards. You've got another one that can banish cards, another one that can send cards back to the deck. There are many variety and versatility of based cards. There's one that actually boosts this card's attack up, and therefore there's plenty of opportunity depending on how many different cards you have in your graveyard. The more you have, the more options you have to play around with. Elemental Hero Flare Neos is a fire attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatian Flare Scarab, and must be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. You do not use Polarization. This card gains 400 attack for each spell or trap card on the field. During the end phase, shuffle this card into the extra deck. The original Flare Scarab gains pretty much the same in terms of 400 attack and for each spell and trap card on the field, but it's only your field that it applies with to get its boost. This applies to all spell and traps on the field. Unlikely to get all 10 on the field to get the maximum attack points, otherwise that could become a 6,500 attack points. But even if you say get a couple of your own and a couple of your opponents, that will make this over a 4,000 attack monster, which is quite good. It's helped as, since it is effective by both yours and your opponent's spell and trap cards, the more you can just kind of set things up, the more powerful this card can become. It does only remain on the field until the end of the turn, but we have dedicated cards to prevent that downside of its effect. Elemental Hero Glowneus is a light warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatian Glowmoss to summon it. It must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. Once per turn during the end phase, return this card to the extra deck. Once per turn during the main phase, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls, destroy that target, and if you do, apply this effect based on its type. If it's a monster, this card cannot attack this turn. If it's a spell, this card can attack directly this turn, and if it's a trap, change this card to defense position. This is an upgrade to the effect of the original Glowmoss, as Glowmoss just flips the top card of your opponent's deck, and then depending on it gets an effect based on that. This card has the ability to just destroy a face-up card. I wish it had been able to destroy any particular card, whether it be face-up or face-down. That would have made it much better. You are quite restricted to its ability. If it happens to destroy a monster, this card can't attack for the rest of the turn, which is quite frustrating. If it's a spell, this card can attack directly, and since it has 2500 attack points, if this was combined with Neospace, that has 3000 attack points, that's a decent amount of damage, and if it's a trap card, this card is changed to defense position. In simpler terms, if you choose either the monster or the trap card, this card isn't going to be able to attack for the rest of the turn. There is the downside of using its abilities. If it's a spell, congratulations, you get the bonus of being able to inflict quite a bit of damage to the opponent. I think you need an upgrade of this to consider it to be any form of relevant. It was actually used within the anime multiple times. I believe it was used kind of in the duel against Sartorius, and that was Jane vs Sartorius near the final duel. Elemental Hero Grandneos is an Earth Attribute Warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatian Grandmel. It must be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. Once per turn, you can target one monster your opponent controls, return that target to the hand. Once per turn during the end phase, return this card to the extra deck. This is similar to the Grandmel that was used to summon it, but with Grandmel it has to actually attack into your opponent's monster to trigger off its effect. This card can just simply target a monster your opponent controls and return that target to the hand. It's very useful against certain extra deck monsters, as those cards often can't be recovered easily and need more to bring them back onto the field. It has the negative impact of going back to the extra deck, but you've got many different cards that can support keeping this card on the field. Elemental Hero Honest Neos is a light attribute warrior type level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. The effect is, as a quick effect, you can discard this card, then target one hero monster on the field. It gains 2500 attack until the end of this turn. As a quick effect, you can discard one hero monster. This card gains attack equal to the discarded monster's attack until the end of this turn. You can only use each effect of Elemental Hero Honest Neos once per turn. This is meant to be a combination of the effects of Honest, basically in a Neos card. It creates the effect of Honest within the Elemental Hero deck. Just by discarding this card, you can take a hero monster you have on the field. It just boosts itself by 2500 attack points. Often this is enough to get over your opponent's monsters. Even the weakest monsters that you have that are Elemental Heroes, for example, I think Nospi has like 600 attack points, and I think Ice Edge has similar kind of attack points. Bobman has 800. Those will become guaranteed at least 3,100, 3,300 attack points, and therefore will often get over your opponent's monsters. The alternative is for you to discard a hero monster whilst this card is on the field, and this card gains attack equal to the discarded amount. That's quite similar, as this already starts at a high baseline of 2,500 attack points. Simply by discarding like a Sparkman would make this a 4,100 attack monster. Second part of the ability is rarely ever seen. I mean, I've never actually seen its effect being used with a duel. It's typically always the first ability that works at all. Elemental Hero Magmanius is a fire attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 9 with 3000 attack and 2500 defense. It requires an elemental hero Neos, a Neospatian Flare Scarab, and a Neospatian Grand Mole to summon it, and must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. You do not use Polymerization. This card gains 400 attack for each card on the field. Once per turn during the end phase, shuffle this card into the extra deck. If this card is shuffled into the extra deck this way, return all cards on the field to the hand. This card was used in the duel between Viper and Jaden as he was trying to stop him from taking the energy from students with these bioban systems. This was used to counteract his Venom deck, which had the Venomanaga, the deity of snakes, on the field. It had already been able to use its effect, and by bringing this card out, he was able to defeat the opponent. Now, this is an upgrade to the original Flare Neos, as whereas that card is dependent on 400 attack point boost from any spell or trap card on the field, this becomes better because it's 400 attack points for each card on the field. It's monsters, spell, and trap cards, and it applies to you and your opponent. The more cards you can even if you can't control the cards your opponent has on their field, you can control the cards that you have on your field. You bring out more cards, and this card will easily become over a 4,000 attack monster, and will be able to get over most cards your opponent has. If this card happens to be returned to the extra, you can return all cards on the field to the hand. This copies and mimics the positive effects of the Grand Mole types of abilities and Grand Neos effect. There's a dispute it's better to keep this card onto the field. Other times it's actually better for this just to return to the extra deck to trigger off that additional ability. Elemental Hero Marine Neos is a water attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's level 8 with 2,800 attack and 2,300 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos, Neospatian and Marine Dolphin. It must first be special summoned from its deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. You do not use Polymerization. Once per turn, you can destroy one random card in your opponent's hand. This is similar to the original Neospatian Aquadolphin's effect and the Aqua Neos ability. The difference is that this requires Neospatian Marine Dolphin, which is an upgrade to the original Neospatian Aquadolphin, but it comes at more of a cost in that you have to use the next spell card to upgrade that monster into it. There's more heavy investment, you need at least another 2 cards to bring it out. This is just able to randomly, each and every turn, take a random card in your opponent's hand and just get rid of it. Benefit of this card is, unlike the Aqua Neos, which requires you to discard, this card doesn't have any downsides. It doesn't require that as a cost. The other thing is, this is one of the only Neos-based fusion monsters that doesn't have inbuilt into its effect the ability to be sent back to the extra deck. Elemental Hero Nebula Neos is a warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 9 with 3,000 to 2,500 defense. It requires a Elemental Hero Neos, a Neospatian Grand Mole, and a Neospatian Dark Panther to summon it. And it must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the cards you control to the deck. You do not use Polymerization. If this card is special summoned from the extra deck, draw cards equal to the number of cards your opponent controls, then negate the effects of one face-up card on the field until the end of this turn. Once per turn during the end phase, shuffle this card into the extra deck, and if you do, banish all cards on the field face down. This is one of the newest forms of support that the Elemental Heroes and the Neospatians got in terms of any additional support. It requires Neos, a Grand Mole, and a Dark Panther to summon it, and it's quite an unusual kind of combination, as you already have the Chaos Neos, which uses both the Dark Panther and the Glow Neos. Typically, you haven't seen any double combinations with monsters that are already kind of synergized with each other. I think Dark Panther, Dark and Light are considered opposites, and that's why those two are often paired with each other. When this card is just special summoned from the extra deck, you get to draw cards equal to the number of cards your opponent controls. The more cards they have on the field, the more cards you get to draw. That just adds to your advantage. You're then able to negate the effects of one face-up card on the field until the end of this turn. It's not just monster effects. You can go for spell and trap cards, provided that's face-up on the field. That includes field spells. And that copies the kind of Dark Panther, Dark Neos effect. And during the end phase, by shuffling this card into the extra deck, you just banish all cards on the field face down. This includes your own cards. You don't want to be having too many of your own cards already on the field, unless you plan to keep this card out. It doesn't really maintain any of the effects of Grand Mole, as it doesn't have any return-based effects. Instead, it opts to banish cards to make it more difficult for your opponent to search for those cards and recover them. Elemental Hero Neos is a light attribute warrior type normal monster. It's a level 7 with 2,500 attack and 2,000 defense. A new elemental hero has arrived from Neospace. When he initiates a contact fusion with a Neospatian, his unknown powers are unleashed. This is the base card that all of the other Neos cards are based around, and therefore it's important for this card to be used within the deck. It is kind of used very heavily and was become the boss monster for Jane Yuki, as they all have that 2,500 requirement on them, the same as with Yugioh Sakaki's Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. You've got Dark Magician for Yugimoto, you have Stardust Dragon for Yusei Fudo, and you've got the other examples. Yuma Tsukumo has his number 39 Utopia. Elemental Hero Neos Alias is a light attribute warrior type Gemini effect monster with a level 4 and 1,900 attack and 1,300 defense. This card is treated as a normal monster while face up on the field or in the graveyard. While this card is a normal monster on the field, you can elect to have it become an effect monster with this effect. This card's name becomes Elemental Hero Neos while on the field. It's quite bizarre that you've got a Gemini version of an Elemental Hero Neos card. I understand that you want a version that isn't going to be overly powerful and doesn't outcompete the original Neos itself, but you need to double summon this card twice over to get the ability just to name itself Elemental Hero Neos. It's not advisable to run unless you've got there's a Gemini spell card that lets you just instantly treat the monster as though it's got its effect. If you could run that in the deck, then maybe that's advisable, but I'd rather have ways of recovering and searching for your original Elemental Hero Neos than ever really touching this card. Elemental Hero Neos Kluger is a light attribute spellcaster type fusion effect monster. It's a level 9 with 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Yubel. Must be fusion, and before damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to that opponent's monster's attack. If this face-up card is destroyed by battle or leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, while its owner controls it, you can special one Neos Wiseman from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. You can only use this effect of Elemental Hero Neos Kluger once per turn. The on this card isn't too difficult, as Elemental Hero Neos, you can search for that card and Yubel can be searched out pretty simply as well. It's combining the two different aspects of Yuki with the Neos and Yubel. When this card battles an opponent's monster, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's attack point. That's quite decent. It's consistent burn damage to the opponent. And if this card happens to be destroyed either by battle or by an opponent's card by any means, you're just able to instantly special summon a Neos Wiseman, and that's just ignoring its summoning conditions. Typically that requires you to meet a condition that needs Yubel on the field as well. Elemental Hero Neos Knight is a light attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2,500 attack and 1,000 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos monster and a warrior monster. It must be fusion summoned. It gains attack equal to half the original attack of the warrior fusion monster used for its fusion summon, except Elemental Hero Neos. It can make a second attack during each battle phase. Your opponent takes no battle damage from attacks involving this card. Summoning on this card is pretty simple, as it just needs a Neos and a warrior monster. Jane Yuki uses pretty much mostly warrior monsters. There's a couple of those cards that are outside of that, but they're kind of the exception rather than the rule. This card gains attack equal to half the original attack of the warrior fusion material used for its fusion summon. The more powerful the fusion material you have for it, the more powerful this card can become. This can make a second attack during each battle phase. It can wipe out a couple of monsters on the turn, but bear in mind that your opponent isn't going to take any battle damage from attacks involving this card. There is a downside to having this card. It's more just a way of clearing your opponent's field in order for your other monsters to then attack directly. Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman is a light attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 8 with 3100 attack and 2500 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos plus 1 fusion monster. It must be fusion summoned and gains 300 attack for each monster in your graveyard. It cannot be destroyed by card effects. If this card is special summoned, you can destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of different attributes among the monsters on the field. You can only use this effect of Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wing once per turn. If this card destroys a monster by battle, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack. The summoning condition on this card isn't too bad. It just needs an Elemental Hero Neos and a Flame Wing and Fusion monster. There are a couple of versions of that card, and there are spell cards that can treat your monsters as that Flame Wingerman. Therefore, you don't even really require the original monster to bring it out. Even if you do have to use that, there are other ways of getting those cards out more quickly. This card gains 300 attack for each monster in your graveyard. That's actually better than the Elemental Hero Shining Wingman, because with Shining Flare Wingman, it only gets 300 attack points for each Elemental Hero monster you have in your graveyard. Therefore, you could technically run this with other cards in your deck as well as other heroes and still gain these additional attack points. This is unable to be destroyed by card effects. I liken that a bit to like how Elemental Hero Phoenix Enforcer prevents itself from being destroyed by battle. This is the alternative effect. This actually prevents it from being destroyed by card effects. I mean, being destroyed by battle isn't really an issue for this, as well as it will most likely have more than 4,000 attack points. It's quite difficult to get over with any of your stand fair monsters. When this card is special summoned, it doesn't have to just be by fusion, but actually even from being revived from the graveyard. You're able to just destroy cards your opponent controls up to a number of different attributes among monsters on the field. Since the Elemental Heroes run various monsters of pretty much every attribute, you can wipe out multiple monsters, multiple cards on the opponent's field. And there is a way of actually triggering and bringing this card out during your turn, well, during your opponent's turn, and wiping out their cards before they can actually do much of anything. When this card destroys a monster by battle, you can inflict damage to the opponent equal to that monster's original attack. That's pretty much the same type of effect as Elemental Hero Flare Wingman. It just takes that same ability, but it's better because I think that's actually a good way. The more powerful this card is, the more damage you're going to get from both the initial attack, the battle damage, and the effect damage. Elemental Hero Spirit of Neos is a light attribute warrior type level 7 with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can special this card from your hand in defense position, and if you do, it cannot be destroyed by battle. If this card is special, you can add from your deck to your hand 1 polarization, or 1 spell or trap card that mentions an Elemental Hero monster's card name. During your main phase, you can shuffle this card into the deck, and if you do, special summon 1 Elemental Hero normal monster from your deck. You can only use each effect of Elemental Hero Spirit of Neos once per turn. The initial effect of this card lets you protect one of your monsters. That's useful as it's a way of protecting the weaker monsters you have on the field, and this just gets special summoned in defense position. Once this card is special summoned, you can do by its effect. You're able to search for a polarization or a spell or trap that has an Elemental Hero monster's card name within it. There are many variety of cards you can actually go for, making it really easy to apply for. And during the main phase, just by shuffling this card back into the deck, you can replace it with an Elemental Hero normal monster. Most of the time you are going to be targeting your Elemental Hero Neos to bring out. You can actually go into your contact fusions, or you could actually technically bring out one of the other normal monsters, say Sparkman, if you want to go into Elemental Hero Thunder Giant, if you're feeling for going into any of the classic kind of fusion monsters. Elemental Hero Storm Neos is a Wind Warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 9 with 3000 attack and 2500 defense. It requires an Elemental Hero Neos and a Neospatian Hummingbird and a Neospatian Aquadolphin. It must first be special summoned from your extra deck by shuffling the above cards you control into the deck. Once per turn, you can destroy all spell and trap cards on the field, and once per turn during the end phase, return this card to the extra deck. If this card is returned into the extra deck this way, shuffle all cards onto the field into the deck. This is another example of those kind of double contact fusions that happens where you need two Neospacians alongside Neos. Therefore, it does require a lot of... It does have the ability to heavy storm the field. That's all spell and trap cards. Provided you don't have any on your field, it's going to wipe out your opponents. But you just have to be aware of as when you use this type of ability. When it is returned to the extra deck by its effect, all cards on the field are shuffled into the deck. You're not going to want to have anything on your field as to not gain the negative effects of this ability. It means you're going to have to be running cards that can kind of activate in your hand to protect your life points, such as Battle Fader, or even that there's a couple of the Ghost Trick cards which are useful when you don't have anything in the field to protect your life points. This card was actually used within the duel between Yuki and Yubel. It was the kind of final duel, and unlike most of the other double fusions of these Neos cards, this card doesn't take any of the effects of either Hummingbird or Aqua Dolphin within its own ability. Air Hummingbird recovers your life points. Aqua Dolphin discards cards from your opponent's hand. This just completely is one of the only examples of ones that just completely ignore anything any of its base forms actually does. Neo's Space Connector is a light warrior type level 4 with 800 attack and 1800 defense. When this card is normal summoned, you can special summon one Neospatian monster or one elemental hero Neos from your hand or deck in defense position. You can tribute this card, then target one Neospatian monster or one elemental hero Neos in your graveyard, special summon it in defense position. You can only use each effect of Neospatian Space Connector once per turn. When this card is normal summoned, you're just able to bring out a Neospatian monster or a elemental hero Neos straight from the hand or deck in defense position, making it really easy to just go into your Neospatian fusion monsters. By attributing this card, you can take a Neospatian or an elemental hero Neos in your graveyard and just immediately special that card, making it very easy to just, as it says, it's Neospace Connector, it connects the two parts of the deck very well and synergizes to help bring out your monsters without having to run any other kind of weird search cards. Neospace Pathfinder is a light attribute warrior type level 4 with 1800 attack and 800 defense. You can discard this card to the graveyard to add one Neospace from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Like a lot of decks now, they've received their own version of a field spell search card. There are examples, for example, with I think the Dark Worlds have one. There's another one for Archfiends. There's another one for Elemental Heroes. So you've got that one. You've got one for Evil Heroes. There are so many different recovery cards that this is just kind of part of the norm. It does look like another version of Elemental Hero Neos, so maybe a weaker one. And it's really just there to add to consistency of getting your Neospace back to your hand. It's nice that it not only searches from your deck, but it actually recovers from your graveyard. It has that double utility. Neospatian Air Hummingbird is a wind attribute winged beast level 3 with 800 attack and 600 defense. Once per turn, you can gain 500 life points for each card in your hand. This was first used in the second duel that Jaden had against Asta Phoenix. In that duel, he used this, and its ability was referred to as Honeysuck. It gives you life points 500 times the number of cards in your opponent's hand. It's a good way of recovering your life points, and there aren't any other consistent ways of doing that within the deck. Neospatian Aqua Dolphin is a water attribute warrior type level 3 with 600 attack and 800 defense. Once per turn, you can discard one card, look at your opponent's hand, and choose one monster. If you control a monster with attack greater than or equal to the attack of the chosen card, destroy the chosen card, and if you do, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Otherwise, you take 500 damage. The design on this card means that you really need a monster on your field in order to guarantee you're wiping out your opponent's cards. It does require a discard, and though you do get to choose a monster in your opponent's hand, it varies depending on how kind of strong their monsters are and the archetype that you're facing. Provided you have a stronger monster than that monster that was chosen, that card gets ripped out of your opponent's hand and they take 500 points of damage. If that doesn't work, then you've not only lost the discard cost on this effect, but you take the 500 points of damage. Neo-Spacian Dark Panther is a Dark Attribute Beast type level 3 with 1000 attack and 500 defense. Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls. Until the end phase, this card's name becomes that monster's original name. Replace this effect with that monster's original effects, if any. This card has the ability to just copy an opponent's name and take that monster's effect, depending on what their effect is. Replicating that ability will provide you with more advantage than actually taking the name. It was used first against the duel between, it was a double duel with Asta and Jane versus Serena, who was sister, and it was used to copy the Dark Creator. The purpose of that was that it could use the field spell card, which was that mirror card, to bring out all these different tokens and then destroy the original Dark Creator. Neo-Spacian Flare Scarab is a fire attribute insect type level 3 with 500 attack and 500 defense. The effect is to gain 400 attack for each spell or trap card your opponent controls. This is not as good as if you were to be able to kind of work on your field, as you can't always guarantee what your opponent's going to run. I remember it was used in the duel between Jaden and Axel Brody, and because he used all these accelerator cards and he was constantly playing cards face down and setting and putting other cards in the spell and trap, this was a way of getting this card's attack up. Most likely you're going to get hit maybe a couple of cards. This will become a 1300 attack monster. If you're lucky, you might get it to 1700, but that's very unlikely. Neo-Spacian Glowmoss is a light attribute plant type level 3 with 300 attack and 900 defense. If this card attacks or is attacked, your opponent draws a card and shows it. Then, based on its type, apply this effect. If it's a monster attack, it ends the battle phase of this turn. If it's a spell, if this card is attacking, you can change it to a direct attack instead. Or if this is a trap card, change this card to defense position. This is not necessarily a good card because whether this card attacks or is attacked, it allows your opponent to draw a card, and anytime you give your opponent a draw, it's never a good sign. And then even if you were to get the best side of this card's effect, which is a direct attack, that's only 300 life points your opponent sustains. If it's either the monster or the trap effect, this card really just doesn't attack for the rest of the turn. And since it ends the battle phase, if it's your opponent attacking into this and it ends their battle phase, that's fine, that's actually perfect. But if you're ending your own battle phase before you can actually do anything, that's the disadvantage. Neo-Spacian Grand Mole is an Earth Attribute Rock type level 3 with 900 attack and 300 defense. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can return both the opponent's monster and this card to the hand. And this can be quite useful depending on how many other cards you have currently on your field, as if you can continue just keep bringing this card out and your opponent can't especially to do anything on their field, then those monsters that just keep going back to the hand, being reset, and then your opponent will eventually have too many in their hand and not enough on the field. They'll end up having to discard things, and then they'll be in a position where they're just continually losing field presence. Neo-Spacian Marine Dolphin is a water attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 4 with 900 attack and 1100 defense. This card's name is treated as Neo-Spacian Aqua Dolphin. This card cannot be special summoned except with nets. Once per turn, you can discard one card to look at your opponent's hand and select one monster in it. If you control a monster with attack greater than or equal to the selected monsters, destroy the selected monster and inflict 500 damage to your opponent. This is a slightly more powerful version than the original Aqua Dolphin, but it has to be brought out by the effect next, which means you have to use both the Aqua Dolphin and the spell card next to bring this card out. This still requires a discard to look at your opponent's hand and to choose a monster within it. It's pretty much a mirror of the effect of Aqua Dolphin. Provided you have a monster that has attack greater or equal, that monster is destroyed and your opponent takes 500 points of damage. The only other side of this is you don't have the disadvantage of the negative effect for Aqua Dolphin, which would require you to take 500 points of damage. Neo-Spacian Twinklemoss is a light attribute plant type fusion effect monster.
It's a level 4 with 500 attack and 1100 defense. This card's name is treated as Neo-Spacian Glomos. This card cannot be special summoned except with nets. When this card attacks or is attacked, draw one card. Reveal that card and based on its type, apply the proper effect. Monster, end the battle. Spell, you can change this card's attack to a direct attack, and trap, this monster is changed to defense position. This is an upgrade of the original Glomos. Similar to that Marine Dolphin, it does get a slightly better effect in that instead of your opponent drawing cards, it's when you have this monster attacked or attacks, you get to draw a card, and either if it's a monster, it just ends the battle phase. If this is your opponent attacking into this, that's a good thing. If you're attacking into them, that's a bad thing. If it's a spell, this card makes it a direct attack, which isn't much, it's only 500 points of damage. And if this is its trap, then this monster is changed to defense position, which means it can't attack for the rest of that turn. Neos Wiseband is a light attribute spellcaster type level 10 with 3000 attack and 3000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set, and must be special summoned from your hand by sending one face-up Elemental Hero Neos and one face-up Yugioh you control to the graveyard. It cannot be destroyed by card effects. At the end of the damage step, if this card battled an opponent's monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that opponent's monster's attack. Also, you gain life points equal to that opponent's monster's defense. The summoning condition on this card is a little bit annoying, as you need both the Neos and the Yugioh on your field, and they have to be in your field to the graveyard. Both of those require 2 tributes to bring them out, unless you've got other cheat cards to bring those out. It cannot be destroyed by card effects, which is quite decent, but there are so many cards that can actually get around this. Even things like Compulsory Evacuation Device can remove this card without ever being a destruction-based effect. But this has, on the plus side, decent attack points, and at 3000, it can burn your opponent for the opponent's attack points, and it boosts your life points equal to that opponent's monster's defense points. Not only are you increasing the difference between yours and your opponent's life points to a point which can give you a kind of safety net. Rainbow Neos is a light attribute warrior type fusion effect monster. It's a level 10 with 4500 attack and 3000 defense. It requires an elemental hero Neos and an ultimate crystal monster. It must be fusion summoned with the above fusion materials. Once per turn, you can activate one of these effects. Either send one monster you control to the graveyard, shuffle all monsters your opponent controls into the deck, send one spell or trap card you control to the graveyard, shuffle all spell and traps your opponent controls into the deck, or send one card from the top of your deck to the graveyard, shuffle all cards from your opponent's graveyard into the deck. In the past, effects came into play. This card was an elemental hero Neos plus a rainbow dragon. Now, since there are various forms of Rainbow Dragon, they're just classed under this ultimate crystal kind of archetype of the deck, and just any of those cards would actually apply as the fusion material. This card was used in the duel between Yubel and Jaden, and it was kind of used to finalize things. But it's a combination of Neos and the Rainbow Dragon, which is supposed to be kind of bonding the two decks together. This has quite a few abilities to it. By sending a monster you control to the graveyard, just shuffling all monsters your opponent controls into the deck means that they're not able to trigger off any effects. It helps to disrupt your opponent from recovering those cards. By sending a spell or trap you control to the graveyard, you're just shuffling the spell and traps back into the deck, which can be useful for disrupting them if they've got a very heavy spell and trap presence. But bear in mind, this doesn't actually stop them from activating any of the effects in response to that. They could get rid of this as part of the effect before this effect gets to apply. And the third ability, just by sending a card from the top of your deck to the graveyard, you shuffle all cards from your opponent's graveyard into the deck. This is very useful if your opponent is trying to set up a certain type of play, which is heavily reliant on their graveyard setup. EN Engage Neospace is a normal spell card. A Neospatian monster and one elemental hero monster, one from your hand and one from your deck, to the graveyard. Special summon one Neospatian monster or one level 5 or higher elemental hero monster from your deck, and if you do, add one polarization from your deck or graveyard to your hand. If you special the elemental hero Neos by this effect, it gains 1000 attack points. You cannot special monsters from the edge deck except fusion monsters, the turn you activate this card. You can only activate one EN Engage Neospace per turn. The artwork is very much designed on a duel between... This was the first time that Jane Yuki ended up being in the Neospace, kind of first introducing it to his Neospatians, and he had to face off against the Light's kind of robot creature. It had this monster called Candelato, which is that kind of red-looking dragon being. It basically gains 1,000 attack points for each card that you have in your hand, and its other effect is that you cannot draw whilst this card is on the field. I think that's the other ability. And as you can see, this is kind of a clash between Candelato and the elemental hero Neos. Just by sending a Neospatian and an elemental hero monster, just one from the hand, one from the deck, to the graveyard, you can just bring out either a Neospatian or a high level elemental hero monster. It doesn't have to be Neos, it can be. It could be Blade Edge, it could be Necroshade, any of those that are level 5 or higher. From the deck, it helps to actually add for consistency of bringing out your other elemental hero fusion monsters, as it brings out a polymerization. You are rewarded more if you do bring out an elemental hero Neos by this effect, as that monster gains 1,000 attack points, it becomes a 3,500 attack monster. You are locked into fusion monsters for the rest of the turn, but that isn't a downside, as most of the elemental hero monsters are actual fusion monsters. You have a couple of link monsters, but outside of that, that's fine. Instant Neospace is an equipped spell card. Its effect is equip only to a fusion monster that lists elemental hero Neos as a material. It does not have to activate its effect during the end phase to shuffle itself into the extra deck. If the equipped monster leaves the field, you can special summon one elemental hero Neos from your hand, deck, or graveyard. This card's effect is basically Neospace, but in the form of an equipped spell rather than a field spell. This prevents the negative downside abilities of your elemental hero Neos fusion monsters, as well as if the equipped monster happens to leave the field, you can just replace it with an elemental hero Neos, whether that be from the hand, the deck, or the graveyard. Next is a normal spell card. The effect is to send one face-up Neospatian monster you control to the graveyard. Special summon one level 4 monster with the same name from your deck. This is used either to bring out the Neospatian Marine Dolphin by using Aqua Dolphin as the material, or use Glow Moss to bring out the Twinkle Moss. Currently, those are the only two examples within the deck that you can use. It's a shame that you haven't got them for the other Neospatians, but I suppose since those cards aren't even used themselves, I'd question why you'd even bother. Here's another question for you. We have received the elemental hero Marine Dolphin, which is the upgraded version of Aqua Dolphin, but we did not get like a Twinkle Moss elemental hero fusion, whereas we got a Glow. I'm wondering whether there'd be room to bring like that into play, but again, I don't think that's on Konami's radar. I don't think they'd consider looking into for the time being. Next is a normal trap card. The effect is to special summon as any number of monsters with different names from your hand and or graveyard in defense position that are Neospatian monsters or elemental hero Neos, but negate their effects. And as long as you control any of those special summon monsters face up, you cannot special summon them from the extra deck except fusion monsters. You can only activate one next per turn. If you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. The design on this card is it's just able to special summon any number of monsters with different names from hand or graveyard that are either all Neospatians or elemental hero Neos. It makes it much easier to go into the higher, more advanced versions of the elemental hero Neos fusion monsters. As long as you control any of those, you're locked into fusion monsters from the extra deck. That's fine. That's just the design of how their deck works. But you have the benefit if you just don't have any cards on your field, if you can just activate this straight from the hand. Neospace is a field spell card. The effect is to elemental hero Neos and all fusion monsters that mention elemental hero Neos as fusion material gain 500 attack. Elemental hero Neos as fusion material do not have to activate their effects during the end phase that shuffle them into the extra deck. This card is helping not only to prevent your fusion monsters from being returned to the extra deck. They can be if you want to. It's an optional ability, which is quite rare. Usually you're kind of forced into doing, but it provides just the general field spell type of ability to boost their attack points by 500. Lots of
field spells boost between 3 to 500 as kind of a standard. One of the examples that isn't is the Snake Eyes Ash, kind of that archetype, because most of the monsters they have are weak. That's an example of one that boosts by 1100 attack. There's another one which is Wetlands, which boosts low-level aqua monsters by 1,200 attack points. Neos Force is an equipped spell card. The effect is to equip only to elemental hero Neos. It gains 800 attack points. When it destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the original attack of the destroyed monster in the graveyard. During the end phase, shuffle this card into the deck. This card is pretty much the effect of Elemental Hero Flame Wingman, just in an equip spell. It boosts your Elemental Hero Neos to 3,300 attack, which is fine, and it just grants that Flame Wingman ability. It's a shame during the end phase that it shuffles itself back into the deck. I don't think it's warranted doing this, as it really doesn't do anything significant, and it's easy to destroy. Neos Fusion is a normal spell card. Special summon one fusion monster from your X deck that lists exactly 2 monsters as material, including Elemental Hero Neos, by sending those monsters from your hand, deck, or field, ignoring its conditions. For the rest of this turn after this card, you cannot special monsters. If a fusion monster you control that lists Elemental Hero Neos as material would be destroyed by battle, or card effect, or shuffled into the X deck by its own effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. This is an easy way of bringing out your various fusion Elemental Hero Neos cards, but notice that it has to be exactly 2 monsters as materials. It can only go into the base forms of these fusion monsters. It can't go into the advanced forms that need 2 or more. And it has to use the exact monsters from either the hand, the deck, or the field. That's actually quite useful because you're going to be targeting mostly from the deck. It's not, using up as you have either in the hand or on the field. And it completely ignores the summon condition. That's always a good thing. This card does knock you away from using any further special in the turn. You need to be aware of that. But if a fusion monster you control that lists Elemental Hero Neos as material would be destroyed by battle or card effect, or if it be shuffled back into the deck by its own effect, you can just banish this card instead to kind of sub out the negative effect. Reverse of Neos is a quick play spell card. The effect is activate only when a face-up Neos fusion monster you control is destroyed. Special summon one Elemental Hero Neos from your deck in attack position. It gains 1,000 attack and is destroyed during the end phase of this turn. The idea of this is really more to protect your life points, as, when your Neos fusion monster is typically destroyed, you might not have any other cards on the field. It does bring your Hero Neos from the deck in attack position. It becomes 3,500 attack points, and your opponent is going to find it quite tricky to get over that monster easily. Even though Neos goes and gets destroyed during the end phase of that turn, it protects you for that turn, and you could possibly recover it to use it for another fusion summon the next turn. Wrath of Neos is a normal spell card. Its effect is to target one Elemental Hero Neos in your monster zone, shuffle that Elemental Hero Neos into the deck, and if you do, destroy all cards on the field. The premise on this is that it just wipes out all cards on the field. It includes yours, so you need to be aware of when you activate this effect, that you could be losing things as well. It's typically quite good, as it means you're wiping out a lot of your opponent's cards, but if they've got effects that react to being destroyed, then actually that works against you. You need to be wary about the type of decks that your opponent is playing and the style of archetypes they run. Contact Out is a quick play spell card. Its ability is to return one Neos fusion monster you control to the X deck. If all the fusion material monsters listed on that fusion monster are in your deck, you can special them. This card, I think, was seen in the duel between Axel and Yugioh, as I think Axel was using his Blaze Accelerator effect to try and destroy his monster, and then he split it apart, his flares, I think it was Flare Neos, back into Elemental Hero Neos and Neospatian Flare Scarab, that, he had to use multiple times of the Blaze Accelerator to then destroy those monsters. Honest is a light attribute fairy type level 4 with 1100 attack and 1900 defense. Now, I know what you're thinking, why am I mentioning Honest in this? But since it has relevance and since it has connection to the archetype itself, and since it has its own version, I thought it was a good idea to cover this card. During your main phase, you can return this face-up card from the field to the hand. During the damage step, when a light monster you control battles as a quick effect, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. That monster gains attack equal to the attack of the opponent's monster it is battling until the end of this turn. It has a double kind of effect. You can actually have this card on the field and then go into attacks with it, but also you can send it back to the hand and then hopefully trigger off its effect. The idea is that your monster, your light monster that's always being attacked, will always have attack points more than your opponent's, and it's very difficult for your opponent to respond outside of hopefully trying to get this card out the hand through discard ability. There are a few light attribute monsters that work within the Elemental Hero deck. You've got Sparkman, you've got Prisma, you've got Shining Flare Wingman, Elemental Hero Neos. There are applications that this card could be introduced into the deck. Rainbow Dart Dragon is a Dart attribute dragon type level 10 with 4000 attack and 0 defense. This card is always treated as an ultimate crystal card. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special summoned from your hand by banishing 7 dart monsters with different names from your graveyard. You can banish all other dart monsters from your field and graveyard. This card gains 500 attack for each card banished this way. This card was used when Jesse was, I think it was possessed by Yugioh, and in that premise they kind of made this dark version of Rainbow Dragon. Since it's classified as an ultimate crystal card, that's why it works alongside the Rainbow Neos part of the deck. This card is quite tricky to summon as it needs to banish 7 dark monsters and they all have to have different names from your graveyard. That in itself is quite tricky, but you can banish all other dark monsters from the field and graveyard, and this card gains 500 attack for each card banished this way. This is a permanent increase, so you can make it a very powerful card. And I think this effect can continually be used. That's not a problem for it. The issue comes down to how many times are you going to be able to do that? Can you actually recover those cards that you banished from your graveyard back to the graveyard and then trigger off this card's effect again to ensure it's constantly boosted with its attack points? It's reliably a little bit stronger technically than the Rainbow Dragon itself, as it could get over that 10,000 baseline for most Rainbow Dragon monsters. Rainbow Dragon is a light dragon type level 10 with 4000 attack and 0 defense. This card is always treated as an ultimate crystal card. It cannot be normal summoned or set. It must be special from your hand by having 7 crystal cards, beast cards, with different names on your field and or graveyard. This card cannot activate the following effects the turn it is special. As a quick effect, you can send all Crystal Beast monsters you control to the graveyard. This card gains 1000 attack for each monster sent to the graveyard. You can banish all Crystal Beast monsters from your graveyard to shuffle all cards on the field into the deck. This card is quite tricky to bring out, although there are more recent support cards for the Crystal Beast monsters to make it easier to bring them out. You only have the original 7 monsters, and you need at least 1 of each in order to bring this to the field. This is not able to use its effect on the turn it is special summoned. There's a weakness for it, as it's a delayed effect, even though it is a level 10 with 4000 attack points. The quick effect just lets you send all Crystal Beast monsters you control to the graveyard, and this card gains 1000 attack points for each monster sent to the graveyard. Potentially you can get this over 10,000 attack points, but it does require an all or nothing approach. You have to get rid of everything in order to get this to a decent level of attack to hopefully OTK your opponent. Alternatively, just by banishing all Crystal Beast monsters from your graveyard, you just shuffle all cards on the field into the deck. This helps to disrupt, if your opponent has lots of cards on the field and you have barely anything, maybe you just have this card out. It's a way of disrupting their rhythm. Yugioh is a Dart attribute fiend type level 10 with 0 attack and defense. It cannot be destroyed by battle. You take no damage from battles involving this card before damage calculation. If this face-up attack position card is targeted for an attack, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that attacking monster's attack. Once per turn during a phase, tribute 1 other monster or destroy this card. When this card is destroyed, except by its own effect, its owner can special summon 1 Yugioh Terror Incarnate from their hand, deck, or graveyard. Since Yugioh is part of James' archetype and has been used in a couple of his cards, this is why we're discussing this one. It has had more recent support, but that's specifically for Yubel, and that won't be discussed in this video. Cannot be destroyed by battle, that's perfect. Really easy. It'd be really bad if it could stay on the field and still be attacked into and you take damage, zero out all damage. Before damage calculation, if this is targeted for an attack, you just instantly inflict damage to your opponent equal to that attacking monster's attack. Therefore, the higher their attack points, the more damage they take as like recall damage. During the end phase, you have to tribute another monster or you have to destroy this card, but if you let this card just get destroyed by its own except by its own effect, that's the disadvantage of that. You're constantly having to kind of cycle things or to destroy this by additional effects. Then you can bring out the upgraded version of itself either from the hand, deck, or graveyard. Battle of Sleeping Spirits is a quick play spell card. Each player can special one monster from their graveyard that was destroyed by battle this turn in attack position. And if you special Elemental Hero Neos by this effect, if it battles your opponent's monster this turn, its attack becomes doubled during the damage step only. You can only activate one Battle of Sleeping Spirits per turn. This card was actually used against the Dark World King, and in that duel he'd already used his Dark Corridor to bring out his highest level, his Rainbow back to the field. The problem with that is that when you use that effect of Dark Corridor, it's unable to let you resummon monsters. When Jaden used this card to bring out his Elemental Hero Neos, he was able to just attack the Dark World King himself without him being able to revive that monster. It does have the ability to double the monster you have attack points. It does become 5,000 attack points, and it's a good way of inflicting and almost guaranteeing that you're going to get over your opponent's monster. Common is a continuous spell card. The effect is to select one face-up monster on the field, special summon one Neospatian monster from your hand to the same side of the field as the selected monster. The selected monster gains attack equal to the attack of the monster that was special summoned by this effect. When this card is removed from the field, return that special summon monster to its owner's hand. The premise on this card is that it's able to boost a monster on the field, whether that be yours or your opponent's, by the attack points of a Neospatian that you special to that field, as same as that monster. Overall, when you think of the Neospatians, their attack points range from 300 for Glomos, all the way up to, I think Dark Panther has 1,000, potentially an extra 1,000 points. It's fine, and I would more use this card to just special the Neospatian onto the field to hopefully then go into a contact fusion. Double Hero Attack is a quick play spell card. If you control a fusion monster that lists Elemental Hero Neos as material, target one hero fusion monster in your graveyard, special it, ignoring its summoning conditions. You can only activate one double hero attack per turn. This being a quick play spell card means it can be activated during yours or your opponent's turn. Provided you have a fusion monster that already has Elemental Hero Neos as its material, you can just bring out a hero fusion monster from your graveyard. It can be special summoned, ignoring its summoning conditions. You can bring out effectively anything. And since it's just hero monsters, it can be any of the hero monsters. And by doing this, you've got more powerful cards. It's more useful as you've gone longer within the duel, as you're going to have more likely those cards in the graveyard to rely upon this effect. Ian Wave is a continuous spell card. Your elemental hero monster is used as material for a fusion summon and sent to the graveyard or banished, except during a damage step. You can special one Neospatian monster or one elemental hero Neos from your deck. If a Neospatian monster or elemental hero Neos you control or is in your graveyard is shuffled into your deck or extra deck, except during a damage step, you can special summon one elemental hero monster from your graveyard. You can only use each effect of Ian Wave once per turn. This is a quite strange card. So long as your elemental hero monster is used as a material for a fusion card and sent to the graveyard or banished, you're just able to special Neospatian monster or an elemental hero monster from your deck. It does provide you with instant replacement for your fusion material. And if a Neospatian monster or elemental hero Neos you control or is in your graveyard is shuffled into the deck or extra deck through their own effects often, you're able to replace it with an elemental hero monster from your graveyard. This is a good way of replacing materials and cards that are lost through their own effects. Favourite Contact is a normal trap card. The effect is a special summon one fusion monster from your extra deck that mentions a hero monster as material, ignoring its conditions, by placing the fusion materials mentioned on it on the bottom of the deck in any order, from among cards in your field, hand, or graveyard, and or your banished cards. If you placed Elemental Hero Neos into the deck, neither player can return the monster special summoned by this effect to the extra deck. You can only activate one Favourite Contact per turn. This is a very useful card within all of the hero-based decks, as you are able to use the materials from your hand, your field, your graveyard, and your banished zones. Those cards return to the bottom of the deck, which isn't a problem. Many of the cards let you shuffle the deck in such a way as to be able to use those cards again quite quickly, and then you're able to just bring out a fusion monster ignoring the summoning conditions. You don't have to take into account any lackluster conditions. Bear in mind, if you placed Elemental Hero Neos into the deck, the fusion monster you bring out with that cannot then be returned to the extra deck through its own ability. It helps to mitigate that disadvantage. Instant Contact is a normal spell card. Pay 1,000 life points to special one level 7 or lower Elemental Hero or Neospatian monster from your deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. While Elemental Hero Neos is neither on your field nor in your graveyard, the summoned monster cannot attack, its effects are negated, it returns to the extra deck during the end phase. You can only activate one Instant Contact per turn. The 1,000 life points cost damage isn't too big of a deal. You're just able to bring out a level 7 or lower hero or a Neospatian from the extra deck, ignoring the summoning conditions. That's perfectly fine. You're able to bring out basically most of the original forms of the Elemental Hero Neos fusion monsters. While Elemental Hero Neos is neither on your field nor in your graveyard, the monster cannot attack. You need to have it present either in the hand or the graveyard. Its effects are negated and it returns the extra deck during the end phase. You're incentivized to have your Elemental Hero Neos with you to rely on this effect. As you can see, it's just the baseline forms of the Elemental Hero fusion monsters, which is fine as they have their own effects. Potentially you can extend that with other cards. Miracle Contact is a normal spell card. The effect is to shuffle into the deck from your hand, field, or graveyard the fusion materials that are mentioned on an Elemental Hero fusion monster that mentions Elemental Hero Neos as material. Then special that fusion monster from your extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. This is able to respond to quite a lot of your kind of field zone. That could be the hand, the field, or the graveyard. The only one it doesn't really touch is the banished pile. And that can instantly recover those cards back into the deck. You can use those in the future and then bring out a hero fusion monster that has Elemental Hero Neos as material. This can be good as it's a way of bringing out your more specific monsters as well as ignoring the summoning conditions. You can bring out the strongest ones without too many considerations. Overfusion is a quick play spell card. Target one face-up monster on the field, reveal one Elemental Hero, Neospatian, or level 10 monster from your hand, deck, or extra deck, and that targeted monster's name can be treated as revealed monsters if used as fusion material this turn. Send the revealed monster to the graveyard if you have Elemental Hero Neos on your field or in your graveyard, otherwise shuffle it back into its deck. If revealed from the hand, shuffle it into the main deck. You can only activate one overfusion per turn. What this card does is it's able to treat itself as the name of another specific card. This is useful as a kind of fusion substitute and lets you go into your more advanced, more difficult to summon Elemental Hero Neos fusion monsters without tying yourself into many different types of cards. The example given shows the Rainbow Dragon as, you know, that's going to be a little bit tricky to kind of play alongside it kind of presenting itself with the Elemental Hero Neo. If you could treat one of your cards as the Rainbow Dragon, you would be able to contact fuse using that card as Rainbow Dragon with your Elemental Hero Neos on the fuse, contact fuse that into your Rainbow Neos monster. It doesn't have too much of a downside of it because it just means you have to reveal an elemental hero, a Neospatian, or a level 10 monster, which Rainbow Dragon meets that requirement. It has to be from the hand, the deck, or the etch deck, and you just get to treat it by its name. You do have to send the revealed monster to the graveyard, and if you have a Hero Neos on your field or in your graveyard, otherwise it gets shuffled back into the deck if you don't have that particular monster on the field. This is a decent ability, and it's definitely that was useful within the deck and what it needed. Overall, when I look at the elemental heroes, the Neos fusions, and that kind of Neospatian side of the deck, I really love the designs, and I hope in the future they will consider making kind of upgrades or more variations on their fusion monsters, using a variety of different effects. As it is, I think we are still missing combinations as we are with the Twinkle Moss. I would like to see, if you're going to incentivize people to start using that spell card called Nex, you need equivalent versions of these fusion cards for the other Neospatians, but you needed much higher upgraded versions of those effects. I'd like to see just more consistency within the deck playstyle and just more variety, a bit like how elemental heroes have many different fusion monsters that actually your opponent cannot kind of predict what you are going to do. The Raid Raptor archetype, or as they're known as Redu Raptazoo in the OCG, is an archetype of dark winged beast monsters used by Shea Obsidian in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 anime and the manga. They made their debut in Secrets of Eternity. The design of the Raid Raptor monsters resemble various genus and species of birds of prey, albeit with a mechanized appearance and equipped with weaponry. Most of the level 4 monsters are based on the Lanius, a genus of passerine birds in the Shrike family, while most of the extra deck monsters are based on falcons. Additional monster support includes cards based on vultures, eagles, and strikes, a genus of earless owls. The level 3 and rank 3 monsters are based on eagles, while the members based on vultures and strixes cover a wide range of levels and ranks. This naming pattern can be likened to codenames of different members belonging to the same military unit. All Raid Raptor monsters display the Raid Raptor crest somewhere on their bodies. The crest itself is also used to represent their various rank-up magic spells. In the dub, their attack names are all alliterative. In terms of the playing style, much like other Xyz-based archetypes in the game, this deck focused on swarming the field with necessary monsters to perform Xyz summons. Most of their monsters have effects that allow them to be summoned rapidly to the field, but the easiest method for them to do so usually involves cards from players' hands, such as Raid Raptor Vanishing Lanius, and therefore they need to keep many resources in their hand to start their initial strategy. Their main Xyz monster designed for this sole purpose is Raid Raptor Forstrix, and is the most important Xyz monster in the deck. It allows the player to build up early advantage by constantly searching the majority of their monsters, while also serving as the deck's first line of defense. In order to summon this card consistently and efficiently, cards like Raid Raptor Tribute Lanius are generally recommended when used in conjunction with either Raid Raptor Fuzzy Lanius or Raid Raptor Mimicry Lanius. It essentially allows Xyz summoning with just one card. The majority of their main deck monsters usually have effects that can be activated during the main phase of the turn, then normal or special summoned, and most of them are beneficial effects that help them summoning more monsters to the field. However, some of them, for example Fuzzy Lanius or their Raid Raptor Call, restricts a player from special summoning other than Raid Raptor monsters if their effect is used, so you need to be careful when planning ahead, and it's necessary to utilize those cards to their maximum potential. Besides Forstrix, they also have many other Xyz monsters within their arsenal, and some of them are specifically designed to eliminate multiple threats at once, particularly special summoned monsters. The majority of them are also able to inflict points of massive damage, whether they're through their effects alone, directly or indirectly, or through attacking multiple times. This archetype also heavily supports ranked up strategy due to the high number of rank magic spell cards associated with the archetype. Some other rank up magic cards designed exclusively for this archetype also have effects that allow them to special summon monsters from the graveyard before rank up, such as rank up magic Soul Shave Force, and some of them even have secondary in graveyard effects that helps in recovery aspects in some way or another, such as rank up magic Skip Force. As the rank magic card's usefulness depends on whatever Xyz monster the player has on the field at the time, and the fact that these cards aren't easily searchable, Raid Raptor Lustrix can be utilised to provide Xyz monsters straight from the extra deck as materials for rank up if necessary. They also can recover those rank up magic cards for another use with cards like rank up magic Raid Force in its graveyard effect or Raid Raptor Necrovulture. Ultimately, all of these options allows them to greatly increase their offensive power in a duel by accessing higher rank Xyz monsters with more powerful effects. With access to cards like Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon, which is their rank 10 monster, and Raid Raptor Final Fortress Falcon, which is their highest rank monster, it's a rank 12. The previous monster, the Ultimate Falcon, has 3,500 attack points, and the Final Fortress Falcon has 3,800 attack points. At the top of this strategy allows them to achieve decisive victory. In terms of the weakness, the deck relies heavily on Xyz summoning, so any cards that prevent special summoning or cards that prevent them from accessing their extra deck will shut it down. Monarch and Amorphage are the deadliest in this virtue in the given examples. But you can also have decks that kind of rip apart the extra deck, being massive threats. The deck also heavily relies on rank up magic spell cards, so spell negation can greatly hamper this deck from accessing its boss monsters. Neutria Beast, Secret Village of the Spellcasters, and Imperial Order, examples of generic cards in this category. Anti-spell Fragrance can also slow down rank up magic players by forcing the opponent to set their spells before being able to use them. However, quick play rank up magic spell cards such as rank up magic Revolution Force or rank up magic Doom Double Force can still be used during your opponent's turn. The archetype lacks variety in tools for intercepting the threats due to its specific nature of using Fuzzylanius and Raid Raptor Call. Much like Blackwings, this deck often relies on their initial normal summon to start their play, and it is often difficult to handle quick effects that can disrupt any of their plays, such as Zodiac Trident or Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King. All of them are dark winged beast monsters, so they are vulnerable to certain attribute and type based floodgate cards, such as Shadow Imprisoning Mirror, and there can only be one. Cards that can change their attribute or type into something other than dark winged beast can prevent them from link summoning Raid Raptor Wise Tricks, slowing them from searching rank magic spell cards. Many spell and trap cards supporting the Raid Raptor archetypes, apart from the rank up magic spells, depict bird-shaped figures made of light in their artworks. In the Japanese version of Yugioh Arc 5 and the dub in some cases, the Raid Raptor monster's cries are the same as Earthbound Immortal Asilapiscu, which is the hummingbird Earthbound Immortal. The archetype's initial Xyz monsters Rise, Blaze, and Revolution Falcon have a unique characteristic. As they're evolved, their design appears to become more simplified and streamlined, caused by losing most of their body parts. This may be alluding to their growth as they faced harsh battles and struggles, making them stronger, reflected by their increase in ranks and their more powerful effects. And these three monsters also seem to represent the stages of a revolution, fitting Shay's background as a member of the Xyz Dimensions Resistance against Fusion Dimensions Dual Academy. Raider's Knight is a Dark Attribute Warrior type Xyz effect monster. It's a rank 4 with 2000 attack and 0 defense. It requires 2 level 4 Dark monsters to summon it, and this card is always treated as the Phantom Knight and Raid Raptor card. You can detach one material from this card to special summon it from your etch deck, one the Phantom Knight's Raid Raptor or Xyz Dragon Xyz monster that is one rank higher or lower than this card, by using this face-up card you control as material, but destroy it during your opponent's next end phase. This is treated as an Xyz summon, transfer its materials to the sub monster. You can only use this effect of Raider's Knight once per turn. This card is easy to help cheat out one of your Raid Raptor monsters into either a rank 3 or a rank 5. Typically I will go for a rank 5, and I will go with the one that has 2000 attack and defense, and its effect is you can just attach a material, destroy one of your opponent's monsters, and then they take their opponent's monsters attack as effect damage. So that's one way of kind of boosting up the deck. It adds to the consistency, and it's a way of tying the Phantom Knights, which is used by Shay's friend and himself with his Raid Raptors. Raider's Wing is a Dark Attribute Wing Beast level 4 with 0 attack and 2000 defense. This card is always treated as the Phantom's Knights and Raid Raptor card. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can detach one material from your Dark Xyz monster, special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only use this effect of Raider's Wing once per turn. An Xyz monster whose original attribute is Dark and has this card as a material gains this effect. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. This card helps to generate additional benefits and bonus in protecting your monsters so long as they have this card as material. There are other cards out there that can help rank up into your higher rank monsters rather than just stick to rank 4, so you don't actually have to worry about that just applying through this effect. Those cards can also just be ranked up, and as long as this is just one of the materials attached, it still applies the effect no matter what you're kind of upgrading into. This is also able to just special summon itself by detaching a material from another Dark Exceeds monster, and often more than not, you'll just want to use this effect to extend your combos. Raid Raptor Arsenal Falcon is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast Exceeds level 7, rank 7, with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 2 level 7 monsters, and the effect is once per turn you can detach 1 material from this card, special summon 1 level 4 Winged Beast monster from your deck. If this card has any number of Raid Raptor monsters as material, it can attack up to that many times during each battle phase. If this card is sent to the graveyard while it has a Raid Raptor monster as material, you can special summon 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster from your extra deck, except Raid Raptor Arsenal Falcon, and if you do, attach this card from your graveyard to it as material. The summoning condition on this card is not too difficult, whilst they don't actually have level 7 monsters for you to then rank straight into this card. The usual idea is that you get it to maybe either the rank 4, 5, or 6, and then you can use any of the rank up cards to then get into this specific monster. Once per turn, you're able to just detach a material and then special summon a level 4 Winged Beast monster from your deck, and this has the benefits of then helping to extend your plays, but often more than not, I actually prefer to maintain the protection of the Exceeds materials, so that if and when this card does leave the field, you're able to replace it with either the Ultimate Falcon or the rank 10 or the rank 12, as this will instantly allow you to do that whilst ignoring its summoning conditions. This also gains the benefit of being able to attack multiple times in a turn, so the more materials on it you have, the more attacks it can do, and these don't have to be directly just on monsters, they can be on your opponent's life points. Raid Raptor Avenged Vulture is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1700 attack and 100 defense. If you take damage, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except Raid Raptor monsters. The actual attack stat on this card is probably one of the more powerful ones. There's only one other one, the Tribute Lanius, which has 1800 attack points. Most of the other ones are quite weak and are just there for the purposes of getting you into your rank Exceeds monster plays. This one does have the opportunity to special summon itself whenever you take any points of damage, so that can be battle damage, it can be effect damage, and it can be either your damage or your opponent's damage. There are cards within the deck that let you kind of do your own damage to yourself, and then this card is instantly able to be special summoned. It does lock you into Raid Raptor monsters for the rest of the turn in terms of your extra deck, but that's a very minor detail. You'll want to be working within the confines of the deck. Raid Raptor Blade Burner Falcon is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 4 with 1000 attack and 1000 defense. It requires 2 level 4 Winged Beast monsters, and if this card is Exceeds summoned and your opponent's life points are at least 3000 higher than yours, you can make this card gain 3000 attack points. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can detach any number of materials from this card, destroy exactly that number of monsters your opponent controls. This card is pretty easy to summon, and it's one of the alternative rank 4 monsters that people tend to forget. It is always an option to go instead of Force Tricks, as even though it doesn't have this search effect, if your life points are low enough and the difference is 3000 or more, this instantly gains 3000 attack points. It becomes a 4000 attack monster, and it can pretty much get over a lot of your opponent's monsters. If you have the benefit of destroying an opponent's monster, just by detaching any number of monsters, you can then effectively get rid of another up to 2 monsters that your opponent controls without having to engage in battle just through its effect. So it helps to clear out your opponent's board. Raid Raptor Blaze Falcon is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast Exceeds rank 5 with 1000 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 3 level 5 Winged Beast type monsters, and this card can attack directly while it has Exceeds material. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can target one monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Once per turn, you can detach one Exceeds material from this card, destroy as many special summon monsters your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each monster destroyed. I'll have to admit, out of the 2 rank 5 monsters that I remember, this is the one I'm less inclined to go into because it's more specific. It requires more level 5 monsters in order to bring it out, and there are further restrictions to it as opposed to the other one that just needs 2. This card can attack directly, so that's 1000 points of guaranteed damage, whilst it has material. And when this card does that, you can instantly just target a monster your opponent controls and destroy it, which is a decent effect. Once per turn, you can just detach a material from this card and destroy as many special summon monsters your opponent controls as possible. This is beneficial because it can wipe out a few depending on how your opponent is running their deck, and they take 500 points of damage for each monster destroyed, so that's also additional burn damage. But there are times where either monsters cannot be destroyed by these types of effects, or really this is the lesser of the 2 options you want to look for. Raid Raptor Bloom Vulture is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 300 attack and 1900 defense. If you do not control any face-up monsters other than Winged Beast monsters, you can special summon both this card and one Raid Raptor monster from your hand. If you control no monsters, you can target 2 level 4 or lower Raid Raptor monsters in your graveyard, including this card, special summon them in defense position. You can only use one Raid Raptor Bloom Vulture effect per turn and only once that turn. Also, you cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate either of these effects, except dart monsters. This is one of the latest forms of support that they've received in Phantom of Nightmare. It does have 1900 defense, so it is a more defensive monster, and it has barely any attack points considering it's a level 4 monster. This has the opportunity to let you go instantly into rank 4 play, as either if you've got a Winged Beast monster, you can just straight away special summon this card to the field, or if you don't have any monsters on your field and this card happens to be in the graveyard, you can revive this and another level 4 or lower Raid Raptor monster and special summon them in defense position. But bear in mind, if you do choose for another level 4 monster, you can go into an instant Exceeds play. This card can only use each of its effects once per turn, but I think that's fine, as you don't want it to be able to reoccur, it would be just too much. And it does lock you into Dark Attribute monsters, but that's pretty much the entirety of the Raid Raptor deck. It doesn't matter that you're locked into Dark monsters, and that you're restricted to use just Dark monster type of effects. It's fine, it will work. And I'm hoping to see this within the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duels soon, just to help upgrade my Raid Raptor deck. Raid Raptor Booster Strix is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 100 attack and 1700 defense. When a Raid Raptor monster controller is targeted for an attack by an opponent's monster, you can banish this card from your hand, destroy the attacking monster. I love the design of this card and it's useful as a hand trap, as if your opponent doesn't know that you've got this card in your hand and then your Raid Raptor monster happens to be threatened by an attack, you can instantly destroy your opponent's monster. And since this card is banished rather than being sent to the graveyard, it cannot then be affected by Call by the Grave, which would typically then banish this card from the graveyard to negate its ability. In this case, because it's going straight to the banish pile, it can't activate that type of effect. Raid Raptor Brave Strix is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 5 with 2000 attack and 2500 defense. It requires 2 level 5 monsters, and a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster that has this card as material gains this effect. This card gains attack equal to its rank times 100. You can only use one of the following effects of Raid Raptor Brave Strix per turn and only once that turn. You can detach one material from this card to set one Raid Raptor Spell or Trap card from your deck. If this card has a Winged Beast monster as material, you can detach one material from this card to add one rank up magic spell from your deck to your hand. Summoning condition on this card isn't difficult, as it just requires 2 level 5 monsters. As I said to you before about the Raid Knight, that card can instantly go into this without any requirements, any issues. You have to consider this as a better version of Force Strix, as whereas that card is limited to only searching for your Raid Raptor monster cards, this has the ability to search for any of your Raid Raptor spell or trap cards, so there is that additional flexibility, as well as having the opportunity to search for specific rank up magic spell cards from your deck to your hand. This means if you can get both of these effects off of both types of monsters, you have the consistency that you're running for. You look for searching the monster effects with one monster, the spell and traps with this card, as well as the rank up magic cards with this card as well. There are other cards that do have that kind of effect, such as Tribute Lannis has the ability to search for your rank up magic cards, but that only happens after it successfully destroys an opponent's monster in battle. Being dependent on anything in the battle phase, if your opponent negates the destruction or negates the attack of your Tribute Lannis, then you can no longer rely on that effect. This also mitigates a massive weakness that the Raid Raptors currently have within the deck. Now, with the power creep and how that's been working within the game, you are seeing more and more monsters that are reaching above the 3,000 attack point threshold with devastating effects and are much easier to just summon from the extra deck with almost no cost. In the past, Ultimate Falcon and Final Fortress Falcon were fantastic because one had 3,500 attack and one had 3,800 attack, and both of those cards are unaffected by card effects, but their purpose is different depending on the situation. I would say if you can finish off your opponent sooner, then the Final Fortress Falcon is the better one to go into, as it has 3,800 attack points and it can attack potentially multiple times within a turn. Whereas with the Ultimate Falcon, it's more of a grind game. If you can if you stick this monster just continually onto the field and it stays, it's continually going to zap away your opponent's face-up monsters' attack points by 1,000 each turn, as well as effectively doing 1,000 points of burn damage if they don't have any monsters on the field. But none of them have any ways of increasing their attack points. This card gives both of those monsters that opportunity. If this gets applied to the Ultimate Falcon, that becomes a 4,500 attack monster. Very difficult for your opponent to completely get over. With the Final Fortress Falcon, that becomes a 5,000 attack monster, even more difficult to get above and to manage. Outside of things like a Kaiju that can tribute over those cards, it's pretty near impossible to then beat those monsters in battle. And I'd argue this is necessary at this point, considering that there is a new Bestial Synchro monster that has 3,500 attack points. As someone who likes the Raid Raptor deck, I've noticed if I go into Ultimate Falcon and I'm against a branded deck, there is more likelihood than not that they're just going to crash with that monster into my Ultimate Falcon, and then I will lose from there. Whereas if I actually go into the Final Fortress Falcon, sometimes it can be more useful, but it's also reliant on keeping an Exceeds material attached to it to keep its immunity from other card effects ability online. This card in and of itself sorts out a lot of the issues to do with the deck. It's integral you run at least a couple of copies of this to have that initial protection. This is another card that was also introduced in the Phantom Nightmare booster pack, and so is the latest round of support. Raid Raptor Fiend Eagle is a Dark Attribute Wing Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 3 with 1,000 attack and 0 defense. It requires 2 level 3 Raid Raptor monsters, and you can detach 1 Exceeds material from this card, then target 1 face-up special summon monster your opponent controls, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack on the field. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor Fiend Eagle once per turn. This is one of the 2 monsters within the Raid Raptors deck that I don't really rely upon. In terms of it being an Xyz monster, it is one that I don't ever fit within the extra deck of a Raid Raptor deck, just because it's quite tight-fitting as it is, and to run all of the other copies, just even one of each of the other copies, there's no space for this card whatsoever. This does have a similar effect to one of the rank 5 Raid Raptor monsters. However, the difference is this card is weaker. It only has 1,000 attack. That card has 2,000 attack and defense. This card also only inflicts damage to the opponent equal to its original attack on the field. It doesn't destroy it, whereas the rank 5 does. I'd rather run 2 of the rank 5 over this rank 3, especially since neither of the level 3 monsters I run within the deck either. Raid Raptor Final Fortress Falcon is a Dart Attribute Wing Beast Exceeds rank 12 with 3,800 attack and 2,800 defense. It requires 3 level 12 monsters, and if this card has a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster as material, it is unaffected by other card effects. Once per turn, you could attach 1 material from this card, return all your banished Raid Raptor monsters to your graveyard. Twice per turn, when this attacking card destroys a monster by battle, you can banish 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster from your graveyard. This card can attack again in a row. The summoning condition on this card is, for most people, would look really tricky, bringing 3 level 12 monsters, what are you doing, how are you going to get there? That is not the strategy, that's not how you bring this card out. There are a couple of ways you can do it. The first is if you've got a rank 6 monster, there's 2 of them they've got. There's the Revolution Falcon and there's an alternative one which is similarly named Revolution Falcon. Both of those are rank 6. And there's the Double Down Force, which is the quick play Raid Raptors rank up magic card, where if your monster is destroyed by battle, you can flip that card over and then you just summon a monster equal to double its rank. That's how this card is coming out. There's another card which will be featured a bit later on, and it's part of the brand new support, which lets you combine different Xyz monsters together in order to reach this level. So, for example, you could take the level 4 and the level 8, you can take the level 5 and the level 7 to level 6s, and so on and so forth, and have those combinations to just bring this card out. The purpose of that is because the brand new Xyz monster is a rank 13 monster, and so if you don't have that combination of an alternative rank up card within this deck, there would be no possibility of you bringing that card out. This is the most powerful prior to that new card in terms of all the Xyz monster. It is a rank 12. We've got a rank, in terms of all the rank monsters that we have within Raid Raptors, we've got rank 3, rank 4, rank 5, rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, no rank 9s, we've got 1 rank 10, no rank 11s, we've got this rank 12 and the brand new rank 13. This is the most powerful version. So long as this card has a Raid Raptor Exceeds material, it is unaffected by other card effects. So, as I said before, you need to be careful to keep at least 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster on this card. Each turn, you can just attach a material to recover all of your banished Raid Raptor monsters and put them back into the graveyard. And up to twice per turn, when this attacking card destroys a monster of battle, you can just banish a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster, and this card can attack once again in a row. It's a good way of closing out your opponent's life points if they don't have many of them, and this is usually the preference if you know it's going to be a shorter game. Raid Raptor Force Strix is a Dart Attribute Winged Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 4 with 100 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires 2 level 4 monsters, and it gains 500 attack and defense for each Winged Beast monster you control, except this card. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card to add 1 level 4 Dark Winged Beast monster from your deck to your hand. The summoning condition on this card isn't too difficult, as it just needs 2 level 4 monsters. The first part of the effect isn't really relied upon, even though it can be useful at points if you've got a massive field of Winged Beast monsters. So if you've got a few on them, it can become easily 2,000 or more attack points, but it tends to be in the rare exceptions that this happens. The ability to detach a material just to search for a level 4 Dark Winged Beast monster helps to add to the consistency of the deck, and a lot of the monsters that you'll be dealing with tend to be level 4, so you have lots of options to play with depending on your situation. This is one of the key cards that was introduced within the Raid Raptor archetype, and it was kind of featured by Shay using it against, I think that was a Sora, who was the Fright for Fluffle user, but this was in the second duel he had with them, and unfortunately in that duel he actually lost the duel whilst this card was on the field. Raid Raptor Fuzzy Lanius is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 500 attack and 1500 defense. If you control a Raid Raptor monster other than Raid Raptor Fuzzy Lanius, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one Raid Raptor Fuzzy Lanius from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Fuzzy Lanius once per turn. You cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate either of this card's effects except Raid Raptor monsters. This card is useful for just its special summoning purposes. So long as you have another Raid Raptor monster on the field, you can instantly special summon this card, and it can be used as part of a rank 4 Xyz play. Or it can be used as part of the link material for the link monster, the Y-Strix, and as soon as it's used in any way and it's sent to the graveyard, you can just search for another copy of itself. It helps to reduce the impact of your deck for, any sort of blocking of your hand, as well as being able to just add to the consistency. It's very weak, but it's almost entirely used just for the purpose of getting a Xyz monster onto the field. Raid Raptor Heel Eagle is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 3 with 700 attack and defense. If all monsters you control are Raid Raptor monsters, minimum 1, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Raid Raptor spell or trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Heel Eagle once per turn. I would have to be honest, this is one of those Raid Raptor monsters, because it's the level 3, I don't rely on it. I don't actually add it to the deck, as I don't see it as being that consistent. Whilst it can be special summoned, since it doesn't really match up to the levels of the other ones, it doesn't make sense to run it. With the exception of if this card happened to be in your graveyard, by banishing it, you can just recover a Raid Raptor spell or trap card in the graveyard and bring that back to the hand. But overall, I'd rather add to consistency of the deck through other means than to run any copies of this card. Raid Raptor Lalstrix is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast effect monster. It's a level 1 with 100 attack and defense. If a Raid Raptor monster you control battles while you have any spell or trap cards on your field or in your graveyard, during damage calculation in either player's turn, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then gain 100 life points for each spell or trap card you control and in your graveyard. You contribute this card, your opponent takes no battle damage this turn. Also, you can special summon one Raid Raptor Xyz monster from your extra deck in defense position, but its effects are negated. Also, return it to the extra deck during the end phase. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor Lalstrix once per turn. Now, a lot of people would be thinking, what's the point of bringing out this card, as it doesn't seem to work very well within the deck, but there are actually quite a few applications for this card. Firstly, okay, it is a level 1, and I think it's the only level 1 monster in their suite of monsters. The others are 3 or above. I think 3, 4, 5, 6 is the most, and then all the others have to be kind of searched upon for the Xyz summons. There is no level 2 version. This card happens to summon itself if a Raid Raptor monster you control battles, so it can be either you battling with your Raid Raptor or your opponent battling with your Raid Raptor monster. So long as you've got spell or traps either on the field or in the graveyard, you can instantly special summon this card. The life point gain is a little bit strange because, as far as I remember, none of the other Raid Raptor monsters interact with your life points in terms of boosting your life points. There's a few that do some sort of burn damage to your opponent's life points, and there's also one that kind of inflicts damage to you in order as a cost to bring itself out. So this is just quite a strange, unique interaction. And also the life point gain is highly unlikely to be more than maybe 500 life points, based on its design and the number of cards you'll have. When this card is on your field, this is the part of the effect that's really important. You can just tribute this card. Your opponent isn't going to take any battle damage, which is a little concerning, but it's a bit of a trade-off. but instead you're able to just bring out a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster. It does have to come from the extra deck in defense position, so you can't use it during the turn, and its effects are negated, so you can't use it for that, and it returns to the extra deck. But why would you use it? Well, you've got the Raid Raptor rank up magic cards. If you use any of those, you can use them to help bring out another Raid Raptor monster, which happens to be, 1 or 2 levels higher than it. And in doing that, you can avoid the negative side of this card's effect. And because you've done it in this way, you haven't used a lot of your resources to bring those cards out, adding to your consistency, bringing out higher boss monsters at minimal cost to you. In a typical deck, I would be running probably 2 of these. Sometimes on occasions I have run 3 if I've really been kind of eager to kind of go into further plays, but ideally you would look at about 2. Raid Raptor Mimicry Lanius is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1100 attack and 1900 defense. Once per turn during your main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can increase the levels of all Raid Raptor monsters you currently control by 1. During your main phase, if this card is in your graveyard because it was sent there this turn, you can banish this card, add 1 Raid Raptor card from your deck to your hand, except Raid Raptor Mimicry Lanius. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor Mimicry Lanius once per turn. This card is extremely useful, and I run 3 of these within most decks. It might look like a bit of a block and a bit difficult to kind of pull off, but it's actually one of the more consistent cards within the deck. Firstly, this has the ability to adapt and increase all of your Raid Raptor monsters' levels by 1, potentially letting you go into either of the 2, now 3 rank 5 monsters very easily without any other cost to it. Bear in mind, if you do this, it is often more tricky to then kind of use some of those other cards' types of effects, but you're also able to, during the main phase, if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there during a turn, just by banishing this card you can add a Raid Raptor card from your deck to your hand, except another copy of itself. So this can be anything, any of their spell, traps or monsters. Often in the past I will use this to kind of bring out the one which is the hand trap that destroys monsters your opponent controls when they attack into your Raid Raptors, or I will search for one of the monsters that is able to special summon itself, such as the Fuzzy Lanius, as I mentioned previously, which helps you to then go into your further Xyz plays or to go into your Wise Rips, which is the Link monster. All of these effects are pretty useful, and it just adds so much consistency. It would have to be run at least at 2 to get maximum benefit from this card's effects. I would say the one issue with this card is that if this card is sent to the graveyard during your opponent's turn, you won't have a chance to use its effect because it has to be during the turn it's sent to the graveyard. That includes your opponent's. It doesn't have it as a quick effect, and it's often better for this card to be detached from any of your Xyz monsters as material to trigger off its ability to search for a card, or to use it for some other effect to get it into the graveyard in the first place. Raid Raptor Napalm Dragonius is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1000 attack and defense. Once per turn you can inflict 600 damage to your opponent. Also you can activate monster effects for the rest of this turn except Raid Raptor monsters. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon up 1 Raid Raptor monster from your deck, but its effects are negated. This card I would consider running either 2 or 3 copies of, because not only does it have the ability to do some damage to the opponent, which helps to bring them closer to defeat, but if this card happens to be destroyed by battle, you can instantly just special summon a Raid Raptor monster from the deck, and it doesn't matter that its effects are negated, you'll be using it as Xyz material. If you did this with the Mimicry Lanius, even though its effects on the field are negated, its effect in the graveyard to banish itself to search for another card is not negated, and this is one combo play you can rely upon. Even if you're not considering it that by that much, this is a monster that can float into itself to help protect your life points, or into other cards depending on your situation. Raid Raptor Necro Vulture is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1000 attack and 1600 defense. Once per turn, you contribute one Raid Raptor monster, then target one rank up magic spell card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Also, you cannot Xyz summon for the rest of this turn, except with the effect of a rank up magic spell card. This card is another example of one I don't actually run any of within the deck. There are so many Raid Raptor monsters that are better than this that actually the limitations on it don't justify me running any copies. It's a shame, but it's not viable in my opinion. The ability of this card is just by tributing a Raid Raptor monster, you can recover a rank up magic spell card. That's fine, but there are other cards that can do these types of effects much better. It also locks you from Xyz summoning for the rest of the turn, but by the effects of rank up magic spell cards. So if you don't have any pre-existing Xyz monsters on your field, there is nothing for you to rank up. You're locked out of Xyz summoning for the duration of that turn, and that can be devastating to face. Ill-advised, from my opinion, from running any copies of this. Raid Raptor is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1600 attack and 500 defense. During the main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can target one Raid Raptor monster you control, add one Raid Raptor monster with a different level than that monster from your deck to your hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard, increase or decrease the levels of all Raid Raptor monsters you currently control by 1. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Noir Lanius once per turn. This is another one of the cards that was introduced in the brand new Phantom of Nightmare pack, and you can understand the difference between some of the older cards and some of these newer cards, as these effects are just devastatingly good. The first ability of this card, it's during the main phase when this card is normal or special summoned, you can just look at a different Raid Raptor monster you control, and you can just instantly search for a Raid Raptor monster with a different level than that monster from the deck to the hand. Since these rely on levels 3, 4, 5, and 6 monsters, you're able to choose more consistently, but it does require you to run other level monsters to get the most of this card's effect. It's a shame it doesn't actually just mirror the level of that monster, a bit like the Buzzsaw Shark does for the Shark deck. And when this card is in the graveyard, you can banish this card just to increase or decrease the levels of all Raid Raptor monsters by 1, the ones you control. This is perfect actually for going into the rank 3s if you want to, without having to run the level 3 monsters as an option. But more than likely you're going to want to go into the level 5s, so you can bring out the brand new Xyz monster, which is a rank 5, which helps to add to the consistency of that deck. This, even having 1600 attack points, is quite useful, as it's among some of the strongest 3 or 4 within the level 4 monsters they have. Raid Raptor Pain Lanius is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 1 with 100 attack and defense. It cannot be used as an Xyz material for an Xyz summon, except for the Xyz summon of a Winged Beast type monster. If this card is in your hand, you can target one Raid Raptor monster you control that has a level. Take damage equal to its attack or defense, whichever is lower, but your choice if tied. And if you do, special summon this card. And if you do that, this card's level becomes the current level of the targeted monster. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor Pain Lanius once per turn. This card is another example of one which is meant to help special summon a Raid Raptor monster. Whilst it's a level 1, it's not ignore the fact it's a level 1, it mirrors the level of the monster that you target through its effect. You do take damage equal to either its attack or defense, whichever is lower, so that's fine, but also that helps to trigger off another effect. There is another Raid Raptor monster that is the previous one I mentioned that has the ability to special summon itself whenever you take any sort of burn effect damage. So you can potentially get a couple of cards out of your hand straight onto the field to increase your presence. And this helps to just go into your rank 4 Xyz plays more easily, or into other Xyz monsters. I'd say the only real downside is if this card happens to be negated from its ability whilst on the field, then its level goes back to 1 and It can therefore only really be used for a link play for the Y-Strix. Raid Raptor Revolution Falcon is a dart attribute Wing Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 6 with 2000 attack and 3000 defense. It requires 3 level 6 Wing Beast type monsters, and you can detach 1 Exceeds material from this card. This turn, this card can attack all monsters your opponent controls, once each. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's face-up special summon monster, that monster's attack and defense become 0. If this card has a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster as Exceeds material, it gains this effect. Once per turn, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls, destroy it, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to half the attack of that monster they had on the field. The summoning condition on this card isn't too difficult, as you won't be really summoning it normally. You'll be ranking it up with that double down force. You can use some of the other rank up cards to just bring this card out pretty quickly. And this is able to just detach a material to attack all of your opponent's monsters, so it can actually just wipe them out all out in the same turn. If your opponent has any special summon monsters, their attack and defense becomes zeroed out, and that means you can do the maximum amount of damage. And if your opponent has anything that's deemed as a threat, you can always use the final bit of its ability to target that opponent's monster, destroy it, and inflict half of its attack points to the opponent as damage. Bear in mind that final bit of the ability doesn't require you to detach a material, and so it's a lot more easily and readily available for you to use each and every turn. Raid Raptor Revolution Falcon Air Raid is a dart attribute Winged Beast Exceeds monster. It's a rank 6 with 2000 attack and 3000 defense. It requires 3 level 6 Winged Beast monsters, and you can also exceed some of this by discarding 1 rank up magic spell and using a rank 5 or lower Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you control as material. Transfer its materials to this card. If this card is Exceed summoned, you can target 1 monster your opponent controls, destroy it, and if it was face up, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack it had on the field. If this card in your possession is destroyed by an opponent's card and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 Raid Raptor Revolution Falcon from your extra deck, and if you do, attach this card to it as material. This is another one of those cards that's pretty easy to summon, as you're just able to discard a rank up magic alongside a rank 5 or lower Raid Raptor Exceeds monster. Those materials go back onto this card, and when it's summoned, you can just target an opponent's monster, destroy it, and inflict damage equal to the attack it had on the field, so long as that monster is face up. When this card leaves the field for whatever reason and is destroyed by an opponent's card, whether by battle or by card effect, you're able to bring out the original Raid Raptor Revolution Falcon from the extra deck and just attach this card as material. It's just another way of bringing out the original Revolution Falcon, and even though this is technically the weaker one, as it can only use that part of its destruction effect once when it's summoned, it's a nice way of providing with additional opportunities to bring out other boss monsters. Raid Raptor Rise Falcon is a dart attribute Winged Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 4 with 100 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 3 level 4 Winged Beast type monsters, and this card can attack all special summon monsters your opponent controls, once each. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceeds material from this card, then target 1 face-up special summon monster your opponent controls. This card gains attack equal to that monster's current attack. I think this card was the first one that we saw Shay use within the anime. It was kind of first shown in like the shadows and in the distance when it faced off against some of Duel Academy's different competitors, some of their teachers and some of the lecturers, some of the kind of prestigious students as well. And it was also used in that first match against Sora when it was the Duelist Cup. It does require 3 level 4 Winged Beast monsters, so it is a bit more difficult than 4 Strix to be brought out, but it's pretty easy within the deck as they can special summon that level 4 monsters very quickly. This card is instantly able to just attack all special summon monsters the opponent controls, once each. And by detaching a material from this card, you can just take a face special monster and have this card gain attack points equal to its attack, which helps if your opponent's strongest attack monster happens to be special summoned, as you're guaranteed to do at least 100 points of damage to that opponent, as well as wipe out their entire field. Raid Raptor Rising Rebellion Falcon is a dart attribute Winged Beast Exceeds effect monster. It's a rank 13 with 4,000 attack and 3,500 defense. It requires 5 level 13 Winged Beast monsters. The effect is it's unaffected by other card effects. If this card is Exceed summoned, you can destroy as many cards your opponent controls as possible. Then if this card has 3 or more Raid Raptor Exceeds monsters with different names as material, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the combined original attack of the destroyed monsters. Once per turn, you could attach 3 materials from this card, then target 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard. This card gains that monster's effects until the end phase. This is the final boss monster that they have. This is the highest level, highest rank of Exceeds monster they have. And it's part of that brand new support that I had previously mentioned with several of the other cards. It is a rank 13, which you don't really see in the... I think there was only a rank 13 within the anime, and that was this very special being that was in Yugioh Zeal, and this was against Astral, and this was against Yuma. And it, for some reason, they could like rank up every 2 levels, and it just became really ridiculous about the level of power these monsters had. This is kind of alongside that kind of length of how ridiculous this power level is. It's unaffected by other card effects, and this is just a continuous ability of it. It's similar to Ultimate Falcon in it doesn't matter if it has materials or not, it just simply is as its effect. When this card is Exceed summoned, you're able to just destroy as many cards your opponent controls as possible. So it just wipes out your entire opponent's cards clean. If any of your opponent's cards are protected from destruction, that's the only way they're going to be prevented from being wiped out. Then if you have 3 or more Raid Raptor Exceeds monsters with different names, which the new rank up magic spell card will grant you the ability to do, you just inflict damage to your opponent equal to the combined original attack of those destroyed monsters. So the more monsters they have on the field, the higher the attack points of those monsters they have on the field, the more damage they will sustain. And once per turn, just by detaching 3 materials from this card, you're able to take a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard, and this card just copies that monster's effect. It's a devastating ability as there are so many versatile types of effects that I've already mentioned. Some I haven't as of yet, but they're able to do a lot of damage through that. If this card is also summoned through the effect of that other Exceeds monster that was previously mentioned that has the part of the new support, this card would become a 5,300 attack monster just on its summon. Very difficult to get over anything like that outside of your opponent having decks that kind of boost themselves through equip cards. It's so amazing and so impressive as a deck and as a concept, and you wait until the rest of the cards, it is just the best. When this comes out in Master Duel, I will be streaming so much of this content, just purely on Raid Raptors. Raid Raptor Rudder Strix is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 0 attack and 1,600 defense. If this card is special from the hand by the effect of a Raid Raptor card or normal summoned, you can inflict 600 damage to your opponent. When an opponent's monster declares an attack that targets this card, you can special summon up to 2 Raid Raptor monsters from your hand, and if you do, monsters your opponent controls cannot target those monsters for attacks this turn. This is another one of those monsters, because there are so many Raid Raptor monsters, I don't always look to, say for example, bring out, because I don't think it's necessarily that easy to do so. If this card is special summoned from the hand by the effect of a Raid Raptor card, or it's just normal summon, you can inflict 600 points of damage. This is really, really easy, but it also means that if an opponent's monster declares an attack that targets this card, you can instantly special summon 2 Raid Raptor monsters from your hand, and it's not restrictive of any sort of level or class of it. This card is then immune to being attacked until all of the other Raid Raptor monsters are kind of removed, but it's quite a clumsy type of effect, and it's reliant on your opponent not negating this effect. It's reliant on your opponent attacking into this card, and most of the time they're not going to be falling for these types of effects, as this card has to be face up to trigger off its effect. Raid Raptor Satellite Cannon Falcon is a Dark Attribute Winged Beast rank 8 with 3,000 attack and 2,000 defense. It requires 2 level 8 Winged Beast monsters. If this card is Exceed summoned by using a Raid Raptor monster as material, you can destroy all spell and trap cards your opponent controls. Your opponent can activate the cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. And as a quick effect, you can detach one material from this card, then target a one face-up monster your opponent controls. It loses 800 attack for each Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard. The summon condition on this card isn't difficult, as you will be using the double force to either rank up the rank 4 to this, or you will be ranking it up using some of the other cards to bring it out. You don't actually use 2 level 8 monsters, as there aren't 2 level 8 monsters within the entire archetype. As soon as this card is summoned, you just wipe out all of your opponent's monsters, well, all of their spell and trap cards, and that's perfect, as your opponent cannot activate any cards in response to this card's effect. They are going to be dealt with like a Harpy Feathers Duster effect, but aren't able to do anything about it. The quick effect, just by detaching a card from this card, you can just choose a face-up monster your opponent controls. It loses 800 attack for each Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard. Bear in mind, that's for each one in the graveyard. If you've got 3 or 4 already in there, then you're looking at 2,400, 3,200 points of reduction. Many monsters your opponent controls aren't going to be able to manage that. You can either really use it on your turn to trigger off its own effect and to just crash into your opponent's monsters, or if your opponent doesn't read into this card, you just trigger off this effect, then most likely not going to be able to respond to this. Raid Raptor Sharp Lanius is a Dart Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1,700 attack and 1,000 defense. Once per turn during your main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can target one face-up attack position monster on the field, change it to face-up defense position. During your main phase 2, if this card attacks this turn, you can target one Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard. Special summon it, you can only use this effect of Raid Raptor Sharp Lanius once per turn. And this is one of the examples of the cards that are level 4 with decent attack points. When this card is on the field, you're able to just take a face-up attack position monster and change it to defense position monster. That's really useful if it's a way of getting over some of your opponent's monsters that have high attack but low defense. And if this card happens to have if it's happened to attack successfully and this card remains on the field, revive a Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard and it gets special summoned. This has to be during main phase 2, so if you are going to go into an Xyz play, that will be in main phase 2 only, but it does provide some form of recovery. Raid Raptor Singing Lanius is a Dart Attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 100 attack and 100 defense. If you control a face-up Xyz monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon a Raid Raptor Singing Lanius once per turn this way. I would be honest with this card, I don't really use it within a Raid Raptor deck, more so because even though it is a special summon target, there are plenty of other cards that do this job better. It is reliant on you having a face-up Xyz monster already on the field to be able to special summon it, and it doesn't exactly inspire much with 100 attack and defense. Whereas other cards will have alternative abilities and ways of making themselves useful. This almost seems like a vanilla monster that's just used for purely Xyz summoning with. Raid Raptor Skull Eagle is a Dart Attribute Winged Beast level 3 with 1,000 attack and 500 defense. If this card is detached from an Xyz material and sent to the graveyard to activate that monster's effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Raid Raptor card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor's Skull Eagle once per turn. An Xyz monster that was summoned using this card on the field as Xyz material gains this effect. If it is Xyz summoned, it gains 300 attack points. This is the other level 3 monster that I don't use within the Raid Raptor deck, because there are so many monsters out there that are just better. The rank 3 that's used in comparison with this card is also not that useful, as it only does burn damage. It doesn't destroy any of your opponent's monsters, so unless you can build a pure burn style of deck, I would not advise running any of those types of cards. This card, when it's detached from an Xyz monster and sent to the graveyard to use its effect, by banishing this card you can just recover a Raid Raptor card in your graveyard back to the hand. That's a decent form of recovery, but I'm sure there are other cards that you can use which are a lot faster. And it gives your Xyz monster that uses this card as material an extra 300 attack points. it's typically not enough to justify using this card. Raid Raptor Stranger Falcon is a dark attribute Winged Beast Exceeds monster. It's a rank 5 with 2000 attack and defense. It requires 2 level 5 monsters, and if this card has an Exceeds monster as Exceeds material, it gains this effect. Once per turn, you can detach 1 Exceeds material from this card, then target 1 monster your opponent controls, destroy it, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its original attack. If this card in your possession is destroyed by your opponent's card, either by battle or card effect, and sent to your graveyard, you can target 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard, except Raid Raptor Stranger Falcon, special summon it, and if you do, attach this card to it as Exceeds material. The summoning card of this card isn't difficult, as it just requires 2 level 5 monsters, but you're actually better off using the Raider's Knight, as it can do this effect and also help you to use its own ability of the Stranger Falcon, as that will become an Exceeds material as an Exceeds monster. This will make it able to destroy an opponent's monster and inflict points of damage to the opponent. This also has the ability to, when it's sent to the graveyard, recover a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster and use this card as a material. It's a great way of using and recycling the monsters and having the various abilities relied upon. Raid Raptor Strangle Lanius is a dark attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1600 attack and 1100 defense. If you control a dark monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except dark monsters. If you control an Exceeds monster with a dark Exceeds monster as material, you can target 1 level 4 or lower Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard, special summon it, but its effects are negated. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Strangle Lanius once per turn. This is another example of a monster that's kind of one of the higher attack level 4 monsters they have. So long as you have a dark monster, it doesn't have to even be a Raid Raptor monster, you can instantly just special summon this card from your hand. You are restricted from summoning monsters outside of dark attributes for the rest of the turn, but that's fine. And if you have an Exceeds monster already on your field that has a dark Exceeds monster as material, then you're able to instantly recover a level 4 or lower Raid Raptor monster straight from the graveyard back onto the field. That can be used as part of a rank 4 Exceeds play. Raid Raptor Attribute Lanius is a dark attribute Winged Beast level 4 with 1800 attack and 400 defense. During your main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can send 1 Raid Raptor card from your deck to your hand. From the deck to the graveyard. During your main phase 2, if this card destroyed an opponent's monster by battle this turn, you can add 1 rank up magic or quick play spell from your deck to your hand. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn, except Raid Raptor monsters. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Tribute Lanius once per turn. This is the strongest currently of the level 4 Raid Raptor monsters at 1800 attack points, and as soon as it's summoned, you can send a Raid Raptor monster from the deck to the graveyard. The purpose of this is if you use something like the Mimicry Lanius, then even with its own effect, it can search for another card by banishing itself, or you could use send the Fuzzy Lanius to the graveyard, in which when it's sent to the graveyard, it can actually bring out a copy of itself from the deck to your hand. It helps to add to summoning consistency within the hand, without having to run excessive cards outside of the archetype. When this card successfully destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can then recover a rank up magic quick play spell from the deck to the hand. It's useful, but most likely you're not going to use it during the turn you activate this effect, unless you want to go into some of the higher rank monsters that are more likely to protect themselves. But it's definitely something I would be considering running either 2 or 3 copies of, just for consistency purposes. Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon is a dark attribute Winged Beast Exceeds monster. It's a rank 10 with 3500 attack and 2000 defense. It requires 3 level 10 Winged Beast monsters, and it's unaffected by other card effects. You can detach 1 material from this card. For the rest of this turn, all the monsters your opponent controls lose 1000 attack. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects. If this card has a Raid Raptor monster as material, it gains this effect. Once per turn during the end phase, you can make all monsters on your opponent controls lose 1000 attack. Also, if your opponent controls no face-up monsters, inflict 1000 points of damage to the opponent. This is the third form of as I was saying, the boss monsters. So you've seen the strongest one, you've seen the second strongest, and now this is the third one. It's easiest to be summoned either through the double rank up card, which can be used for a rank 5 to go into this rank 10, and that as it doubles the level, or you can use the new card for that purpose of getting this to this card, or the final option is there is a rank up quick play spell that can actually, by banishing the number of Raid Raptor monsters you already have alongside the Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you have on the field, bring out a monster equivalent to that rank total. So if you had a 4 Strix on the field, for example, which is a rank 4, by banishing 6 of the Raid Raptor monsters you have in the graveyard alongside that card, that's 4 plus 6 equals rank 10. That's how you bring this out. It's unaffected by other card effects, and it's not conditional, it just straight is. It doesn't matter if it has materials or not. And by detaching a material from this card, all monsters your opponent controls lose 1,000 attack points, and they cannot activate cards or effects. It's a decent ability, but I'd actually rather have the material kept on this card, because that way, so long as you've got a Raid Raptor as material, each and every turn, your opponent's monsters are going to lose 1,000 attack points consistently regardless. And if they keep all their monsters face down, or they choose not to summon in that turn, they're punished by taking an extra 1,000 points of damage. So it doesn't work for them to keep nothing on their field. Raid Raptor Vanishing Lanius is a Dart attribute winged beast level 4 with 1,300 attack and 1,600 defense. Once per turn during a main phase, if this card was normal or special this turn, you can special summon one level 4 or lower Raid Raptor monster from your hand. This card lets monsters that typically can't be special summoned get the ability to be special summoned, enabling you to go into your rank 4 Exceeds plays very quickly, and to even go into the Rise Falcon, which requires the 3 level 4 materials. Raid Raptor Wild Vulture is a Dart attribute winged beast level 6 with 1,600 attack and 2,000 defense. During the main phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can tribute this card to special summon 2 Raid Raptor monsters from your hand and or graveyard, whose total levels equal 6. I don't like running this card, and honestly, it's not one that I have ever considered running. There is so little slot space for Raid Raptor monsters that this is one that is often forgotten about, and I've never actually run it in a deck of any kind. It does have the ability to bring out monsters by tributing itself for a total of a level 6, but they're going to be of different levels unless you're bringing out 2 level 3 monsters. That means unless one of them can adjust a level to go into the other card's level, which I don't think any of them actually mirror levels, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to get anything useful from this effect. Also, considering that it's a level 6 and only has 1,600 attack points, you have level 4 monsters in its own archetype that can actually beat it in battle. And even its defense points for a level 6 are disappointing at 2,000. Raid Raptor Y-Strix is a Dart attribute winged beast link 2 monster with 1,400 attack. It requires 2 Dart winged beast monsters. If this card is link summoned, you can special summon one level 4 Dart winged beast monster from your deck in defense position, but negate its effects. Also, it cannot be used as link material. If your Raid Raptor Exceeds monster's effect is activated, set one rank up magic spell from your deck, and if it is a quick play spell, it can be activated this turn. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Y-Strix once per turn. The design on this card is so that you can search out for your various rank up magic spell cards instantly from the deck straight onto the field, and then hopefully be able to activate them. It just needs 2 Darkwing Beast monsters, which happens to be the entire lineup of all Raid Raptor monsters, so it doesn't matter if you're using the level 1 or the level 6, they all count the same. When this card is link summoned, you're instantly able to bring out a level 4 Darkwing Beast monster from the deck in defense position. It does have its effects negated, but if you bring out the Mimicry Lanius, the one that can banish itself to search for another monster from your deck to your hand, that effect can't be really negated from the graveyard. and therefore actually going into an Xyz play using that card is useful. When an Raid Raptor's Xyz monster's effect is activated, so long as you've made this card beforehand, because this has to kind of be witness to that effect before it activates, then you get that reward of searching for the rank up card, and it's pretty easy to trigger off this effect. Raider's Unbreakable Mind is a continuous trap card. The effect is this card is always treated as a Phantom Knights and Raid Raptor card. If you see someone using a Dark Xyz monster as material, you can target one card on the field to destroy it. If this face-up card in the spell and trap zone is destroyed by a card effect, you can set one rank-up magic spell directly from your deck or graveyard. You can only use each effect of Raider's Unbreakable Mind once per turn. Honestly, I don't actually use this card within the deck. There is so little space, I don't ever justify using it. I can understand that if you exceed someone using a Dark Xyz monster as material, as is shown here, then you are able to just wipe out a card, be that a spell, a trap, or a monster. But you're going to have to be running a very specific style of this Raid Raptor deck that is effectively relying on constantly ranking up. If this card is destroyed by a card effect, so that's anything, it can be yours or your opponent using a destruction-based effect on this card. You can set a rank-up magic spell directly from your deck or graveyard, which is fine, but there are other cards that can do this more consistently without being reliant on it. Raid Raptor Call is a normal spell card. Target one Raid Raptor monster you control, special summon one monster with the same name as that monster on the field from your hand or deck in defense position. You can only activate one Raid Raptor Call per turn. You cannot special summon monsters during the turn you activate this card, except Raid Raptor monsters. This card is useful for bringing out other Raid Raptor monsters. It does have to be the same name, so you need multiple copies of that card somewhere within the deck, and to have hoped to have not drawn into multiple in your hand and not to have bricked. But saying that, if you can manage this effectively, not only does it stop you from hopefully bricking in the future by drawing another copy of itself, but it means you can go into more variety of Xyz plays without wasting, say for example, additional summon ring requirements. Raid Raptor Glorious Bright is a normal trap card. The effect is if you control a Raid Raptor monster, target one face-up monster your opponent controls, or if you control a Raid Raptor Xyz monster, you can target one face-up card your opponent controls, negate that card's effects until the end of the turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one of your Raid Raptor monsters that is banished or in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use one Raid Raptor Glorious Bright effect per turn and only once that turn. This is one of the last forms of support that they have received, and it came out of Phantom of Nightmare. The ability, so long as you've got a Raid Raptor monster, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, and it gets negated. Or if you've got the Raid Raptor Xyz monster, it can negate any card that your opponent has on the field until the end of the turn, so you can get rid of any destructive plays your opponent has. By banishing this card from the graveyard, you can just take one of your Raid Raptor monsters that is banished or in the graveyard and recover it back to the hand so it can be reused later within your next turn. Raid Raptor Nest is a continuous spell card. If you control two or more Raid Raptor monsters, you can add one Raid Raptor monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor monster nest once per turn. This is quite a useful card, so long as you've got two or more Raid Raptor monsters. You're consistently, each and every turn, being able to either recover from the graveyard to the hand, or search from the deck to the hand, and that adds to bringing out what you need. I don't typically run too many copies of this card, maybe one copy of it, just so it doesn't brick, and there are other cards that do this more reliably without you having to have so many cards on the field and meeting these conditions. Raid Raptor Readiness is a normal trap card. The effect is, this turn, Raid Raptor monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle. If you have a Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard, you can banish this card from your graveyard and you take no damage this turn. This card is useful to protect your Raid Raptor monsters for the turn from being destroyed by battle. It's great as a way of protecting those if you can't get your Xyz monsters out that turn and maybe need another turn. It also means that your opponent can't just OTK you, as you can banish this card on the very same turn to zero any damage you would take from battle effects. Raid Raptor Return is a normal trap card. If a Raid Raptor monster you control is destroyed by battle, target one Raid Raptor monster in your graveyard, add it to your hand. If a face-up Raid Raptor monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard and add one Raid Raptor card from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Raid Raptor Return once per turn. This card, it's useful in certain ways as it lets you search for a Raid Raptor monster from the graveyard back to the hand, but it is reliant on another Raid Raptor monster you have being destroyed by that battle. If a face-up Raid Raptor monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, you can just banish this card to search for a Raid Raptor card from your deck to your hand, but that's also reliant on whatever your opponent is doing, and I never like playing that type of strategy. Raid Raptor Roost is a continuous spell card. If a Raid Raptor monster is special summoned from the extra deck to your field, except during a damage step, you can add one Raid Raptor spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, except Raid Raptor Roost. You can target 3 of your Raid Raptor monsters that are banished and or in your graveyard, place them on the bottom of your deck in any order, then draw one card. You can only use each effect of Raid Raptor Roost once per turn. This is part of the Phantom of Nightmare new support. Like all the brand new support that they've got, I think there was like 6 cards they received. 3 or 4 monsters, I think there was 1 trap and 1 spell card. And this being the spell card, the Raid Raptors go through a lot of the resources. So this helps you in a couple of ways. By a monster being special summoned from the extra deck, you're instantly able to search for a Raid Raptor spell or trap card from the deck to the hand. And so long as you've got 3 of your Raid Raptor monsters that are banished or in the graveyard, you can recover those to the bottom of the deck. Yes, it's going to be more difficult for you to search for those cards, and you then exchange to draw an additional card. But there are cards within the deck that let you search for these, or to at least shuffle your deck, so it's guaranteed for those cards not to remain constantly on the bottom. Raid Raptor Replica is a normal trap card. Its effect is to target one Raid Raptor monster you control, special summon one monster with the same name from your deck, and if you do, as long as you control the face-up special summon monster, monsters your opponent controls cannot target the target monsters for attacks. Also, your opponent cannot target the targeted monsters with card effects. This lets you instantly bring out another version of the same monster onto the field. It protects it from being targeted by card effects or by attacks, and lets you go into your Xyz plays. As you can see, this is showing you the Singing Lanius, which is probably the best example, as it only has 100 attack and defense. By not allowing your opponent's monsters to target these monsters, it gives you more kind of space and freedom to decide how you're going to go into your further combos. Raid Raptor's Phantom Knight's Claw is a counter trap. When a monster effect is activated, detach one material from your Dark Xyz monster, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Then if you detached a material that was the Phantom Knight's Raid Raptor or Xyz Dragon card, one Raid Raptor Xyz monster you control gains attack equal to that destroyed monster's original attack. You can only activate one Raid Raptor's Phantom Knight's Claw per turn. This is their counter trap in order to deal with any of your opponent's monster effects. It does have the ability to negate and destroy those cards, and you get a benefit if you happen to have detached an Xyz based card from that, as it then gets the attack points added onto the total. And these attack points stay with that monster, they don't just end at the end phase of the next turn. Rise Rank Up Magic Raptor's Force is a quick play spell card. During the main phase of your opponent's battle phase, target 2 or more Raid Raptor Xyz monsters you control and or in your graveyard, including a monster on the field. If at least 2 remain face up at resolution, special summon one Raid Raptor Xyz monster from your extra deck with a rank equal to the combined ranks, and if you do, attach the targeted monsters to it as material. This is treated as an Xyz summon. Transfer their materials to the summon monster. You can only activate Rise Rank Up Magic Raid Raptor's Force per turn. So this is the example I've mentioned in the past, where this is the brand new Rank Up Magic card they've got, and lets you go into the rank 13 Xyz monster, which you can see in the image of the spell card. The effect can be activated either during the main phase or the opponent's battle phase, so it can be either during your turn or when the opponent is going into their attack. You have to target 2 or more Raid Raptor Exceeds monsters that you control and or in the graveyard, but one of them has to be on the field to activate this. And you can go straight into Raid Raptor Exceeds monster with a rank equal to their combined ranks. So you have to be careful about the monsters you choose to target with this effect. Those monsters then become the Exceeds material for that specific monster, and it's treated as an Exceeds summon. This card is limited to only being activated once per turn, but when it's used, you're not going to need to be using multiple of these, otherwise that'd be too much. It's definitely one of the most impressive rank up cards I can consider, and for this deck, it's very consistent to add to what they need. Phantom Knight's rank up Magic Force is a quick play spell card. During the main phase, banish 1 or more dark monsters from your graveyard, then target 1 dark Exceeds monster you control. Special summon from your edge deck 1 the Phantom Knights, Raid Raptor or Exceeds Dragon Exceeds monster, whose rank equals that of the targeted monster you control, plus the number of monsters banished by using it as material. Also, for the rest of this turn, after this resolves, you cannot special summon monsters from the edge deck except Exceeds monsters. This is treated as an Exceeds summon and transfer its materials to the summon monster. You can only activate 1 Phantom Knight's rank up Magic Force per turn. This is the card I've mentioned which has the ability to let your Raid Raptor monsters kind of skip their levels, jump their levels based on the number of Raid Raptor monsters you have in your graveyard. By simply banishing them, you're no longer restricted to just using the Doom Double Force in order to double up the ranks of the monsters, as that's also reliant on those cards being destroyed in battle. This just lets you do it as and when you want. You can do it on your turn or your opponent's. Rank up Magic Doom Double Force is a quick play spell card. The effect is target 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard that was destroyed by battle and sent there this turn. Special summon it. Then special summon from your deck 1 Exceeds monster that has twice the rank of that monster by using it as the Exceeds material. This special summon is treated as an Exceeds summon. This card, prior to the last 2 cards being mentioned, has been the only way to get to some of the highest rank Exceeds monsters by targeting either the rank 5 or the rank 6 with this effect. But it is so reliant on your opponent destroying this Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you have by battle, or you crashing into your opponent's monster, they're most likely not going to allow that to happen. This also has to trigger off its effect, and if this effect gets negated by any means, then you've wasted all those resources just to try and bring out either the rank 10 or the rank 12. Rank up Magic Raid Force is a normal spell card. The effect is to target 1 face-up Exceeds monster you control, special summon from your edge deck 1 Raid Raptor monster that is 1 rank higher than that target by using that target as the Exceeds material. This special summon is treated as an Exceeds. Exceeds materials attached to that target also become Exceeds materials on the summon monster. You can banish this card from your graveyard, add 1 Raid Raptor card from your hand, then target 1 rank magic spell card in your graveyard, accept rank up Magic Raid Force, and add it to your hand. This is able to just instantly rank up one of your Exceeds monsters by 1 rank. So if you've got a rank 4, that goes to rank 5 to rank 6, rank 6 to rank 7, rank 7 to rank 8. However, after rank 8, you can't actually rank those up by 1 level, and therefore this is where the effect stops with the Satellite Cannon, which is the rank 8 Exceeds monster. It also has the benefit of just banishing itself and a Raid Raptor card from the hand. You're able to take another rank up magic spell card from your graveyard, accept a copy of itself, and return that straight to the hand, so hopefully you can then Exceed summon into another monster. Rank up Magic Raptor's Force is a quick play spell card. The effect is if a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster was destroyed and sent to the graveyard this turn, while you controlled it, target 1 Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard, special summon it, then special summon from your etch deck 1 Raid Raptor monster that is 1 rank higher than that monster by using it as the Exceeds material. This special summon is treated as an Exceeds summon. The design on this card is so that when a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you already have is destroyed by any means. It doesn't have to be purely by battle like the Doom Double Force. It can actually also be by card effect. You can just take that Raid Raptor Exceeds monster, special summon it, and then rank it up once. So this applies all the way up to the rank 7 to go up to the rank 8 with that effect. It is still quite limiting, and this really has to be set on your field. Otherwise, you are going to have this monster hopefully crash into something to trigger off this effect. Rank Up Magic Revolution Force is a quick play spell card. The effect is, during your turn, target one Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you control, special summon from your extra deck one Raid Raptor monster that is one rank higher than that target by using that target as the Exceeds material. During your opponent's turn, you can target one Exceeds monster your opponent controls with no Exceeds materials, take control of that Exceeds monster, then special summon from your extra deck one Raid Raptor monster that is one rank higher than that monster by using it as the Exceeds material. These special summons are treated as Exceeds summons. Attached Exceeds materials also become Exceeds materials on the summoned monster. This card is also a quick play spell. During your turn, you're just able to take a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you have, special summon from your extra deck one Raid Raptor monster that is a rank higher. So everything up to the rank 7 going into the rank 8 is acceptable. Anything above that can't be done. The ability that happens during your opponent's turn is to just take an Exceeds monster your opponent controls. Bear in mind it has to have no materials, so otherwise it cannot affect by this effect. You take that monster and you get to rank it up by once by treating it as the requirement for the effect. It's very rare to get that secondary ability off, and I think it was used within the anime in the first duel between Sora and Shay. That was the duel where the Frightfur Bear had stolen his Raid Raptor monster, and then he just used this card and just took it and then ranked it up to the rank 6 version. Rank Up Magic Skip Force is a normal spell card. Target one Raid Raptor Exceeds monster you control, special summon from the extra deck one Raid Raptor monster that is 2 ranks higher than that target by using that target as material. This is treated as an Exceeds summon. Transfer its materials to the summoned monster. During your main phase, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, you can banish this card and one Raid Raptor monster from your graveyard, then target one Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard, special summon it. This is better than quite a few of the other Raid Raptor cards, as this is less limiting. All of the Raid Raptor monsters are able to access through this card. Even the rank 10 and the rank 12 can be brought out partially through this effect. It uses 2 rank ups rather than the 1, so that's always a better one, as consistently the higher the rank of the monster with the Raid Raptors, the stronger the card becomes. And during the main phase, you can just banish this card and one Raid Raptor monster and just take a Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in the graveyard and special summon it. So if you can then rank that card up with another rank up spell card, you could potentially have 2 Exceeds monsters on your field. Rank Up Magic Soul Shade Force is a normal spell card. The effect is to pay half your life points, then target one Raid Raptor Exceeds monster in your graveyard. Special summon it, then special summon that from your extra deck one Exceeds monster that is 2 ranks higher than that monster by using it as the Exceeds material. This special summon is treated as an Exceeds summon. This card is useful typically the longer a duel has been going on for, as you'll have multiple Exceeds Raid Raptor monsters in your graveyard to choose from, and be able to pretty much go into any of your Raid Raptor monsters. It does cost you half your life points, but if you're in a spot and you kind of have low life points, then actually losing half isn't going to be quite as devastating as if you lost like 4,000 life points at the start of the duel using this effect. Raptor's Gust is a counter trap card. The effect is when a spell or trap card is activated while you control a Raid Raptor card, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. This is one of the archetypes counter trap cards. The other one affects monster cards. This one goes after spell and trap cards. So long as you've got a Raid Raptor monster on the field. There are other archetype cards that have these counter traps aligned with them, and so it's nothing different to what's already anticipated and expected within decks. Raptor's Ultimate Mace is an equipped spell card. Equipped only to a Raid Raptor monster, it gains 1,000 attack. When the equipped monster is targeted for an attack by a monster whose attack is higher than the equipped monster, you can add a 1 rank up magic spell card from your deck to your hand, and if you do, you take no battle damage from that battle. This is the only equipped card that the Raid Raptors have. It's part of the archetype. I think it's part of the new support. They should have gotten maybe another couple of equipped spells, maybe one which allows your highest rank monsters that are unaffected by cards just to be affected by maybe that card. As it is, the up to the rank 8 can be equipped with this card, making that a 4000 attack monster, which isn't bad. If your opponent threatens your monster by attacking into it with a higher attacking monster, which they will most likely do, you can just search for a rank up magic spell card from your deck to hand, and you also take no damage from that battle. That was the entire breakdown of the full list of Raid Raptor archetype cards we have currently in the game. Hopefully in the future they will consider running some more, but as we've seen, as they've gotten a new support, they have become a lot better. And I can't wait for the day that the newest 6 cards, get put into Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. The Valkyrie archetype is a series of female light fairy monsters and 2 wind fairy monsters originally used by Siegfried von Schroeder in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, which debuted in the TCG exclusive booster pack Shadows in Valhalla. The archetype received several new members and further supports in Savage Strike and Dark Neostorm. The concept of the Valkyrie cards is derived from Valkyries of Norse mythology. Like most of Siegfried's cards, the Valkyrie cards are named after characters from the opera Der Ring der Nibelungen. Despite being based on the same mythology, this archetype has no relation to the Nordic archetype. The Valkyries are armoured female monsters of varying ages and hair colours. Each of them wields a sword and shield and is accompanied by a white stallion corresponding to her own age. The 2 eldest and most powerful of the Valkyries, Erda and Brunhilde, also wear elaborate helmets to signify their rank. In the Japanese anime, the Valkyries are called Warukure, from German Walkür. Many of them have their own names derived from German. The German and Italian names of some of the Valkyries simply translate to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Valkyrie. There are some issues regarding the archetype's name in the TCG, mostly because it wasn't released in the OCG first. Thus, despite the fact it was not released in Japan, according to recent erratas, Element Valkyrie and Valkyrie of the Nordic Ascendant are not considered Valkyrie monsters, and a new archetype condition was introduced to exclude them. Also in the French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish versions, the archetype's name contains a hyphen to exclude all cards that have Valkyria or Valkyrian in their English names that have been released prior to realization of this archetype in the TCG, including Dark Valkyria, Power Angel Valkyria, Magician's Valkyria, and Valkyrian Knight. This is necessary because the English Valkyria and Valkyrian have been translated to the only words for Valkyrie in these languages. The hyphen is only used in the names of Valkyrie monsters, in whose cases the hyphenated archetype names function as prefixes. Therefore, an archetype condition is added to the card text of Ride of the Valkyries to include it in the archetype in these languages. These aren't issues with the German names because translations for Valkyrie, Walkür, and Valkyria, Valkyrian, Valriska are sufficiently distinct. The effects of the Valkyrie cards vary slightly, but usually revolve around special summoning. Valkyrie monsters pinpoint removal of opposing monsters and increasing their own attacks. The deck sticks foremost to the all-or-nothing tactic of using Ride of the Valkyries from the anime to perform an OTK as soon as possible. The first 3 Valkyrie monsters work in tandem to clear the field and enable their attack-raising effects, while the last 3 Valkyrie monsters help with more search power and swarming. As a side strategy, the deck also focuses on controlling the opponent's draw and disrupting field presence by banishing and rearranging the opponent's deck, as well as banishing cards from the field and from the graveyard. Brunhilde is the ace of the monster lineup in terms of attack points. Its main role is to punish swarming by increasing its attack to support rising at heights depending on deck matchup, as well as giving the other Valkyrie monsters immunity to battle destruction. Its immunity against opposing spell effects can come in handy against certain troublesome cards or whole decks, for example Lair of Darkness, Lost World, and Zombie World, as well as generic cards such as Book of Moon, Raigeki, and Skystruck Maneuver Afterburners. Valkyrie Erda is the second boss monster of the archetype. She helps weakening the opponent's monsters while also banishing all the destroyed cards that would be sent to the opponent's graveyard. Mischief of the Time Goddess is the objectively most dangerous spell card in their strategy, and that which they rely on, as it not only gives the player an additional battle phase, but it also bypasses the negative effect of Ride of the Valkyries. Also, it could allow cards like Where Art Thou, Into the Void, and Celestial Transformation to be played safely, bypassing the damage, mass, discard, or destruction effects during the end phase. As it skips a whole turn, it is possible to activate trap cards shortly after being set, get one additional normal summon during main phase 2, and reset once per turn effects. Foolish Burial of Goods is also a good tech option to send this card to the graveyard so that you can recover it with Valkyrie Ursht. Valkyrie Dritter is the deck's main searcher, as she can add any Valkyrie card to your hand, so some builds run a few copies of Condemned Witch, as it can special summon her straight from the deck, granting her search effect, while also being a good search card for herself for the forbidden quick play spells. While her base attack of 1000 seems quite low, she can boost herself by 200 attack for each of your opponent's banished monsters. Valkyrie Sesh can provide more swarming once special summoned, as she can summon any Valkyrie out of your deck. Therefore, she is the primary target for effects that let you special summon a monster 1-for-1, Monster Reborn, Final Light, Celestial Transformation, etc. As she can build up your board with her additional special summon, however, its mill effect can be more of a hindrance than a help against many decks, but there are cases where it can be handy to get more monsters in your opponent's graveyard to banish them with Ursht or Apple of Enlightenment. Furthermore, Valkyrie Vierte can help by adding a normal spell or trap card to the hand, like Raigeki, Monster Reborn, Final Light, Apple of Enlightenment, Valkyrie's Embrace, Pegasus Wing, or simply Ride. Once she is destroyed by battle, she can special summon any Valkyrie monster from the deck. Valkyrie Funft acts both as a booster and as an archetypal Foolish Burial of Goods, as she can boost all the Valkyries by 200 attack points for each of the opponent's banished monsters, and can send from the deck to the graveyard any spells or traps. A common strategy would be to send a Goddess Skuld's Oracle to the graveyard and retrieve it once Valkyrie is right battles, so it can be reactivated in main phase 2 to search for the other goddesses. You can also retrieve other continuous spells like Valhalla, Horde of the Fallen, or Constellar Belt this way, or even send traps like Lost Wind and Rise to Full Height to the graveyard to activate their effects. Valkyrie Urda weakens all the opponent's monsters by 1000 attack points when that's special summoned with a Valkyrie card, commonly Valkyrie Shersht or Ride of the Valkyries, or with Vierte in less common cases. Furthermore, it acts as an opponent's unique Macrocosmos, as she banishes every destroyed card that would be sent to the opponent's graveyard, resulting in a high attack boost with Fount and or Verdrit. Despite being commonly perceived as an OTK one-turn kill deck, Valkyrie monsters usually lack the necessary brute strength to perform one-turn kills consistently. Because of this, supportive cards such as Valkyrie's Embrace, Pegasus Wing, Valkyrie Chariot, and Fortune Chariot can be really useful. Embrace helps removing strong monsters from the opponent's field by banishing them. While this usually comes in handy, it also triggers Drits and Fonts boosting effects, while Pegasus Wing allows Valkyries to attack directly by simply having a union monster, usually one of the two chariots, in the graveyard. This is easily achievable since Valkyrie Vierte can easily mill the deck. Alternatively, running Foolish Burial is a safe way to mill one of those union monsters. At the same time, Valkyrie Chariot boosts Valkyrie's attack by 500, which can accumulate whenever she attacks and effectively protects the equipped Valkyrie from destruction by sacrificing itself, while Fortune Chariot lets the equipped Valkyrie perform a direct attack. Alternatively, you can simply rely on cards like Honest to get over high attack targets, as the Chariot monsters are wind attribute monsters, while all Valkyries are light, therefore making the Chariots prone to floodgates like Gozen Match. As a further help, it's important to run strong cards that allow the player to easily crack the opponent's board, therefore running cards like Lightning Storm, Dark Hole, Raigeki, and Dark Ruler No More is crucial for the deck. As the deck can still be vulnerable to battle traps like the Mirror Force cards and its counterparts, a standard option is to tech in cards like Twin Twisters and Hey Trunade to get rid of problematic back row cards. It's worth noting that you can banish the opponent's back row cards when using Twin Twister or other cards that destroy them while controlling Valkyrie Urda. This deck doesn't rely too much on the extra deck, as the OTK strategy means the player is trying to finish off the opponent with the Valkyries themselves, and as a result, Positive Extravagance for extra draw power is a common choice, as losing 3 to 6 extra deck monsters does not negatively affect the deck. The three goddesses Skuld, Verdande, and Urd can have a supportive role by preemptively banishing dangerous cards the opponent could have drawn, while protecting the Valkyries from being targeted and destroyed by opposing card effects. This also creates an opportunity for the player to use cards like Conscription, Mind Crush, and Command of Swords. They also are a strong tool to summon Valkyrie Sigrun, a level 9 Valkyrie that allows to special summon any level 8 or lower Valkyrie from the hand or graveyard. As a last resort, they can be used to summon Hamon, Lord of Striking Thunder, or Dragon, Queen of Tragic Endings. As an additional 10, their power can be combined with Valkyrie Seshed. Second effect, by doing so, the player can freely choose what to banish and what to send to the graveyard, giving almost total control over the opponent's deck. Logi's Flame and Valkyrie Urda also support the Goddess's strategy by decreasing the opponent's strength and also stalling for time. Additionally, Logi's Flame can summon any level 5 or higher Valkyrie from the hand or deck when destroyed, opening up for disruption plays, Urshed or Zweit, or defensive plays with Brunhild. To compensate the lack of searching power in the archetype, Generation Shift can be a good option to continuously add Valkyrie Dryght to the hand while also charging the graveyard for possible future plays. Finally, Reasoning can be a very good card for this archetype, since all the Valkyrie monsters but the Union monsters have different levels. Because of this, the chances of getting a free special summon while also charging the graveyard are very high. Charging the graveyard and milling the deck is very important and combos well with Final Light. This card acts like an archetypal soul charge and can be effectively used to swarm that field or to easily link summon strong monsters like Borosaur Dragon. As a downside, the opponent can also special summon monsters with 2000 attack or less from his graveyard, equal to the number of Valkyrie monsters special summoned by this effect. However, this can be more helpful than it appears to be, as Brunhild gets a boost depending on how many monsters the opponent controls. Schwert can automatically destroy one of them if summoned, can banish them instead of sending them to the graveyard, while also triggering the boosting effect of Thumpt or Drit. Finally, Apple of Enlightenment can be used to preventatively banish monsters from the opponent's graveyard. The deck fails in not having a more intricate gameplay, gambling in an all-out strategy in order to finish the game as soon as possible, in a reminiscence of the feared Siegfried strategy in the anime. The deck also suffers from several problems that have plagued similar anime-inspired decks, with most of its cards lacking serious synergy and underwhelming in power level. The Goddess continuous spells, while powerful, don't really fit with the rest of the deck's OTK strategy, and are more suited to a longer duel, where the rest of the deck's inadequacies become more and more prevalent. Many of its long-term plans are also based on a mill control type strategy, hopeless in the modern era of graveyard effects and recursion. That said, the main line of the deck can be vulnerable to cards that prevent them from conducting the battle phase or attacking, such as Threatening Roar or Battle Fader. Despite the protection given by Goddess Urd's Verdict, they are still vulnerable to cards like Quaking Mirror Force, Drowning Mirror Force, Floodgate Trap Hole, etc. This fast-paced strategy also renders them vulnerable to cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance and Imperial Order, which can be fatal to the deck, postponing the activation of key cards such as Ride of the Valkyries and Mischief of the Time Goddess. Indeed, simply negating Ride is normally enough to stop the Valkyrie strategy cold. Fortune Chariot is a wind attribute fairy type union effect monster. It's a level 6 with 1000 attack and 2000 defense. This card is also always treated as a Valkyrie card. Once per turn, you can either target one fairy monster you control, equip this card to that target, or unequip this card and special summon it. If the equipped monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect, destroy this card instead. The equipped monster can attack directly, but when it does so using this effect, the battle damage inflicted to your opponent is halved. Firstly, in order to equip this card, you're going to have to do so from the field, so you are going to have to tribute a monster as this is a level 6. It would have been preferable to be a level 4, as that way it's more justifiable for it. Or you can also unequip this card. If the equipped monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you destroy this card instead. That applies to all of the other Union monsters. They have the very same effect, and the equipped monster gets to battle the opponent directly, but it does half the damage, so you're not even getting too much of an effect from this ability. It's not overall that good of a card, and I would not recommend kind of running these. unless you've got some sort of alternative strategy or something in the future actually makes this card consistent. Valkyrie Brunhild is a light attribute fairy type level 7 with 1800 attack and 2000 defense. It's unaffected by your opponent's spell effects, and it gains 500 attack for each monster your opponent controls. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can have this card lose exactly 1000 defense, and if you do, your Valkyrie monsters cannot be destroyed by battle this turn. This is seen as one of the several boss monsters within the archetype. It is a level 7, so it does need 2 tributes to bring it out, and for a level 7 with only 1800 attack points, it is quite weak. It does have the immunity from being destroyed or being affected by your opponent's spell effects. It's still affected by your own, so you do have that level of advantage if you want to run, for example, equip spells for it. And it gains 500 attack for each monster your opponent controls on the field. So the more cards they have, the more powerful this card becomes. If an opponent's monster declares an attack, by having this card lose exactly 1000 defense points, all of your Valkyrie monsters for that turn cannot be destroyed by battle, so it does provide a level of protection. This effect can work twice, as it has 2000 defense points, but if you can boost its defense higher, then obviously it can use its effect multiple times over, but you'd have to dedicate a strategy towards that. Valkyrie Chariot is a wind attribute fairy type union effect monster. It's a level 3 with 500 attack and 1000 defense. Once per turn, you can either target one fairy monster you control, equip this card to that target, or unequip this card and special summon it. If the equipped monster would be destroyed by battle or card effect, destroy this card instead. When the equipped monster declares an attack, you can have it gain 500 attack. This attack gain remains even if this card leaves the field. This is a decent consistent boost, as the attack boost is permanent so long as that monster remains face up on the field. It does require itself to be summoned as well in order to use this effect, and so if it could have summoned itself by special summoning whilst you have a Valkyrie, it would be much better. And as it is, it can generate 500 attack points each and every time your Valkyrie monsters are involved in battles, whether it's you attacking with that Valkyrie monster or whether your opponent is attacking into your Valkyrie monster. It does also have that level of protection that equipped monsters have, but again, I just think it should have been an ability to special summon itself or another card which lets this card be special summoned to the field. Valkyrie Dritter is a light attribute fairy type level 4 with 1000 attack and 1600 defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a one Valkyrie card from your deck to your hand, except Valkyrie Dritter. You can only use this effect of Valkyrie Dritter in one turn. It gains 200 attack for each of your opponent's banished monsters. This card is very much a rotor for the deck, for the Valkyrie archetype. As soon as it's either normal or special summoned, you can just add a Valkyrie card. It doesn't matter if it's a spell, a monster, or a trap card, from the deck to the hand, and it also gains 200 attack for each of your opponent's banished monsters, so the more of them are banished, the more powerful this card becomes. Valkyrie Urda is a light attribute fairy type level 8 with 2000 attack and 2200 defense. You can only control one Valkyrie Urda. While you control this card, special summoned by the effect of a Valkyrie card, all face-up monsters your opponent controls lose 1000 attack points. Any card destroyed by battle or card effect that will be sent to your opponent's graveyard is banished instead. This is another one of the 3 boss monsters. It is a level 8, so it does need quite an investment into it to tribute 2 monsters to bring it out. You're also limited to only bringing one of this card out. If this card happens to have been special summoned by a Valkyrie card, then all of your opponent's face-up monsters lose 1000 attack points. That's quite useful to protecting your own monsters. And any card destroyed by battle or card effect is going to be banished instead of being sent to the graveyard. The only downside I'd say is there is no real incentive for you to just tribute this card out, outside of it being like a walking macrocosmos for your opponent's cards. And I would rather be able to get the attack suppression based effect as well to make it more consistent. Valkyrie Ursht is a light attribute fairy type level 6 with 1600 attack and 1800 defense. If this card is special summoned from your hand by a spell effect, you can target one Mischief of the Time Goddess in your graveyard and add it to your hand. If you control a Valkyrie monster other than Valkyrie Ursht, As a quick effect, you can banish one monster from your opponent's graveyard, then this card's attack becomes equal to the banished monster's original attack until the end of this turn. You can only use each effect of Valkyrie Ursht once per turn. This card is relatively easy to summon, as, there are multiple ways of bringing this card out. It is a level 6, so I think that's a bit much, as it only has 1,600 attack points. But if this card is special summoned by a spell effect, such as Ride of the Valkyries, you can recover your Mischief of the Time Goddess from your graveyard, and it comes back to the hand. So long as you've got a different Valkyrie monster on the field, as a quick effect, so this can be activated during yours and your opponent's turn, by banishing a monster from your opponent's graveyard, this card attack becomes equal to that monster's, so that's perfect, as it's a way of kind of ripping away your opponent's cards without them being able to recover them, unless they've got a set strategy that relies on banished monsters. Valkyrie Funft is a light attribute fairy type level 2 with 800 attack and 1200 defense. Its effect is Valkyrie monsters you control gain 200 attack for each of your opponent's banished monsters. If you control a Valkyrie monster other than Valkyrie Funft, you can send one spell or trap card from your deck to the graveyard. You can only use this effect of Valkyrie Funft once per turn. This is a card which is meant to support your Valkyrie monsters in that all of your monsters gain at 200 attack for each of your opponent's banished monsters. The more of them that are banished, the more overall each of your monsters is going to gain additional attack points. So long as you have other Valkyrie monsters, you're able to send a spell or trap card from your deck to the graveyard, which can hopefully either be pitched in order to recover from the graveyard, or if it's got a graveyard-based effect, then that effect can then be triggered off in that same turn. Or the following turn, if it's got one of those restrictions, it cannot be activated during the turn it's sent to the graveyard. Valkyrie Sesht is a light attribute fairy type level 1 with 0 attack and 2000 defense. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon one monster from your deck except Valkyrie Sesht. During your main phase, you can send the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. You can only use each effect of Valkyrie Sesht once per turn. The conditions on this card aren't too bad. It's a level 1, it's 0 attack, 2000 defense is quite decent. But if this card happens to be special summoned, you can just instantly special summon a Valkyrie monster from your deck except a copy of itself. This would be perfect to bring out, for example, any of the Urda, which could then trigger off its effect to reduce your opponent's attack points by 1,000 points, or the Brunhild, which can help protect your other Valkyrie monsters. This does also have the ability to send 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. The benefit of that is if you've got other cards which can then banish those cards from the graveyard, then you're most likely not going to have to deal with those. But if any of them have effects that when they're sent to the graveyard trigger off, or if you can't get those cards banished in time, your opponent is likely to be able to play around this and use those cards to their advantage, because it will at least deck thin for them. Valkyrie Sigrun is a light attribute fairy type level 9 with 2200 attack and 2400 defense. If this card is in your hand, you can target one face-up spell or trap card you control, send it to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon this card. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon one at level 8 or Valkyrie monster from your hand or graveyard. You can only use each effect of Valkyrie Sigrun once per turn. This is the final monster, which is almost considered like their boss monster. This is able to instantly special summon itself, provided you have a face-up spell or trap card on your field, and the 3 goddess cards are all face-up continuous spell cards. Send any of those to the graveyard, you can just bring this card out pretty easily within its own archetype. Once this card is normal or special summoned, you can instantly special summon a level 8 or Valkyrie monster from the hand or graveyard, so you can either bring out the Urda or any of the other monsters. You can bring out the Sesht, which can then bring out the Urda from the deck if that's an option you want to choose. It really isn't that powerful of a card, although it does have a revival ability to it. I just wish it would have had more to make it a bit more lively as a quote-unquote boss monster. Valkyrie Vierte is a light attribute fairy type level 3 with 1400 attack and 1400 defense. During your main phase, you can activate the top cards of your deck equal to the number of other Valkyrie monsters you control, and if you do, add one excavated normal spell or trap card to your hand. Also send the remaining cards to the graveyard. Otherwise, shuffle all excavated cards into the deck. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one Valkyrie monster from your deck. You can only use each effect of Valkyrie Verte once per turn. When this card is just on the field as it is, just by excavating the top cards equal to the number of other Valkyrie monsters, it helps you to search for a normal spell or trap card. That's beneficial, but it does send the other cards back to the graveyard. If you can't find any normal spell or trap cards, then it just shuffles all of those cards back into the deck. It's useful for searching out for certain cards if you need them, depending on the situation. And if this card happens to be destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can go into, for example, the Valkyrie Searched, who can then special summon the Valkyrie from the deck straight onto the field and then apply its 1000 attack point reduction effect, or whatever you're needing to get for that time. Maybe it's better you get the Dritte out, which can then search for any of the Valkyrie cards. Valkyrie Yugioh is a light attribute fairy type level 5 with 1600 attack and defense. If this card is summoned, you can target one monster your opponent controls and destroy it. After damage calculation, if this card battled, you can target one continuous spell in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect of Valkyrie Yugioh once per turn. This card is useful if you are trying to destroy or remove your opponent's cards. It is a level 5 monster, which means it does need a tribute to bring it out, but the effect of destroying an opponent's monster is activated at any point it's summoned. So it could be special summoned from the graveyard, it could be summoned from the hand onto the field, it could be special summoned at any point, and it would still all be able to do that. Once this card has battled, this is able to recover a continuous spell in your graveyard back to the hand, so you have the 3 Goddess cards, the Erd, the Redundant, and the Oracle, so those are all useful. And you can also combine this deck with other continuous spells to make this card more worth your while running. Ride of the Valkyries is a normal spell card. Special summon any number of Valkyrie monsters with different names from your hand. If you special summon 3 or more monsters with this effect, you take no battle damage until the end of the next turn. During the end phase of the turn you activated this card, shuffle all monsters you control into the deck. You can banish this card from your graveyard and add one Mischief of the Time Goddess from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Ride of the Valkyries once per turn. This manages to bypass a lot of the weakness of the Valkyrie monsters, as a lot of them are level 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9, so they require tributes or very special circumstances to typically bring them out. This completely removes that limitation on them. If you happen to special summon 3 or more monsters, you are also able to protect yourself from taking any battle damage until the end of your opponent's next turn. So that's until their end phase really happens, until your next standby phase. When this is activated during the end phase, you would typically have to shuffle all monsters you control into the deck. But if you happen to have Mischief of the Time Goddess and can skip this, then you can negate that downside of the effect. It also benefits by being able to banish itself to search for an additional Mischief of the Time Goddess from the deck to the hand. Valkyrie's Embrace is a normal spell card. The effect is of all monsters you control are Valkyrie monsters, target one attack position Valkyrie monster you control, and one face-up monster your opponent controls. Change your monster's defense position, and if you do, banish that opponent's monster. You cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate this card, except Valkyrie monsters. You can only activate one Valkyrie's Embrace per turn. This is an alternative way for you to get rid of your opponent's monsters. I know you have the whole strategy around the 3 continuous spell cards, but the problem with those cards specifically is that you pretty much have to have all 3 of those on the field to guarantee that you're banishing the card. Because think of it this way, the first one basically looks at the top 3 cards and lets you arrange those cards on whichever order you want. The second one, you have to guess the type of the card that is going to be kind of set, and then it gets set to the field. And the third ability is you have to actually name the specific card. So realistically, you could probably do first and second effects maybe with less of a gamble. But third effect, definitely, even if you knew the type of deck they were running, chances for you getting 100% spot on without the other 2 cards and knowing exactly what that card is, it's highly unlikely to happen. This is just an alternative way of kind of getting rid of your opponent's troublesome cards. It does come at the cost of changing one of your monsters to defense position, but it's a very limited cost, and it can be searched through the effect of Valkyrie Dritte. Apple of Enlightenment is a normal trap card. Its effect is to target cards in your opponent's graveyard up to the number of Valkyrie monsters you control. Banish them. If this set card in its owner's control has left the field because of an opponent's effect, and is now in the graveyard or banished, you can draw cards equal to the number of monsters you control plus 1. This card has an ability to banish a number of cards up to the Valkyrie monster you control, so that's fine, as it's a way of kind of preventing them from running anything. But the downside of this is, at maximum you can get 5, but more realistically you're going to banish it 2 to 3. And if this set card has left the field because of an opponent's effect, you're able to just draw cards equal to the number of Valkyrie monsters you have, plus 1, so that's beneficial. It's a shame you can't use both effects. I would have preferred if, for example, the second part of the effect was actually that you could banish this card from your graveyard to help draw into cards, as that way, the Valkyrie archetype isn't broken. Why not give them a little bit of a fighting chance to be reliant on with maybe some more dedicated spell and trap support. Final Light is a normal spell card. Its effect is to pay life points in multiples of 1,000, then target one Valkyrie monster in your graveyard with a different name for every 1,000 life points paid. Special summon them, then your opponent can special summon monsters with 2,000 or less attack from their graveyard up to the number of monsters you special summoned by this effect. You can only activate one Final Light per turn. This is a bit like Soul Charge for the Valkyrie archetype. It does require you to pay life points in multiples of 1,000, so depending on your situation and how many life points you've got will determine how many monsters you can bring out, as well as how many Valkyrie monsters you have in the first place in your graveyard that happen to have different names. The more you can kind of bring out, the better you've got some sort of advantage, but also consider that your opponent is able to special summon monsters from their graveyard. The only kind of saving grace to that is that they're limited to bring out monsters with 2,000 or less attack points, so it's not like they can bring out all of their past extra deck monsters that have sent to the graveyard that can then break your board. You can actually probably, if you play this card well, be able to deal with the cards that they revive, maybe hopefully even banish those cards, if you can optimize your strategy. Goddess Skull's Oracle is a continuous spell card. The effect is when this card is activated, if all monsters you control are Valkyrie monsters, minimum 1, you can add one Goddess Vedande's Guidance from your deck to your hand. Once per turn during your main phase, you can look at the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck, and if you do, place them on top of their deck in any order, but you cannot normal summon or special summon monsters for the rest of this turn, except fairy monsters. You can only activate one Goddess Skull's Oracle per turn. This card, when can be activated, so long as you've got a Valkyrie monster, you can then search for the second of the 3 continuous spell cards, the Goddess Vedande's Guidance, from the deck to the hand. You are then able to determine the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck and determine the order in which you want them to be placed, and you are then locked into only fairy-type monsters for the rest of the turn, but since that's how the deck relies upon, that isn't a concern. Goddess Vedande's Guidance is a continuous spell card. The effect is when this card is activated, if all monsters you control are Valkyrie monsters, minimum 1, you can add one Goddess Erd's Verdict from your deck to your hand. Once per turn, you can declare one type of card, monster, spell, or trap, reveal the top card of your opponent's deck, and if it was the declared type, they set it to their field. Otherwise, they add it to their hand. You can only activate one Goddess Vedande's Guidance per turn. With this card, it's actually quite useful in that if you've got the previous card to set everything up, you know exactly what type of card is coming up next that they draw, and then they just effectively set that card to their field. You do have to make sure that it is correct, otherwise you're punished because they just get to draw that card into their hand. Goddess Erd's Verdict is a continuous spell card. The effect is your opponent cannot target Valkyrie monsters you control with card effects, also they cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Once per turn, you can declare one card name, then target one set card your opponent controls, reveal the set card, and if it was the declared card, banish it. Otherwise, banish one card you control. This is the third and final piece of the continuous spell puzzle for the goddess continuous spell cards. This grants your Valkyrie monsters the ability to be protected from effectively most types of cards, unless they have a mass destruction type of effect, like a mass wipeout effect that isn't just destruction. The final ability of this card, you do have to declare the exact name of the set card in order for you to banish that card. Otherwise, you are punished by having to banish one of the cards that you currently control. So there's a very high risk, high reward of this type of effect. Logi's Flame is a continuous trap card. Its effect is while you control a Valkyrie monster, monsters your opponent controls with 2000 or less attack cannot attack. If this card is in your possession and is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon one level 5 or higher Valkyrie monster from your hand or deck. With this card, if you have the Valkyrie and its ability on the field, anything that has really less than 3,100 attack points is not going to be able to attack, as they will all turn to 2,000 or less attack points. If you can manage the strategy perfectly, then that works out. Even if your opponent gets frustrated with this and has the cards to out this card, they are then still going to be punished, as you can just straight away special summon a level 5 or higher Valkyrie monster from your hand or deck, which can then help support strengthening your field. Mischief of the Time Goddess is a quick play spell card. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this card's activation. It cannot be activated as Chain Link 2 or higher. At the end of your battle phase, if all monsters you control are Valkyrie monsters minimum 1, send this card to the graveyard. Also, immediately after this effect resolves, skip to the start of the phase of your next turn. If you do, you cannot activate Mischief of the Time Goddess until the end of that turn. The purpose of this card is, with the Valkyries, you want to do as much damage as possible, so you're able to attack twice. You have 2 battle phases across the 2 turns, and it completely skips your opponent's turn. This helps you to do a lot of damage, and it mitigates the problems of the Ride of the Valkyries, which skips your end phase, where all those monsters would have to be returned back to the deck. This deals with a lot of the problems. It is a hard once per turn effect, as otherwise, if you could imagine searching for a couple of these cards and then using these back to back, your opponent wouldn't have an ability to kind of fight back. Pegasus Wing is a normal spell card. Its effect is if you have a union monster in your graveyard, target any number of monsters you control. Those monsters can attack directly this turn, but if they do so using this effect, their battle damage inflicted to your opponent is halved. This is a good way of getting additional damage in to your opponent, but you're going to have quite a few monsters on your field to benefit and to maximize the amount of damage you can do. You could pair this with some other cards like Robin Goblin or Robin Zombie to attack your opponent's hand or their deck, as each time Robin Goblin activates, it sends a random card from your hand to the graveyard, and Robin Zombie does the same, but it actually discards the top card of your opponent's deck for each time battle damage occurs. So if you can get 5 monsters, that's 5 cards from the hand, 5 cards from the deck. Whilst this card is not technically classified as a Valkyrie monster or Valkyrie archetype card, it is used often within the deck and actually suits the deck very well. This is Valhalla Hall of the Fallen. It's a continuous spell card with the effect, once per turn you can special summon one fairy monster from your hand. You must control no monsters to activate and to resolve this effect. Since all of Valkyrie monsters are fairy type monsters, this works with each and every one of them. It synergizes with the highest attack one, as that one, the Sig run, requires you to send a face up spell or trap card from the field to the graveyard to special summon it to use its effect, and so it's pretty simple to apply this to the deck. Overall, I think the cards within the archetype are quite good, and I think they're definitely usable. I just wish they had more support within the archetype. If any of you guys have any ideas or suggestions of how you made a better build of this deck, I currently have this running in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I have most of the cards. I think I'm missing Ride of Valkyries, Mischief of the Time Goddess, because those are, I think one's a secret rare, one's an ultra rare, and those weren't cards I was too focused on picking up. I picked up most of the other cards. It's just those 2 cards, and I'm kind of waiting until we receive the next lot of, when they give you access to the free rarity tickets when you kind of upgrade to level 100. The Armed Dragon archetype is an archetype of Wind Dragon level monsters used by Chaz Princeton. They're introduced in Soul of the Duelist and related to the A to Z series through Armed Dragon Catapult Cannon, and the archetype through Oja Match and Ojama Pajama, a reference to Chaz having played the 3 alongside each other in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime. A sub-archetype of the LV archetype, they are one of 2 groups of Dragon LV monsters, the other being the Horus the Black Flame Dragon series. The majority of the archetype's members are Wind Dragon level monsters, originally a series that the archetype did not have support until Duelist Pack Legend Duelist 2, with the aforementioned Oja Match. Hardened Armed Dragon is not part of the archetype due to its Japanese name. In the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime, Chaz Princeton obtained these cards while at North Academy, shortly after obtaining Ojama Yellow, and uses them throughout many of his further appearances throughout the series. The original Armed Dragon series focused on sending cards from the hand to the graveyard to destroy monsters on the field. Depending on the attack of the monster sent, certain monsters could be destroyed while others were not. This is why cards that decrease your opponent's monster's attack, such as Shrink and Burn of the Mighty, can be helpful. Armed Dragon level 10 being the strongest, simply destroys all face-up monsters regardless of their attack, and any card could be sent from the hand to the graveyard rather than only monsters, as was the case with the lesser forms. This series is one of the 2 level Dragon series, with the other being the Horus the Black Flame Dragon archetype. Dart Dragon is the dark counterpart of Dragon level 7, capable of destroying multiple cards simply by banishing Dart monsters from the graveyard. In the artwork of Dragon Ascension, it is shown that Dart Dragon was transformed into Metaphys Armed Dragon by it, which is currently the only worm member of the Armed Dragon archetype. Armed Dragon Catapult Cannon is a light attribute machine type fusion effect monster level 10 with 3500 attack and 3000 effects. It requires a VWXYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon and an Armed Dragon level 7. It must first be special from your extra deck, but during a duel you can special summon both the above cards. By banishing the above cards from the field and or graveyard, you do not use polymerization. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects with the same name as any banished card. Once per turn during your opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can banish 1 card from your deck or extra deck, face up, banish all cards your opponent controls and in their graveyard. The summoning on this card makes it quite difficult, as it does require 2 very specifically named monsters to bring it out. Getting Dragon level 7 isn't too difficult within the deck, but actually getting the Dragon Catapult Cannon with the various materials that even that card needs, it's quite a tough ask, and they have to have been properly summoned within the duel to recognize and actually bring this card out. You don't need polymerization to actually bring this card, but you do need both cards to have been present at some point within the duel. It provides you with the ability to shut down any of your opponent's activated effects or cards with the same name as anything they already have banished, so you can actually knock your opponent out from using specific cards if they have multiple within their deck. And once per turn, during the opponent's turn, you can just banish a card from either your deck or your extra deck, so this isn't actually eating into your resources. It goes banish face up to banish all cards your opponent controls and in their graveyard, so it's a good way of clearing out whatever your opponent is doing. It's just extremely difficult to bring out. There are a few cards with fusion substitute based abilities, and I think we're getting a lot more of those these days, which make this card much easier to bring out, but it's still, as of now, not simple enough to do so consistently. Armed Dragon level 10 is a Wind Attribute Dragon type level 10 with 3000 attack and 2000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special summoned from your hand by attributing 1 Armed Dragon level 7. You can send 1 card from your hand to the graveyard, destroy all face-up monsters your opponent controls. This, out of the Armed Dragon monsters, is actually the most powerful version of it. It's a shame we don't have like a level 12 version, but it is how it is at the moment. It was not used within the first series of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and was rather used against Sartorius, and further within Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Season 2 onwards. It is the most powerful version of his card, being at 3,000 attack points, but it can only be summoned through the effect of tributing an armed dragon at level 7. And bearing in mind that the armed dragon level 7 doesn't bring this card out from the deck, you actually have to have this card in your hand and just tribute over your armed dragon level 7, which in and of itself has to be summoned off of the effect of armed dragon level 5, making that quite difficult to achieve and time consuming. The effect to just send any card from your hand to the graveyard lets you just destroy all face-up monsters the opponent has, is quite decent, but bear in mind that lots of monsters these days have destruction protection effects. Even if they don't, if your opponent is running cards that can either negate this type of effect or to put their monsters in face-down defense position, they dodge this ability. Armed Dragon at level 10 white is a light attribute dragon type level 10 with 3,000 attack and 2,000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special by its own effect. You can banish armed dragon monsters from your field and or graveyard whose total levels equal 10. Special summon this card from your hand, then you can add one white veil from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Armed Dragon at level 10 white once per turn. You take no effect damage. At the start of the damage step, if this card attacks, you can destroy one card on the field. The summoning condition on this card isn't too difficult, as it just requires you to bring out, exactly level 10 armed dragons to special summon this card. So you've got the level 3 version and the level 7 that can do that. You've got the 2 level 5s that can do that, or you can actually just get rid of the armed dragon at level 10 itself to bring this out. And often those cards, once they've been used from the graveyard, don't really need to be used again. You're better off getting this card as its boss monster. This was introduced in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Season 2 as Chaz Princeton was brainwashed by Sartorius, and this was kind of his reward card for becoming loyal to the Society of Light. In terms of its abilities, you can search for White Veil. That card is an equipped spell card that prevents your opponent from activating any sort of abilities when your equipped monster goes into battle. It's decent, but it does have the downside that if it gets removed from the field, you take damage equivalent to the attack points of the said monster that's equipped. So if this card was to go to the graveyard, then you take 3,000 points of life point damage. So there is quite a high risk, high reward situation. This has the ability to negate any effect damage you take. So it's perfect as a counter against burn-based decks. And at the start of the damage step, if this card attacks, you can just destroy a card on the field, be that a spell, a monster, or a trap card. Therefore, if your opponent has multiple cards on the field, and you want to get rid of, say, one of the powerful monsters and they've got a weaker monster, you just declare an attack on the weaker monster, and then you can instantly destroy your opponent's bigger threat. Armed Dragon at level 3 is the smallest version of the Armed Dragon series. It's a wind attribute dragon type effect monster at level 3 with 1,200 attack and 900 defense. During your standby phase, you can send this card to the graveyard, special summon one Armed Dragon at level 5 from your hand or deck. In terms of its ability, it can level itself up to the level 5, but you do have to wait until your next standby phase, which means going through your entire opponent's next turn. There are other ways of getting this card to trigger off its ability more safely, and there's a quick play spell card that really lets you do that in and of itself, so it's no longer as weak as it was. In the past, I think this was actually even shown by Chaz Princeton within the duel. He would summon his Masked Dragon, and that would often be in defense position. The opponent's monster would then destroy that card in battle, bring this card to the field, and then because your opponent's wasted their battle phase, this card sticks around and then just levels up to level 5. It's a very slow strategy, and it's actually made more possible by the effect of the new spell card. Armed Dragon at level 5 is a wind attribute dragon type at level 5 with 2,400 attack and 1,700 defense. You can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard, then target one monster your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to the sent monster's attack. Destroy that target. During the end phase, if this card destroyed a monster by battle this turn, you can send this card to the graveyard to special summon one Armed Dragon at level 7 from your hand or deck. This is kind of the middling form of the armed dragons. Whilst it can be summoned through the effect of armed dragon level 3, you can actually just bring this card out by tributing over a monster, and it still retains its effect. Just by sending a monster from your hand to the graveyard, you can just target a monster your opponent controls. It does have to have attack equivalent or less than the sent monster's attack to destroy it. Therefore, the more powerful the monster you discard, the more powerful the monster you can destroy. This card can activate its effect during the end phase once it's destroyed a monster by battle, sending it to the graveyard to bring out the Armed Dragon level 7. But since this is reliant on successfully destroying your opponent's monster by battle and not by its own effect, which would have been arguably better, it has to go into the battle phase. It has to have destroyed that monster. Therefore, if your opponent can protect that monster, or they can prevent you from attacking into that monster, or increase that monster's attack points to a point where it's above this card, these are all ways of preventing this card from upgrading to its level 7 form. Armed Dragon level 7 is a wind attribute dragon type level 7 with 2800 attack and 1000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special summoned by Armed Dragon level 5. You can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard, destroy all monsters your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to that sent monster's attack. This is the start of the phase where it's difficult to bring out the higher level dragon monsters, as this has to be properly summoned through Dragon level 5. It does have an upgrade to the ability of the original level 5 dragon, as just by sending a monster from your hand to the graveyard, you just destroy all your opponent's monsters with attack less than or equal to that sent monster's attack. So again, the higher the attack points of the monster you send, the more likely you are to wipe out your opponent's field. Those monsters do have to be in face-up attack position. Well, they have to be face-up on the field for you to trigger off the destruction based of its effect, so that's a bit of a problem and a downside of it, unless you're running cards that kind of force your opponent's monsters to be face-up through Light of Intervention, which is used against defense position monsters, or if you can just force all of your opponent's monsters into face-up attack position. Armed Dragon Thunder level 10 is a wind attribute dragon type level 10 with 3000 attack and a 2000 defense. If this card was special summoned by the effect of an armed dragon monster, it gains the following effects based on its name, on its attack. 1. Its name becomes Armed Dragon level 10. 10. Control of it cannot switch. 100. It cannot be destroyed by battle. Or 1000. Once per opponent's turn, as a quick effect, you can send one card from your hand to the graveyard, then target one other card on the field, destroy it, and if you do, this card gains 1000 attack. And at 10,000, once per turn, you can destroy all other cards on the field. This is quite a decent card, but it does require a lot of resources in order to bring out all of its effects. To get all of the effects, you have to have gone through multiple different level monsters, sometimes of similar levels, multiple times just to get it to become this destructive. Whilst this is technically an upgrade and it's part of this Thunder series, which is an alternative version of the dragons, I love that because that actually means you can run a dragon as its own archetype rather than running kind of the subsections of Chaz's archetype, which is the VWXYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon series, as well as the Ojamas. This can be almost a pure build. If this card was special summoned by the effect of an armed dragon monster, depending on how you go, it will get various effects. First ability just becomes an armed dragon level 10. It's irrelevant to the most part unless you're really wanting to bring out the dragon white level 10. Second ability is just control of it cannot switch. That's fine because that actually means that your opponent can't really affect it by stealing it and using it against you. The 100 plus, it cannot be destroyed by battle. Often it's really easy to meet all of these three conditions. Once per opponent's turn, just by sending a card from the hand to the graveyard, you can just destroy one of your opponent's cards on the field. That's perfect, as you can choose either a monster, a spell, or a trap card, and this card becomes an additional 1000 attack points, so if you can continuously do this, it becomes even more strong. And the final ability is the one that is quite tricky to actually get out without having to use so many resources. To be able to destroy all
other cards on the field. This is also quite a dangerous ability if you've got other resources on your field. You have to pretty much guarantee your opponent is running more of their cards, and you have to predict what they're going to do within their turn to prevent them from coming back and using off trigger effects to kind of mitigate the negative abilities of this card. Armed Dragon Thunder level 7 is a wind attribute dragon type effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2800 attack and 1000 defense. This card's name becomes Armed Dragon level 7 while on the field or in the graveyard. You can only use each of the following effects of Armed Dragon level 7 once per turn. You can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard to send this card from the field to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon a level 10 or Armed Dragon monster from your hand or deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a dragon monster's effect, you can add one Armed Dragon card from your deck to your hand. This card is the alternative version of the Dragon level 7, and it's much easier to bring out. It treats itself as the Armed Dragon level 7 whilst it's on the field or in the graveyard, making it much easier to go into your Armed Dragon level 10, and each of the effects can only be used once per turn. Just by sending a monster from your hand to the graveyard and sending this from the field to the graveyard, you can just bring out a level 10 or lower Armed Dragon monster from the hand or deck, so this is just a way of upgrading the monster or to downgrade depending on your situation. And if this card is sent to the graveyard just to activate a dragon monster's effect, you're able to just search for another Armed Dragon card, be that a monster, a spell, or a trap card. This is very much just adding consistency to your deck. Although I would say I would have preferred it to also have some type of destruction-based effect in order to kind of mirror some of the other alternative Armed Dragon cards. Armed Dragon Thunder level 5 is a wind attribute dragon type level 5 with 2400 attack and 1700 defense. This card's name becomes Armed Dragon level 5 while on the field or in the graveyard. You can only use each of the following effects of Armed Dragon Thunder level 5 once per turn. You can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard, send this card from the field to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon one level 7 or lower Armed Dragon monster from your hand or deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a dragon monster's effect, you can add one level 5 or higher wind dragon monster from your deck to their hand. This card initially is very much the equivalent of the level 5 version, but just a thunder form, and it treats itself as the Armed Dragon level 5 whilst it's either on the field or in the graveyard. You have the ability to send a monster from your hand to the graveyard and send this from the field to the graveyard to special summon a level 7 or lower dragon monster, depending on what you need. And if this card is sent to the graveyard just to activate a dragon monster's effect, you can then search for a level 5 or higher wind dragon monster from the deck to the hand. Nice thing about this is it's not exclusive to the Dragon series and actually can be combined with things such as Dread Unities, which are wind attribute dragon type monsters, and even cards outside of its own archetypes, which would provide you with additional points of advantage. Dragon Thunder level 3 is a wind attribute dragon type level 3 with 1200 attack and 900 defense. This card's name becomes Armed Dragon level 3 while on the field or in the graveyard. You can only use each of the following effects of Dragon Thunder level 3 once per turn. You can send one monster from your hand to the graveyard, send this card from the field to the graveyard, and if you do, special summon one level 5 or lower Armed Dragon monster from your hand or deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a dragon monster's effect, you can draw one card. This card is the equivalent of the level 3 Armed Dragon, but this is actually better. Whereas the original dragon has to wait until your next standby phase to upgrade itself, by just sending this card alongside a monster from the hand to the graveyard, you can upgrade it without having to wait for an additional turn and waiting for your opponent. And if this card is sent to the graveyard just to activate a dragon monster's effect, and that's any type of dragon monster you have, you just get to draw an additional card. This helps to recover resources you may have expended, for example, by using some of the original dragon's kind of destruction-based effects. Armed Dragon the Armored Dragon is a wind attribute dragon type level 4 with 1900 attack and 1400 defense. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special summon one level 5 wind dragon monster from your hand or deck, except Armed Dragon the Armored Dragon, but it cannot attack directly this turn. The benefit of this card is it doesn't treat itself as a level-based monster, so it's not one that you actually have to technically go into. It doesn't need to have any sort of amazing
linear-based effect in order to work alongside the deck, as considering it's a level 4, it can just be normal summoned without any consequences. It has 1,900 attack points, which still makes it quite decent. And if this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can just special summon a level 5 or lower wind dragon monster either from the hand or the deck. And although that monster cannot attack directly during the turn, if, for example, you bring out level 5, if that attacks into an opponent's monster as well and destroys it in battle, at the end phase, it's not going to matter, as you can upgrade that to the level 7. This helps to kind of steady the consistency of the deck. It also provides it with a decent boost without being reliant on the level 3, which is only 1,200 attack points. Dark Armed Dragon is a dark attribute dragon type effect monster. It's a level 7 with 2,800 attack and 1,000 defense. It cannot be normal summoned or set and must be special summoned from your hand by having exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard. You can banish a dark monster from your graveyard, then target 1 card on the field, destroy that target. This is quite a strange option for the Armed Dragon series and doesn't really work alongside its original versions. Considering all of the other monsters are pretty much wind outside of the Dragon White, level 10, which is a light monster, there isn't any way within the deck to bring this card out unless you run specifically additional dark attribute monsters that are outside of the deck. It is incredibly powerful, and I wish there was almost a dark version of the Dark Arm series to let this card be brought out in its own themed style of deck. You can only summon this card by having exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard, so you are going to have to manage your graveyard extremely consistently, and just by banishing a dark monster from the graveyard, you can just target a card on the field and destroy it. So that can be a spell, a trap, or a monster, depending on what you need. In terms of its appearance, it does look like the dragon at level 7, which makes sense as it's a level 7 monster and it has the same attack and defense points as that monster. Knight Armed Dragon is a wind attribute dragon type level 3 with 1,400 attack and 1,900 defense. If you special summon a level 5 or higher dragon monster except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can make its attribute and level become one of your banished dragon monsters. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one dragon monster you control. It gains 1,000 attack points. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. You can only use each effect of Knight Armed Dragon once per turn. I haven't actually seen this card before, so I am a little confused about it. I don't know whether it's specifically OCG and it has yet to release within the TCG, but it seems to be very much the case. Its stat lineup is the opposite of the Armed Dragon, which is the level 4 version, as that has 1,900 attack and 1,400 defense. This is the reverse. It's also a level 3 monster, so that's also quite interesting. If you special summon a level 5 or higher dragon type monster, which is really easy within the deck, this card can instantly be special summoned from the hand. And when it's special summoned, you can just make its attribute and level become one of the banished dragon monsters you have. Considering to bring out the Armed Dragon White level 10, you will have had to have banished monsters to comply with this. You can mirror that monster's level and its attribute. So all of them are wind attribute, not going to be a problem, and it will just adjust its level to that monster's level. Alternatively, since it just affects any dragon type monsters, if you do splash this within other decks that also have level modulation to them, it makes it much easier for you to then go into another copy of the Armed Dragon White level 10 if so desired. When this card is sent to the graveyard, you can just take a dragon monster you control. It gains 1,000 attack points. That is decent, as that effect is just when it's sent to the graveyard, which means you can trigger off the effect of the discards of the original series of the dragon monsters to do this, and then you also get to boost that monster's attack points by 1,000. Bear in mind the minimum discard is usually the level 5 version, and that would make it a 3,400 attack monster, or you can go all the way up to the level 10 version, which would make it a 4,000 attack monster. It says here that neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. which is always the best thing as it disrupts your opponent from integrating or interrupting your plays. Metaphys Armed Dragon is a light attribute worm type level 7 with 2800 attack and 1000 defense, usually visible despite its phantom existence. This is an interesting card as it kind of combines itself as an armed dragon monster with the Metaphys series, but since it's a normal monster, it doesn't really fit within that deck either. It's really just kind of another version of the Dragon level 7, same stats. Pretty much the differences are the attribute, which is making this card a light, and the fact that this is a worm rather than a dragon type. Pile Armed Dragon is a wind attribute dragon type level 7 with 2800 attack and 1000 defense. You can send one other wind dragon monster or one other level 7 or higher dragon monster from your hand to the graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. You can send one armed dragon monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, except Pile Armed Dragon, then target one face-up monster you control. That targeted monster gains attack equal to the level of that monster sent to the graveyard times 300 until the end of this turn. Also, you can only attack with one monster this turn. You can only use each effect of Pile Armed Dragon once per turn. This is another iteration of a level 7 Armed Dragon monster. It does have the same stat lineup, same typing, same attribute, and same level. This is able to summon itself really easily onto the field just by discarding another Wind Dragon monster or a level 7 or higher Dragon monster from the hand to the graveyard, and bear in mind there's a couple of the cards that actually have search abilities in and of themselves. The Armed Dragon level 3 Thunder one gets to draw a card, the other cards get to search for other cards within the deck, and this card just comes out. Just in sending an Armed Dragon monster from your hand to the deck or deck to the graveyard, you're able to just target a face-up monster you control, so that includes this card, and that targeted monster gains attack to the level of that monster sent to the graveyard times 300. Bear in mind the highest level monster you've got is a level 10. You could add 3000 attack points onto either one of your other monsters, or this card would become a 5800 attack monster, which is pretty decent. It can keep this attack points until the end of the turn, but it does come at the exchange of only being able to attack with one singular monster for the rest of that turn. So whatever you hope to boost up with this card's effect is most likely the one monster you're going to attack with during the turn. I think this is so that the deck doesn't OTK, because imagine if you could get all three of these cards onto the field, use each of their abilities, and then have some sort of card which negates your opponent from being able to activate any effects for the rest of the turn. That would make it far too powerful. Armed Dragon Blitz is a normal spell card. The effect is to target one armed dragon monster you control, take one monster with the same name from your deck or graveyard, and either add it to your hand or special summon it, ignoring its summoning conditions. But it cannot attack directly. You can only activate one Armed Dragon Blitz per turn. You cannot special summon monsters the turn you activate this card, except dragon monsters. With this card's ability, you can just take a monster with the same name, so if you've got a level 5 version, you can bring out the alternative level 5, or the level 7 for the level 7, or the level 10 with the level 10, and that card can just be special summoned or sent to the hand, and it ignores its summoning conditions. It does restrict the monster from being able to attack directly, but actually, if you can trigger off those cards' abilities, then that's not really a downside of this. As you can see from the original kind of artwork, it just really shows a version of both the level 5 dragon and the thunder version. As you can see, the difference is one has a thunderbolt on the stomach, which is on the right hand side, and the other one is just the original version of the armed dragon monsters. This gives you kind of an example of what you can go on. It also helps to establish an actual board and some field presence to threaten the opponent. Armed Dragon Flash is a quick play spell card. The ability is special summon one level 3 armed dragon monster from your deck into position. You can only activate one Armed Dragon Flash per turn. Most people will consider why would you want to run this card, as it only specifically targets the Armed Dragon level 3, as that is the weakest of those cards. But you can think of it two ways. Both of those cards are then able to upgrade themselves more safely. The original Armed Dragon level 3 doesn't actually bring itself out until your next standby phase, So if you can special summon this after your opponent ends their battle phase or goes into the end phase, then you can guarantee the summoning into your Armed Dragon level 5 on your next standby phase. With the other Armed Dragon Thunder level 3, just summoning it onto the field, you can really upgrade it using its own ability, so there isn't any downsides of that. Armed Dragon Lightning is a continuous spell card. The effect is if an Armed Dragon monster you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can send this card to the graveyard instead. You can target one Armed Dragon monster you control, then activate one of these effects. It gains attack equal to its level times 100, even if this card leaves the field, or add one Armed Dragon monster with an equal or lower level than it from your graveyard to your hand. You can only use this effect of Armed Dragon Lightning once per turn. The first part of the ability, if an Armed Dragon monster you control would be destroyed by a card effect, you can just send this to the graveyard instead. That's a good way of substituting for destruction, and it helps provide some level of protection for the Armed Dragon series, as none of the cards have any inbuilt protection effects. And then you also have the opportunity, if this card is still on the field, to either gain attack points equal to the level of that monster. So with the level 3, it would boost its attack points by 300, but with the level 10 versions, they would boost their attack points by consistently 1,000 attack points. This is the only inbuilt form of attack boosting that I can think of outside of the Pile Armed Dragon, which is only able to do that consistently once per turn, and it also limits itself to one attack in that turn. Alternatively, you're able to search for an Armed Dragon monster with equal or lower level than the monster that you've targeted with this card's effect. So that's also a way of grabbing additional resources from the graveyard back to the hand, and then restoring and going for game with more field presence and more hand presence. Armed Dragon Thunderbolt is a normal trap card. The effect is to target one Armed Dragon monster you control. It gains 1,000 attack for each Armed Dragon monster in your graveyard, with an equal or lower level than it, and with different names from each other. Also, for the rest of this turn, your opponent takes no battle damage from its attacks. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Armed Dragon spell in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use one Armed Dragon Thunderbolt effect per turn, and only once that turn. The premise of this card is that it gains 1,000 attack for each armed monster in your graveyard with equal or lower levels than it. So if you target the level 10, potentially if you can get the 10, the 7, the 5, and the 3 into the graveyard, this card will get an extra 4,000 attack points, making it at least 7,000 attack points, even with additional abilities. With the upgrade in its attack points, it could potentially do a lot of damage, but the problem is that your opponent takes no battle damage from those attacks. Therefore, it's more so a way of clearing your opponent's higher, more difficult to remove monsters that are maybe protected from, effect-based destruction effects. By banishing this card, you can just recover an spell from the graveyard and put that back into the hand, so it helps to reset your deck and to be able to access your other cards. Neos is a wind attribute warrior type fusion effect monster, level 10 with 3,500 attack and 3,000 defense. It must be summoned from an elemental hero, Neos, and an armed dragon monster, and must be fusion summoned. If this card is special summoned, you can choose one dragon monster in your graveyard and destroy all monsters your opponent controls with an attack or equal or lower level than it. When this card destroys a monster by battle, you can make this card gain the following ability. During the main phase as a quick effect, you can tribute this card, special summon one elemental hero fusion monster from your extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. This card is quite powerful as it has 3,500 attack points and 3,000 defense. It is a level 7 monster, and it requires kind of a combining of the elemental hero Neos, which is a J-Nuki card, and an armed dragon monster, and it can be any armed dragon, so it can be as low as the level 3 up to all the way to the level 10. Once it's fusion summoned, if it's special summoned just by choosing a dragon monster in your graveyard, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls with an equal level, so if you choose the level 10, you've got the most access to wiping out your opponent's cards. So it copies kind of the effect of the level 10 monster. When this card destroys a monster by battle, which is again dependent on the level 5's ability, you can just swap this card out for a elemental hero fusion monster. It does ignore the summoning conditions on that card, so you can really go for any elemental hero monster, and it's a weird way of combining two protagonists' main cards together. Ojama Pajama is a continuous trap card. If an armed dragon monster and a light machine fusion monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish one Ojama card from your hand, face-up field, or graveyard instead. You can only use each of the following effects of Ojama Pajama once per turn. During the main phase, you can add one Ojama card from your deck to your hand, then discard one card. Or if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon as many of your banished Ojama monsters as possible. This is one of the cards that's supposed to integrate the other aspects of Chaz's deck together to kind of shoehorn everything together. I suppose that's one example of how you can do it. It's just a case of, with the effect, if an armed dragon monster is threatened to be destroyed by battle or card effect, just by banishing an Ojama card, it substitutes the destruction for the Ojama card. The other abilities are irrelevant to the Armed Dragon series, as one just lets you search for an Ojama card from the deck to hand, but you then have to discard as part of the cost. Or you can send, if this card is sent to the graveyard, you're just able to special summon as many banished Ojama monsters, so really you're reliant on the first part of the effect to trigger off the third part of the effect. Oja Match is a quick play spell card. The effect is to send one Ojama card from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard, add to your hand one Ojama monster with a different name and one armed dragon monster from your deck or graveyard, then immediately after this effect resolves, you can normal summon one of those monsters. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 3 of your banished Ojama monsters, shuffle them into the deck, then draw one card. The purpose of this card is just by sending an Ojama card from either the hand or face up to the graveyard. You can search for both an Ojama monster with a different name and an armed dragon monster from your deck and or graveyard, and then you can instantly normal summon one of those monsters. So it's a good way of kind of adding back an armed dragon monster. The alternative ability, just to banish this card from the graveyard, just recovers your Ojama monsters. They go back to the deck, and then you just draw an additional card. Knight of Armor Dragon is a wind attribute dragon type ritual effect monster. It's a level 4 with 1900 attack and 1200 defense. You can ritual summon this card with Armor Dragon Ritual. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles a monster that was special summoned from the edge deck, you can shuffle that monster into the deck. You can tribute this card to special summon level 5 or higher wind dragon monster from your hand or deck. You can only use each effect of Knight of Armor Dragon once per turn. This card, it's very similar to other kind of these ritual monsters. You have one for various other decks. For example, Blue Eyes White Dragon has one. I think there's one for the Red Eyes Black Dragon. There's one for, I think, Gaia the Fierce Knight in some way as well. There's a few of these out there. All of them really have 1900 attack points, and they're all these level 4 monsters. As soon as this card is, summoned at the start of the damage step, when this card battles a monster that was special summoned, you can shuffle that monster into the deck. So it's a good way of getting rid of your opponent's extra deck monsters that might be annoying you. And just by tributing this card, you can special summon a level 5 or higher wind dragon monster from your hand or deck. That's quite decent, but bear in mind that if you can't really go for the original level 7 or the level 10 armed dragons, you can go for their alternative versions, which are the thunder versions, or you could opt for the level 5. It's a good way of kind of starting out your combo for the deck. Armor Dragon Ritual is a ritual spell card. This card is used to ritual summon Knight of Armor Dragon. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field, whose total levels equal 4 or more. During a main phase, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, you can banish the monsters from your hand or face-up field, whose total levels equal 4 or more. Banish the card from your graveyard, and if you do, special summon one Knight of Armor Dragon from your graveyard. You can only use this effect of Armor Dragon Ritual once per turn. The summoning condition really of this card is just to tribute monsters from your hand or field whose total levels equal 4 or more. That's fine, as the ritual monster is level 4. And during the main phase, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, just by banishing monsters from your hand or face up whose total levels equal 4 or more. By banishing this card from the graveyard, you can actually recover your Knight of Armor Dragon from your graveyard. I think this is the first time that I can remember of any of these type of ritual cards within that small series of archetype-specific ritual monsters having this type of effect. And this card is a White Veil. This is the equip spell that I mentioned before that was used within Sartorius' arc in Season 2, and this is used to support Chaz's White Dragon support cards. While the equipped monster battles, your opponent cannot activate any spell or trap cards until the end of the damage step. If an attack is declared involving the equipped monster, negate the effects of face-up spell or trap cards your opponent controls until the end of the damage step, even if this card leaves the field. When the equipped monster destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can destroy all spell and trap cards your opponent controls. When this face-up card in a spell or trap zone leaves the field, that player takes 3,000 points of damage. So this is where the downside of the card comes into play. So it does have the ability to shut down all spell and trap activations during the turn, including during the battle phase. It also has the opportunity to wipe out all of your opponent's spell and trap cards if you destroy a monster that happens to have been equipped with this card. But at the downside, when this card leaves the field, you just instantly take 3,000 points of damage. Overall, the Armed Dragon series is quite decent, but you need a lot more cards and a lot more support in order for them to become more consistent. I would say having even just a field spell or something that helps the level monsters to upgrade themselves without having to go into specific levels would be a way of doing that. For example, being able to upgrade them once per turn, you can only maybe summon that card once per turn would be a decent way. Not saying that you should cheat from the level 3 up to the level 10, but say maybe just to access from the level 3 into the level 5 while treating it as being summoned by the effect of the Armed Dragon level 3 would help to eliminate the weaknesses of the deck. This could also be applied to all of the other level monsters and just treat it as though it's summoned in that way as an alternative, and I would love to see more support hopefully for level monsters somewhere in the future. Whether they choose to do so or not, I highly doubt it. I hope you would consider subscribing and to like the video. It really helps support the channel. Thank you.